How you doing? How you doing?
Hello, want a cracker?
Ah, there you are.
Tempest, give us victory! You can take a mage out of the circle, but you can't take the circle out of the mage.
Yum, yum, yum.
Hello everybody, happy Sunday. Welcome Yerozi, Trick Me, and Parrotwise, and any lurkers. Great to have you as always. And I hope you're having a fine, lazy Sunday with some nice food and been getting some nice rests. And I hope you enjoy today's stream where we go back to Tyranny, take it from chapter 2. I suppose the second part of chapter 2, because yesterday we finished Letian's Crossing parts, including all the side quests. We claimed the second spire, the Sunset Spire, and we were again summoned by our boss, Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice. And then we added one piece of the rebel army. I mean, we decided on one piece of the rebel army in the Forgebound, you know, basically stealing it from under Tunon's hands, and we added them to our army to supply our troops, and we were also tasked to choose the second part of the rebel army between Earthshakers and the Unbroken. So we were given the choice. I hadn't exactly decided yet, but I think I'm going after Earthshakers, so we are going to try to do all that today, along with whatever else comes up. So I hope you're having a good day. As I said, you had a pepperoni pizza. You are certainly having a good day when pepperoni pizza makes anyone's day better, I would imagine. Or at least it would make my day. Deep dish cheese pizza. That also sounds good. Wait, did you have 2 pizzas? Wow. Anyway, nice rolls, nice discoveries today. Vlad Draco, that is one of the maybe the underestimated Dark Lords of the world of Ravenloft, the Dark Lord of Falconia, the fascist, the tyrant. Falconia is a war state, basically. People under Draco's rule are, you know, never happy, always abused. So it does fit the theme of Tyranny today, the game we are playing. Vlad Draco is basically a fascist tyrant. So that is an especially nice discovery for today. 2 small personal pizzas. You did not expect yourself to be so determined. You should eat 2 big pizzas. You know, whenever you eat pizza, you have to eat the biggest size. That is the rule. That is the rule. Anyway, we don't have any early boosts or anything, so I am going to go ahead and jump into the game. I did play the game a little bit yesterday, which is a first for this game. I had never played this game off stream until yesterday, but I did yesterday. You know, as I always do, it is nothing considerable or important. It is just some maintenance, including a few other things that I want to mention, which I didn't want to keep for the stream because it would be repetitive and uninteresting. So first of all, I did walk the corridors of the old walls that we walked yesterday. I did walk them once more because you might remember we leveled up with Lantry and picked up the Voice of Ages, which would allow us to pick up the 2 sigils we skipped over yesterday in the old walls. So to pick them up, I went back and I picked them up, and in the process I also tried every key to every beacon. I discovered 2 small rooms that we missed yesterday with their own little bits of loot and some simple combat, so I did them. I found another sigil, a 3rd sigil, while doing those. I almost reloaded and decided to do them on stream again, but they were, you know, more of the same, so nothing interesting. So I just kept it in the off-stream gameplay. So from yesterday we have 3 new sigils. The 2 important ones is the Strength 4 accent and the, I think, Cyclical Energies 3 is also something I found yesterday. So these are the upgraded versions of the cooldown reduction and intensity strength accent. So I have them, and I have one of these accents also, which is new, but I'm not sure which one. But that's not very important anyway. So what else I did? I I bought some items, first of all, from the shops that I couldn't or didn't find and didn't notice. They are mostly the Fatebinder of Tunon items. So there are some lights armor cloth versions for Lantry, the gloves and the helmet, and then we have the lights armor leather for helm and torso for Mithril. So 4 pieces of armor are new. I'm not sure if there's anything else new. I don't think so. In the process, I noticed what Thor was, I think, trying to say yesterday, and I stopped him because it would be spoiler, but I did not see it myself. Which, when you try to examine any of the pieces of armor Barrick has, it says this item can be improved with the Spireforge upgrade, which tells me that Barrick, these pieces of armor won't be able to be removed from Barrick, whatever we do for his personal quest. I don't think we are going to be successful in removing the armor. And we will be able to upgrade the armor whenever we build the forge. So forge is my second goal after library. We have the library on Sunset Spire. Whenever we get the third spire, I'm going to be installing a forge there, and we will start upgrading Barrick's armor. So I did go ahead and sell the heavy clothes I was keeping, since Barrick won't be able to. So those are the armors. I hired 2 recruits for the library, bringing the total to 6 and the max. They can't be removed, but we can lay Barrick down on the anvil and start hammering him directly, I suppose. I don't know. I don't know how it all works. I mean, we have forge bounds in our employ. They are magician blacksmiths, right? So they will probably have something to do. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. We don't have a spire upgrade yet. Anyway, I hired the puppet, a master trainer who teaches control fire and control emotions, and Erastus, master trainer who teaches control stone, control force, and use of magic staff. In the process, I noticed the distinction between a skill trainer and a master trainer. So skill trainers, also the trainers here in the original Mountain Spire rendering as well, they all train up to 75 max skill, whereas the master trainers train up to 150. It's unfortunate that I don't really need to train these control fire, control emotions, or other skills that I have master's trainers of, but in the future it will likely make a difference whenever we get the remaining 3 spires and upgrade them. So I noticed that. And there was no real reason for me to get the 6 recruits, but I wanted the slots to be filled, honestly. And I had the money, so I just spent it. As you see, I no longer have any money anymore and nothing to sell. So I also sold the stuff that we had in the bags, as usual. The final thing I did was take the time to examine all the chords and expressions and accents and create some new spells of stream. I, for some reason, do not always have the patience to do that during the streams. I realize I sometimes push to make progress on stream, so I do not stop to examine the finer details, but I did that off stream. And I made some new spells. I'm going to show them to you. So we have for Mithril an AoE attack which roots and dazes the enemies and also pushes. We have that as a new spell. We have an improved version of Spectral Blur and an improved version of Healing Wisps. This is a graze and hit deflection, so basically a protection spell. This is a healing spell, which heals the targets, also heals the friendly targets around the targets for the half the amount. So it is a very good spell to have on 2 characters. I also have one on Lantry, even a stronger version because Lantry's lore is even higher. And then I've got a frost damage spell, basically a cone spell, which I already had this. Actually, I might be able to upgrade this one. It seems I have forgotten to upgrade this one. Let's go ahead and do that. The range, accuracy.
I'm done mentally.
Ooh, wow, Lily. Hey, BG Nerd, how are you today? Good to see you. 115 is a little too high, but 95.
How are we to
Okay.
trust one who venerates the Spider Queen?
Q1, the cat is Q1. Very nice. So yeah, I just upgraded the Icicle Storm, basically. Which it seems I have missed that. So I have two different healing spells for Barrick and Worse. They are pretty simple.
I'm
One...
not even unpleasant.
Hey, Wally. Very cool. Very cool. So one of them basically heals for more. The other has a shorter cooldown for both of them. They have very low lore skills, so I didn't bother making some interesting spells for them. Just two heals. And then Lantry is where this stuff gets interesting. We have a very strong healing spell here. We have the AoE, Guidance Aura, which gives us hit precision and graze precision. So this is a buff aura, which I was using yesterday. I had it yesterday, but I upgraded it to lore 120 with some accents. And then we have Aura of Fear, which is a debilitating aura, also cast on the frontliner. I had this also yesterday, but I also upgraded it. And then we have Unravel Minds, which is a debuff spell, um, which which afflicts enemies with daze and stunned. It is a con spell, so it is similar to... It is in the same school of Spectral Blur, except this is a buff and this is a debuff. So we have a con debuff spell for groups of enemies, and finally we have our best damaging spell so far, Path of Frost, which freezes and deals high damage in a line, in a pretty thick line, which I'm going to show you. So this is what it looks like compared to Mithril Sunspear, which is a thin line. This is a pretty thick line, and it should be very useful. So that is an entirely new spell that I designed yesterday, which we are going to use today. So those are the spells that I made, and I don't think there's anything else. I did talk to these NPCs. There was nothing to talk to. There wasn't any interesting conversation. Just a line, and okay, now train me in the matters of this and that. So there's nothing new there. So as I said, we are going to start by talking to our new companion, Kills in Shadow, and continue by talking to Verse regarding the missive that we received from Voices of Nerat yesterday and the sigils that he sent us to show Verse, and I'm curious where that's going to lead. So after doing that, I plan to visit Tunon's court again, answer the summons of my basic boss, and from there, I think we will go on to doing some of these quests, probably try to recruit... I don't have any side quests right now. I have completed all the side quests that we got from Lethian's Crossing. I do have the companion quest of Barrick, which I might focus on first today, and I will probably have a companion quest for Worse, which I might also focus on, and then we have this side quest for the... It's not really a side quest, it is a primary quest, but it's not in the main story, at least, not directly related from what it looks like right now, as in improving the rebel army. This is something else, although it's in the primary group, so I am curious what that is. So before actually going to make a contact with the Earthshaker representative, which is the actual main story quest, I might do the other things today, but we'll see. We'll see. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hope you have a good time. Hope you're already having a good time, whatever you are doing during your Sunday. So let's start the timer and start doing some of the stuff that I, for some reason, talk so long about. Okay, Hills and Shadow. Let's see. Stonestalkers still roam free, but even with quakes from Moaning Mystic, can see azure lands are becoming more dangerous for tribe. Humans adapt even to roiling landscapes, will travel and hunt for beast women even in the toughest of times. So there are still beastmen living in the Stone Sea. I heard your kind was nearly extinct.
Stone stalkers are weak. Starve. Die to humans. Kills in Shadow is fast, strong. Best hunter protects pack.
You're not a Stone Stalker, right? So why were you leading a pack of beastmen from that tribe?
Is true. Am shadow hunter from Havenlands, but am last of tribe.
She dips her head in thought, long tongue laying dried blood from her bottom lip. She worries the lip between her fangs and bright, fresh blood bleeds anew.
After tribe was slain, Kills and Shadow looked to Stonelands, stalking on long hunts for disfavored, but soon became needed by weak whelps, by stone stalkers who had been slaves and had not learned how best to fight. Maybe Fatebinder, who smells of alpha iron and death, has come to help Pack. Maybe can
We smell of alpha iron and death.
Maybe Pack will not slaughter Fatebinder today.
Growl and bare your teeth. Her top lip peels back in snarl.
Left claw, Packrunt was hunted, caught by humans. Is chained in burrow called Plains Gate. Help! Free Beastman, or humans will drape Packrunt's skin by fireside like prize.
Look, I'll try, but it'll be difficult if the settlers are out for blood. I'll speak to them and see what options we have. Massive Kalu's palm cups the back of your neck as the beast woman drags you forward. Her sweaty forehead presses to your own, and her pungent breath assaults your nose.
Human alpha will not fail.
Eyes closed, she exhales a hot, musky sigh, and for once she sounds more hopeful than threatened.
Fatebinder wants Beast Woman?
Let's play a game. No, let's not play. What can you tell me about Left Claw? Left Claw is good whelp. Hunts ironclads for kills in shadow, hunts for revenge. Alpha has plans to help Left Claw for kills in shadow, yep. Would not want to upset this woman, yep. Had any good hunts lately?
Good, yep. And many more than 5.
Many more than 5, is that how high you can count? The beast woman flexes and curls her claws in the air, the pitch blackness of them suddenly striking, a stark reminder of their power, their ability to kill.
Waded up deep, murky stream near disfavored camp. Pawed in mud of bank, but did not leave tracks. Crept low and quiet to tent flap, scenting with tongue. Caught ironclads and dragged, squirming like hurt rabbits, into cold black depths of river.
She grins, boastful and filled with bloodlust. I really like this voice actor's work, by the way. It's really good. Really good.
Disfavored cannot swim like Beast Woman, only can sink.
It doesn't sound like there are any digital effects on it. It sounds like natural voice. It must have been very tough to keep that voice up, if that is the case. If you are going to follow me, I'd like to know more about you. Hills in Shadow puffs her hairy, naked teeth out.
Am best hunter.
She boasts, scratching one idly.
Am last of tribe. Tribe who killed King Vipers, Alarion, and Thorn Stags extinct. Am alpha. Brood mother. Can smell earthblood like mystic. What else does Alpha to Kills and Shadow long to know?
Hills in Shadow, that's an interesting name.
Best hunter is clever hunter. Stalks slow and soft. Pat, silent. Strikes fast. Kills without hesitation.
How did you end up with the Stone Stalkers?
Am not Stone Stalker.
The beast woman snarls, she bristles, flexing her back and shoulders before settling back on her haunches.
Lost tribe. Left Havenlands. Migrated east. Was alone long time. Hunted many humans. Killed. Raged like undying fire. Then found pack of stone whelps. Caitiffs, outcasts of tribe, who needed Alpha.
Could your tribe have been that different? I've run afoul of many a beastman in my day, and I find nothing that distinguishes their savage numbers.
Nice, Barrick, nice.
Stay and see. We'll think Kills and Shadow memorable when insides are being ripped, slow dripping from ironclad shell.
If you are not a Stone Stalker, why were you leading a pack of beastmen from that tribe?
Is true. am Shadow Hunter from Havenlands, but am last of tribe.
She dips her head in thought, long tongue leaving dry... Leaving? It should be leaving, right? Long tongue leaving dried blood from her bottom lip. She worries the lip between her fangs and bright, fresh blood beats anew. This is the exact same line we had
After
before.
tribe was slain, kills in shadow loped to stone lands, stalking on long hunt for disfavored, but soon became needed by weak whelps, by stone stalkers who had been slaves and had not learned how best to fight.
Don't take this the wrong way, but you seem like a born killer.
Did not kill out of mother's womb. All whelps suckle first, learn later. Beast woman's first blood was in second season after birth.
Okay. Kills in Shadow hacks, a clear sign of her amusement. I'd like to know more about your tribe. Insufficient reputation. Her lips peel back in a sneer and growls love from the back of her throat. Let's talk about her matters. She scratches the hairy, taut plane of her stomach and snorts.
Lead conversation. Beast woman will follow.
Fatebinder wants you to bait. We are going to lose loyalty if we say that. Should we say that? Nah. Let's say that.
Am bathing
Oh.
right now.
I did gain loyalty. I didn't expect that. Her red eyes brighten with amusement.
Don't simply drag your fetid tongue over another matted patch of fur. Stand under a waterfall or kneel in a stream. The crying statue in Edgering Ruins comes to mind.
Bathe in blood.
Is washing with waterfall how packmate became trapped in iron? Did not think to shed iron shell first.
She runs her tongue over her fangs and rumbles with a satisfied purr.
Should let beast woman pry shell from ironclad. Then kills in shadow can play with disfavored inside. Yep.
Let's play a game. Immediately, the beast woman perks up, back straightening as her red eyes draw you with
Like
interest.
playing with prey. Or with pack. Would play sometimes with stone whelps. What, mate? Slaughter.
Her dark mouth parts in a massive fangy grin.
I'm always down for a game.
New critical
Unless
hits
it
boost.
involves throwing and
Bogu
catching.
_Bogu
In
just
which
boosted.
case-
Show me your sexy spreadsheet. New critical hits boost. Bogu _Bogu just boosted. Show me your sexy spreadsheet, please.
Okay, since you said please, I'm gonna show you my sexy spreadsheet. How are you, Bogu? Good to see you. Welcome, buddy.
New critical hits boost. Bogu _Bogu just boosted arena.
Thank you for the boost as usual. Did you enjoy the spreadsheet? Okay, it's going away. That's enough for today. That's enough spreadsheet for you. Or you get too excited.
Is easy. Packmate chooses one of each. What, mate? Slaughter. If prey is chosen,
Right, mate,
pack
slaughter.
joins ensuing hunt.
Is this Mary fuck kill?
Packmate is chosen, and both agree to game. Then pack gets to watch.
It is Mary fuck kill, isn't it? Hey, old master, how are you? Welcome, buddy. Good to see you. Ratmate slaughter. Okay.
Rut mate slaughter, eh? Well, does it have to be 3 different people? I rutted with my old gang boss, Fine Ass. Mated him for a time, and then I killed him. Of all my days running with the chorus, I
I'm
think
doing
I
well,
enjoyed
thank you.
asking the most.
Doing alright.
Oh, I get it. Okay. I'd rut Barrack, since Kairos' forces need a little pillage and rape in return. I'd mate with Verse, mostly to take half of whatever land she's going to someday conquer. Obviously, I'd kill Lantry. Who wouldn't?
Okay, Ab.
What? I'm old enough to be everyone's father. This is disgusting.
Wow. I appreciate being included in this little...
Wait, we are not asking you.
I'm
You are
not
too
even
young.
really sure what to call this. It's not like any game I've ever played, but I'm gonna say nothing
Yes.
and pretend like I haven't heard a word anyone said.
Yes.
And then I'm gonna go sing myself a little amnesia.
Do that, Siren. You are not allowed to play. Berg looks at you and simply shakes his head in horror and disbelief. Yes.
How could beast woman choose any other? Would rut ebb good and hot fast? Would mate alpha and
Oh.
would slaughter, cut carve back to pieces, slowly, savoring while slicing flesh from neck. Yep.
You're welcome, Neil. Okay, why can't we say our opinions? Who would be Ratmate's slaughter? We are not saying anything. Okay. I want your opinion on something. The beast woman sits back on her haunches. She scratches under one hairy teeth, then the next, snuffling at the air, head bobbing lightly. Her red eyes slide closed with contentment.
Fatebinder has good musk. Smells of bloodlust, of predator, of savage strong alpha. It's good to ask beast woman for advice. Even strong alpha needs cunning of bulwark at side.
Bulwark, the ranking second in command of a beast tribe, a position often held by the most savage beast women. The Bulwark's primary responsibility is to enforce order and obedience within the tribe and carry out the Prima's commands. In the smallest structure of a pack, the Bulwark performs these same duties in loyalty to the Alpha. How would you assess our progress?
On stealing territory of beast women lands humans call realms of tearsmen. No Fatebinder claimed territory of Vendrian's well. Is good for pack, good for tearsmen. Should kills in shadow care outside of that?
She crouches down and scratches the lower curve of her back.
Fatebinder claimed Horizon Rock called Mountain Spire at Vendrian's well. Should claim more, take power as own, become stronger and stronger. Kairos rules own tribe and crushes threats to territory with attacks called edicts. Fatebinder should learn same mystic strength.
I would if I could.
Archons cannot win against edict. Yep. Our best attack we'll use to kill, survive.
How would you have us proceed?
Fatebinder and kills in shadow will help humans in beast women lands humans call tearsmen. Will use to fight Kairos' tribe. Is what Fatebinder who smells of alpha wants to do, yep. Kills in shadow understands. Tearsmen are not good choice, but our better choice. Tearsmen are not predators, are smaller risk to beast women tribes.
You're right, I want to help them. To struggle for freedom is a noble cause.
Struggle to survive is way of life in beast women lands. Does not make
She didn't like
humans
it.
special. If tearsmen struggle harder, is because of own weakness.
The beast woman sneers, showing your rough purple tongue. Boxer right here, do not backtalk me, beast. Wow, okay, that's unnecessary. That may be, but I've decided we are going to help them. Kills in Shadow scratches a cheek, considering your commands.
Bulwark will listen to Alpha of Pack.
Yes, nice.
Kills in Shadow is good Bulwark. Loyal to Fatebinder. For now.
Her lips part in an easy smile, her tongue lolling between her teeth as she pins you with a roguish stare.
This beast is clearly intelligent, but it's still a wild animal, not something you can truly control or predict. Do you want to be looking over your shoulder this whole time?
What do you think of the others in our pack? Her red eye darkened with cunning and she shifts her stance, hunkering low as if to spring an attack. But rather than strike, she rakes clawed fingers through her thick mane, thinking, assessing.
Brazen, callow, are not as savage fast keen as beast woman, but are not weak. Fatebinder whelped good, tough pack.
What are your thoughts on Lantry? Insufficient reputation. Okay, what are your thoughts on Barrick?
Beast woman does not like disfavored, but kills in shadow likes Barrick. Will not kill human yet. Want to hunt good and long, make bleed, scream, ride, mangle before kill.
Her eyes gleam darkly, and she puffs out a longing breath, mauve tongue slick from salivation.
Human is tough like stone wall. Is hidden behind iron's shadow where beast woman cannot smell or scout weakness. But is noisy like crashing boar, easily stalked.
This is the first time since Stalwart that I've felt vulnerable. I don't fear swords or spears, but this beast is something different.
What are your thoughts on Verse?
Good hunter, reeks of blood to death. Is savage swift like beast woman.
That's a higher compliment to the beast than to me, but I appreciate the thought.
What are your thoughts on Ebb?
Human brood mother. Mystic.
Kills in Shadow tilts her head to one side as if listening intently to a sound discernible only to her ears.
Is strong. Breathes in gusts like ocean gale.
Wow, Kills in Shadow actually respects Ebb.
First time I've been called a brood mother. Though it's not wholly inaccurate. Twins count as a brood of 2, right? Well, I'm mostly certain you meant that as a compliment, so thank you.
What are your thoughts on Siren? Okay. Let's speak of something else.
Lead conversation. Beast woman will follow.
Can we ask about this yet?
Blessed of tribe. Best hunter am not lost.
Could your
stay?
Which one was it?
Is true. After tribe did not kill out of mob.
Okay. More about tribe. So there are 3 options that we don't have enough reputation
Lead
for.
conversation. Beast woman will follow.
We should strategize how to best deal with our enemies and our allies.
Best way is with bloodshed. Yep.
She grins wide, tongue lolling across her gleaming, blade-sharp teeth.
Fatebinder has many allies. More enemies. Which do Fatebinder and Kills in Shadow hunt today?
I want to talk about Kairos and the Archons.
Fatebinder's tribe. No packs well.
What do you know of the disfavored and Graven Ash?
Disfavored hunting slave beast women. Only predators to rival tribes. Dislike. Admire. Envy skill. Want to stalk. Then want to kill slowly. Make scream. But disfavored do not yowl easily. Have taken killing teeth and throat, carving claws and gut, and survived. Alpha laves pain from
Okay,
pack. Makes pack
it's
tougher.
this word again, lave.
Deadly threat.
It wasn't a typo from leave, it's slave. I don't know what that means. Does it mean lesson? Something like that? Makes pack tougher, deadly threat.
You are correct to assume we are the more elite, but do not expend yourself trying to destroy us. We are the arm of the Northern Empire, and you would only bring annihilation upon your race.
Let's discuss those in the tiers who seek to defy Kairos.
Humans of Beast Women lands.
Is to
Humans
wash.
called tearsmen
Ah, okay,
are
okay.
Many
That makes sense.
roiling maggots that infest, ruin good meat.
Makes sense.
Clever hunter would crouch behind humans like stone cover during fight with Kairos' tribe. Let tearsmen die, so Fatebinder and Beast Women can survive. Win! Many humans live in Beast Women lands. Kills in Shadow knows tearsmen pack well.
What do you know of the Wandering Guard?
No pack was defeated by Kairos' tribe. No pack struggled and survived. Not many packs can stand again when death wounded. Makes Beast Woman's blood rush hot fast with pride.
Oh, cute way of putting it. Though I think Kairos technically has 2 tribes that like to knock us around time and time again.
What do you know of the Bronze Brotherhood?
Lying kith. Are not brood brothers, use bronze killing claws. Smell of tanned hide, blood, piss, and fire water. Fight like black-striped jackals. Laughing, nimble, reckless. Fight for trinkets, not survival.
What do you know of the Unbroken?
Strongest humans in Beast Women lands. Earth blood must pump hot fast through veins. Are tenacious, undefeated. Stand tough as mountains, even against disfavored.
Do not get taken in by the unbroken reputation. The people of Stalwart are fond of rewriting history in favor of a version that fits their sensibilities. Imagine that many people rallying around an idea, a story.
I wish to speak of something else. It is so funny, by the way, now that I think about it. It's a big irony that Barrick is talking about people rallying around an idea, a story, when Barrick's voice actor is Kana's voice actor, a storyteller in Pillars of Eternity. Isn't it funny? Is it just funny to me? She scratches her hairy teeth and bares her blade-sharp fangs at you in a self-pleased grin.
Lead conversation. Beast Woman will follow.
Tell me more about the Beastmen tribes.
Nope, nope.
Okay. Another tribe option. Kills in Shadow scratches a hip closed, raking a rough patch of scar tissue, bisecting the jut of the bone. Do you know anything about the magical guilds in the tiers?
Kills in Shadow does not understand human behavior towards mystics. Tribes should value, protect mystics, not treat like outcasts, caitiffs forced into separate packs.
There is irony in my mind.
Humans fear and snivel, snap at own mystics, until mystics become strong alphas like archons. Then humans grovel and beg favor. Follow archons in droves. Maybe Fatebinder understands ways of human mystics better. Maybe not. Ask and discover.
What do you know of the sages?
Strange pack. Dispersed. Sage humans know each other, but prefer lone wolf travel. Are clever, harder to hunt. Smell of coal ink and rotted trees. Leave beast women alone most times, so Kills in Shadow likes.
What do you know of the Forgebound?
Forgebound are builders, not fighters. Are like slaves to own human pack. Work without rest. Are weak and submissive, but can mold hard grey ore like pressing paw prints into mud.
What do you mean they are like slaves?
Forgebound make better than iron, killing claws and hard pelts all day for kith of other pack. Why give to others if have choice?
What grey ore?
Rock, ore, heart and skin of Tarotus. Smells like iron, but is different. Forge-bound mold grey ore to give tribes teeth and claws. Carve better, slice deeper than ones of iron and bronze.
What is that? A third metal? Different metal? Why would you call them weak? Okay, another. Forge weak.
Lead conversation. Beast woman will follow.
What do you know of the Earthshakers?
Earthshakers draw power from Earthblood like stone stalker mystics, like beast women. Archaeans pack, yep, are strong, are disfavored, but are tearsmen. Smell more of stone lands, more of Earthblood than disfavored, yep.
Have you had past dealings with the Earthshakers?
If by dealings, Fatebinder means hunts and killings, then yep. Earthshakers crushed Shard-Nip tribe in South Stonelands. So Kills in Shadow slaughtered pack of Earthshakers in North near Howling Rock.
Earthblood, do I even want to ask?
Beneath dry soil, wet Earthblood beats, thrums. Fatebinder's ears cannot hear surging blood song.
Nope.
I'm certain this Earthblood is more an arcane or abstract notion, not actual blood in the soil. Her senses are attuned to something we're not seeing.
Do you share arcane teachings? Another, Arcane. I won't be able to read what I'm writing right now. She pants contentedly, called saliva dripping off the length of her rough tongue.
Lead conversation. Beast woman will follow.
Tell me about the magic of the Beastman.
Nope. What now does Fatebinder wish to yip about?
I'd like to spar with you.
Beast woman gets to play fight with Alpha?
She immediately perks up, salivating and snarling happily as she rises on hind legs and swipes several practice swings to limber up. She splays her dark claws wide and pins you with an eager, blood-thrilling stare.
Come!
Before you can step even a single foot forward, the beast woman surges for you without warning. Without waiting, tackling you hard about the waist. The force of her weight slams into you, her muscled shoulder rammed into your gut, and you both tumble for the ground in a tangle of limbs and hair and claws. Curl into a ball and whimper now. No. Headbutt her. Hands gripping her hairy shoulders to steady yourself, you ram your forehead as hard as you can into her swarthy snout. Bone crunches audibly and Kills in Shadow howls, rearing back as blood spades down the front of her chin and throat. She gnashes her red-tinged tinged fangs, pained and furious and looking for a moment as if she may very well tear your throat out, but then she licks the blood coating her lips and grins at you dangerously. This woman likes fighting with Alpha. She purrs and carefully, sensually crawls back to you. Okay, we got 2 loyalty. Let's try all of these. Tribe. Okay, tribe is not enough for tribe.
Conversation.
Magic of the Beastman.
Mystics are rare, honored, powerful. Can hear and scent lifeblood in earth, air, sea, and shadows. Are strongest and smartest of beast women, of all creatures, even archons.
And would you happen to be one of these powerful beast women mystics?
Brood Mother was mystic. Kills in shadow, can hear song of shadows, can smell power in darkness. Yep. But did not learn. Did not train for life of elder locked in cave. Wanted to be strong, but wanted to hunt, fight, kill more.
Your mystics lock themselves in caves. Why? The beast woman shuffles uncomfortably before resettling herself lower on her haunches.
Free. Can roam, can hunt, but don't. Exist to make pack stronger, sometimes lead, teach, protect. Many seasons carve knowledge into cave.
Where is this cave of the stone hunter mystics exactly?
Would not tell Fatebinder. Humans cannot read marks either way. Not even sages.
She snorts. Do stone stalkers also carve magical knowledge into cave walls for anyone to stumble across?
Not that Kills in Shadow has seen. Stone stalkers do not carve marks with claws. Have no understanding of things that remain past death. Stone stalker knowledge exists only as passed through living members of tribe.
I see.
Beast Woman too sees many things.
Which tribe has the strongest mystics?
Shadow hunters. At best mystics. Could seep into shadows. Could control darkness. Could suffocate. Kill.
The beast woman settles her blood-red eyes on you. It's a heavy gaze full of pride. I had a feeling you might say that.
Fatebinder often has feelings for beast women. Cannot resist lure of best predator. Yep.
Okay. More powerful than Archons? Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Okay, let's say that.
Fatebinder thinks beast woman mystic cannot be called Archon. All beast women tribes know legend, no life of Thundermane. Slaughtered endless humans, struck 5 Archons dead before was slain by Kairos. What is Archon if not merely name like Prima?
The beast woman's lips split in a menacing grin, all fangs and rough, dark tongue. We have 2 IC options, and we can ask Lantry. I see.
Beast Woman too sees many things.
I see.
Beast Woman too sees many things.
Let's speak of other matters.
Lead conversation. Beast Woman will follow.
Forge, Beastman tribes. No. That doesn't work.
Clever hunter would crouch behind
Which
humans
one was it?
like
No,
stone
not
cover.
this.
Lead conversation. Kills.
What do you know of the Forge Bound?
Forgebound make better than iron. Killing claws.
Why
and
would you
hard,
call them weak?
Strong mystics. Beast women mystics use earth blood power to hunt, kill, eat prey. Not to be leashed by others.
You could ask about Lantry and
Lead
Siren.
conversation. Beast woman will lead conversation. Beast woman will follow. What now does Fatebinder wish to yip about?
Lantry. Siren. Okay,
Lead conversation.
never mind. Travel to Alfgate and locate Left Claw. Okay, another quest. So before we talk with Verse,
My Lord Binder, what
I'm
can I
going
do
to
for
talk
you?
to everyone about Kills in Shadow. Do speak ironclad. Tell to Beastwoman each and every thought hidden behind Iron Shadow. Say words that will surely incite Beastwoman to violence. Calm down, Kills. She snarls and snaps at you, irritated at being reprimanded, but ultimately she obeys, settling sulkily on her haunches. A fascinating specimen to be sure, though I am loath to tolerate beastmen serving under the banner of Kairos. Even I must admit that her strength and tenacity have inspired me. Before I get too far ahead of myself, I do not think that she would hesitate to hunt you for sport if the whim appeared to her. Be warned.
One moment. Of course. How can I help? Are you asking for aggressive, homicidal, and best kept on a long leash with a longer whip? I'm a poor judge of beasts. I've known so few, and none resemble the scribes and scholars to which I'm accustomed. But there's a blunt honesty to her that I rather enjoy. She wants to bask in your power and makes no excuses for the self-interested nature of her loyalty to you. Such refreshing transparency is rare in humans.
It is.
What is it you need? I'm still amazed we survived the Edict of Execution. The course may outnumber us. What is it you ask away? So long as she doesn't perceive you weak enough to challenge, Kills in Shadow should prove a fearsome, loyal retainer.
I find it strange. In humans, Kairos' invasion spawned despair, surrender, rage. But the beastmen seem almost indifferent to Kairos, and unshaken by the constant state of war the Tears have seen.
Kills in Shadow adopts this optimism more than any. Seems she has no room to be sad about what the Overlord has destroyed. She seems to care only about what can be carved out of what remains. I try to find inspiration in that.
I mean, the beastmen tribes are always in similar situation of survival. Always at war with others. Always trying to fight and survive. So Kairos is nothing special for them, basically.
Ask away.
Good day, Fatebind. What do you need? Are we trading in what do you want to know about? I'm not entirely sure what to say. I don't think much of her because I try not to think of her much. Have you seen the way she stares at me? Is that a smile? Or is she hoping I let down my guard so she can tear out my throat? Beastmen are too hard to read. Their thoughts are all blood and rending and rutting.
I'm not always thinking of killing with rending claws. Sometimes I'm thinking how human packmates are like brood cubs, like hairless first-season whelps. Need cleaning and protecting. Need beast woman.
Aw. Kills in Shadow wants to take care of Siren.
And then it goes from death and blood to love and care, or whatever constitutes love and care to a beast woman, which could very well involve blood and rending and rutting. It's all very confusing. I don't hate her, but she has the uncanny ability to make me uncomfortable without knowing exactly why I feel that way. What do you need?
Okay. That is all the discussion. Let's talk to Verse.
Couldn't help but notice the bird from Cacophony.
Verse smirks as you approach, scrutinizing you with your mismatched gaze. How'd you know where the bird came from?
The voiceless birds have a certain hollowness to their movements, like puppets, or the fifth eye.
She chuckles, running a hand down her hair feathers.
But seriously, what's the boss want from us now?
Offer her the missive. Want to read it?
Maybe summarize it for me?
Want to put a blade through the skull of one of the people you killed with your sister, who killed your sister Furies, because one's apparently a loudmouth braggart. I don't want to say this. He thinks he's found one of your sister's killers.
Wait, what? He found one of the shits who killed my Furies? Let's pack up and go.
He also included a series of code glyphs. This one is Welt, I suspect, but I can't read the others.
You know about code glyphs? How charmingly disreputable of you.
She favors you with a wide grin.
There's a lot to love about spycraft. The trickery, the blade work, keeping your senses awake, balancing on the edge between confusion and discovery. Memorizing the Archon's childish pictographs is not my favorite part.
She examines the parchment, frowning.
Malfora. She's one of Harshion's people. Bit boring, but gossipy in the way that pays. We should be able to find her along the road to Lethian's Crossing.
That seems like a lot of clues to provide so little
The
information.
voices gave us the passphrases that will get Malfora to open up to us. When we find her, let me do the talking and everything should run smooth as sea glass.
She rubs her hands together.
This will feel good, Finder. Wildly, incredibly, stupidly good.
I think we are being used. I think Verse is being used. The Archon's sudden interest in your revenge doesn't seem suspicious to you.
Are you asking me if I trust the voices of Narat? Archon of Secrets, Spy Master, Arcane Pillar of Green Smoke and Flame, Immortal Magician, Eater of Minds, and Connoisseur of Perversions? Of course not. But if it's some convoluted trap, I'll have your back and you'll have mine, right?
Right, let's go.
Lead the way.
That is not all, though.
At your service. What do you need? What did you have in mind?
I've been watching her fight. She is fierce in a way that the Scarlet Chorus could use to our advantage. We've tried to conscript Beastmen in the past, but the results have been less than successful. In truth, the results have been ugly. It's tough to capture something that the net won't hold. So often as not, we either have to talk her kind into conscripting or murder enough of them that only the weak are left. Okay, so let's start with some of the side companion quests. Let's start with Versus one. We received another missive. Mitral, do you remember your training under Bledenmark? I remember mine. Funny to think that you and I are about a century apart, but the Bledenmark, we are all children. I'm now the oldest of the Court's children, and I've seen much in my time. It's probably for the best. Everyone assumes I'm old, harmless, and worth shuffling away in the archives. If I were scrutinized too closely, I'm sure too none would find I've grown lax in my spoiled old age. Part of why I am where I am is that I've kept my head down. You appear to be doing the opposite. In some regards, this is beyond your control. You were chosen for the honor of proclaiming Kairos' edicts twice. To decline would have meant death, but to accept means to be placed on the stage for all to see. Kairos' most powerful weapon is not the edict, it's her ability to hand us the rope that we willingly use to hang ourselves. Never forget this. There are numerous questions nestled in your request. What is it you wish to know most? Focus your inquiry, and I will answer as best I can. Let's ask about edicts and their nature. Dear Myothis, thank you for hearing me out. I have more questions than I have ink, but let's start with a discussion of Kairos' edicts. I have lived under, proclaimed and resolved edicts, which makes me far more knowledgeable than the layperson on the subjects, and yet I still know so little. Okay, Malfora. Okay, this is a very small map. It just says Malfora.
Sorry, I can't.
I'm not open for business, friends, and I'm not looking for trouble. Basila in Lethian's Crossing expects me with this shipment shortly. Wouldn't want to keep her waiting. The merchant watches you warily as you approach, a heavy pack hanging from her shoulders. Soft and well-fed this one, but look at her stance, she can handle herself. Verse takes the woman in with a long, appraising gaze. Excuse me? The merchant blinks. Quit the act, give us what you need to know. What did I say? I said let me handle this. Ah, I forgot. You must have been mistaken for someone else, I assure you. Oh fine, the road to Stalwart is paved in iron. Verse sighs. The forms of azure are mostly air. She nods with relief. Say nothing. Yet their papers aren't aflame. Charming. Sorry about the formalities, if word got back to the voices that I was cutting corners on security. Let's just say I prefer my tongue in my mouth and my bowels in my, bowels, I guess. She shakes her head. I know you. You were the governor of the crossing, right? I doubt you remember me. Traders come and go. I'm Malfora. She opens her hands to you, palms out. So what does the voice of Nerat want us to know? What do you have for us? No, glare silently. Right. Malfora glances between the two of you before her eyes settle on Verse. The man you're interested in calls himself Crocus. No idea whether that's what his mother named him. Showed up in the crossing a few months ago, back picking fights and looking for rings. He ran afoul of the garrison and they stomped the pants gravy out of him. That quieted him down for a bit, but when he started casting around for work again, he boasted of this victory against a band of Furies during the war. Kairos' peace protects Scarlet Furies. I don't care about that, I care about Versus feelings. Not a smart thing to brag about. Very stupid, in fact. You'd think a story like that would scare off any potential employers, but Asa never been the brightest ring on the rope. She shakes her head. Who is Asa? A cloth dealer originally out of Azure, runs a circuit from the crossing to the Brothers and down into the calmer edges of the Blade Grave. He hired Crocus and a few others last week, claiming he needed extra protection for his daughter. Why had he brought his daughter to the crossing in the first place? Oh Lord only knows. Tours, thoughts? Shit sticks, it's not going to be easy to find a caravan between here and the Blade Grave. Rose curls her lower lip below her uneven teeth. Luckily for you, I'm very good at what I do. Malfora smiles and produces a scroll from her pack. He usually goes to Stalwart by way of the Ocean Spire. Ocean Spire, another spire. But he's cutting east to make time and avoid beasts. She wraps a knuckle on a thick black line. Your best bet is to wait for him there, at Hunter's Respite. She points to a position just south of Haven. What's your role in all this? Just who are you exactly? Mostly I'm open ears. Came in the bastard steer, but made for Haven when I could leave home. She twitches, then waves off a bug that buzzes past you. Started holding goose between the crossing and Sunder, eventually expanding down to the Brothers and even as far as Ardent in a good year. The conquest was bad for business. By then though, I heard and knew a lot more than I did before. Though I could turn a profit swapping information with the Archon, I thought right. Not that I'm complaining, mind you. Hail Kairos. She straightens and quickly salutes. What can you tell me about the Hunter's Respite? A small stretch of wilderness far enough off the trade road to dissuade raiders, but near enough to avoid losing much time. The isolation recommends it, but not much else. Honestly, the Respite's starting to get too well known as a stopover. I give it a year before thieves start hitting it. She sighs. I'm supposed to wait for him and hope he shows up? If you want to catch Crocus, yes. Asa's taking the southern road out of Haven, so he'll almost certainly stop there. He's never made a great secret about it, being his favorite resting stop around these parts. Thank you, Malfora. Yeah, thanks. When we find this bastard, we'll open him from balls to chin. You now know everything I know about this so-called Fury Slayer. If you have any other questions, you have to ask someone else. Malfora bows informally at the waist. So I just remembered there was another thing I was planning to do first, and that is visiting the Sage. Because when we sent the last missive to that Sage, this may even be too late. We had 36 hours before an answer arrives. And I said yesterday that I was scared we might have a 36 hours time limit. Hopefully not. Wait, this is not where the Sage is. I clicked on the wrong place, I think. No, is it? Explore the ruins of the estate to find the whereabouts. Okay. Okay, it's this place. And I hope we are not too late. You unfurl the missive to see your reply from earlier. Whether the original sender is lost or that is unknown, but what is clear is that the carrier bird that first delivered word from the Sage Hell was unable to find its original sender. So I circled back to you with your undelivered missive. Okay, so I am going to... I might be right. How do I want to do this? Let me check something out. Honestly, the outcome maybe doesn't change regardless of when we go there. I mean, yeah, so even if we go there immediately, we have more than 36 hours to make the trip, so we can never make it in time. So I guess that is an illusion to go there in 36 hours. It's impossible. So I don't need to reload. We'll just go from here. It also means I didn't have to prioritize this one, but you know. This missive is archived. Ah, Fatebinder, you wound us. Have you ever needed an incentive beyond violence and chaos? If you have an ulterior motive, it is merely to see what Verse does with our gifts. She is well practiced in both of those qualities, and we take incredible pleasure in observing her development. Set aside your paranoia and share in our delight, Betrayal. Tune on. Excellent. We await your return. Perfect. Salutations, Mitral. It is difficult to separate facts from superstition when it comes to edicts, as it seems only Kairos knows how it all works. The rest of us are left to live in fear and ponder it all. Kairos edicts are a sort of magic above and beyond, even the Archons. I dare say the edicts are stronger than Kairos, as there is no evidence Kairos can willingly stop an edict once set in motion, which is in part why Kairos' edicts seem to have an until or unless clause in their wording. I know the edict, as powerful as it is, requires a human voice to complete the casting. Okay, so this is what I was guessing. Thus the Overlord has people like you proclaim edicts cast far from the Imperial throne. The magic is Kairos' magic, but the human voice is the final carrier or trigger to complete the magic phenomenon. So is the Overlord not human? Is my next question to myself. I think we are going to find out soon. And here's what's most fascinating, at least as far as you're concerned. There have been dozens of mortal agents who have been made to proclaim edicts. 2/3 of them died within a decade, and many gave reports of lingering mystic scars from the ordeal. And there have also been a handful to resolve or break an edict. These until and unless clauses get fulfilled from time to time, and we see a similar pattern in history. Those who resolve an edict often live short lives, and many speak of arcane side effects of the shattered edicts. Here's where you are unique. To the best of my fact-finding, you are the first to proclaim and break the exact same edict. Whatever mystical power is involved in the creation and destruction of such magics, you are the first to stand at the terminus of both. Now that I know the spires can be awoken, it makes sense that if anything can or would wake them from slumber, a shattered edict seems the likely culprit. Kairos has other edicts in place throughout the tiers. If you truly wish to learn more, perhaps you should take it upon yourself to shatter those edicts. After all, if Kairos did not wish for the edicts to be broken, why include a termination clause? Ask about the spires. Dear Myotis, it seems wise to know one's own domain, and seeing as I'm now the master of Mountain Spire, I ought to learn all that I can. If you would share with me what you know of the spires, I would be in your debt. I'll start with what I know and I have observed so far. The mountain spires seemed to awaken at about the same instant that Kairos' edict of execution was put to rest. There was a burst of arcane energy that drowned out my senses, and I awoke at the summit of the spire in what seemed to be just a few heartbeats of time. Atop the spire is an old sculpture of sorts, and it seems to be the core of the spire's mystic energy. I've been seeing visions and receiving sensations from the sculpture. It seems odd to describe it as talking to me, but that seems the closest analogy. Am I the first to report such things? There are other spires elsewhere in the world, correct? Mitral. Alright. Let's try to find this dude. Though this may have once been the entrance to what passes for a grand estate in the tiers, little remains of it now save shattered ruins.
Sorry, I can't.
There's someone here.
Sorry, I can't.
More people here. Well, let's talk to these people. Ooh. This is an upgrade. Hmm. Why? It is the same as... Okay, they are the same. And this is an upgrade over both bounds? Seems like that. More accuracy, but less armor penetration. I mean, I guess everything else is better. Oathbound dagger is not a range throwing dagger, so... Okay. A group of unkempt, filthy commoners huddle among a motley of barrels and boxes. The heavy stenches of sweat, stale food, and grass cling to the still air. The presumptive leader of the group stands as you enter and moves towards you, weapon in hand. The approaching woman's olive cheeks seem to drawn and sallow, dark circles shadow eyes that survey you before searching over your shoulder. Seemingly reassured by her brief inspection, she lowers her weapon slightly so that it's not pointed directly at your chest. Her muscles remain taut, however, her stance that of a veteran soldier ready to respond at the first sign of aggression. 1 second, chat. Okay. You didn't bring the chorusum with you, and if you were disfavored, you'd have loudly bragged about your pedigree already, so that leaves me wondering, just who are you? Mitral, Fatebinder of Tunon, and you are? I'm Mitral of the Mountain Spire. Truly? You're the one who evoked the spire? Well, I don't know what brings you out this way, but we could use someone with your power. If you don't mind getting chorus blood on your hands. You still haven't told me who you are. She blinks rapidly. Right, I haven't. Name is Gwyneth. I'm the guide for this little band. Used to be more, used to be a mercenary, but no one's offering coin for a blade anymore. If you weren't born north of the gates of judgment, there is nothing for a warrior save cloth of crimson or a mass grave. Red or dead, as they say, she sighs. So I stopped warring, more or less. What do you want exactly? We need to get back inside the mountain. We'd come out. She falls silent for a moment, and a slight shudder runs through her. We'd come out to scavenge for supplies. When we got back, we found crimson assholes crawling all over the place. You live in a cave? Well, it wasn't our first choice of homes, but we've taken shelter in a nearby cave. While we were out looking for supplies, those chorus goons somehow buried the cave entrance with rubble. We could excavate a path, but not with the chorus spears prodding our rears while we dig. Help us be rid of the scarlet shit stains, and we'll scrounge up some appropriate recompense. Will you help me with the chorus? As much as I'd love to make battle standards of some crimson scum, I've got too many wounded. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. Let us know when the gang is no longer a threat. One sec. Okay.
On it.
Two-handed. So we can climb, but let's look around first. Rolls the Butcher. The crimson-clad gang before you has yet to notice your presence. Their focus rests solely on the balcony above, where a broad-shouldered man in battle-worn armor shouts down at them. Who goes there? Who goes there? You know who we are, boss. Remain silent. Apologies, stranger. He puts a hand to his brow as if shading his sight. I can't make out from this distance, and I hardly know the voice of every child in the tears. The gentle babble of laughter filters down from above. Oh, wonderful. Rhodes, the so-called butcher. Keep listening to the argument. You know him? Unfortunately, I thought he died in the taking of the bastard city. Perhaps that was wishful thinking. Wonder how he found this many wayward fools to follow him. Child, for fuck's sake, Rolls, let us in already. Is that... I'm sorry, is that you, Warbler? With your pretty voice, I mistook you for a little girl. Remain silent. Yes, boss, it is I, Warbler, and our faithful crew. We returned from a successful raid, catch in hand. What's that? You are here to raid us? Hear that? Javelins, take aim. What? Fine, if you're in the mood and want to play stupid games, we'll just divide the spoils without you. Remain silent. Ah, Warbler, we were having such good fun with you. Why did you have to make things so serious? There are a few things we never joke about in this gang, like sharing. Are you shitting me? What's that you say? You want me to shit on you? That doesn't seem very clean, Warbler, and if that's what you want... But if that's what you want... And a round of laughter from the other chorusman. Need you seek further evidence of the chorus's culpability for the problems that went as well, Fatebinder? Keep listening to the argument. Everyone down here thinks this is really funny, boss, but we'd really like to sit by the fire and have a decent meal. I don't think you are getting in here, Warbler, or were you planning on taking the fort from us? What? Don't put words in my mouth, you shallow sack of cock cheese. What? What kind of an insult is that? Shallow sack of cock cheese. I can talk to you however I desire, and if you can't take it, you aren't tough enough to run with our gang. In fact, I think we are overdue for a display of your worth. Test of our worth? We just spent 4 days sacking the countryside for you. Now let us in already. Keep listening. I don't recall ordering a raid. No doubt you've been recruiting your own gang and are here to defy me. Well, your mutiny ends here. Mutiny? I've been loyal. My crew's been loyal. How dare you? Then who are your reinforcements? Rolls points a finger at you. Or did you let the enemy shadow you back home? Either way, wrong move. Huh? He looks back at you, eyes widening. Where did you come from? It's the Fatebinder of Tunon, idiots. You know, the master of the mountain spire? His attention focuses entirely on you. Though now I'm curious, if Warbler didn't come crying to you, what brings you way out here? I was busy watching you mismanage your gang. Please continue. Ha! This must be that legendary Fatebinder sense of humor. Look, I'm more than happy to help you with whatever task the Archons got you doing, but first I need your help dealing with idiots down there. He points from the balcony at Warbler and his gang. A legend like you won't even break a sweat calling them. Are you fucking kidding me? I've broken no law, just done what my boss told me. Stow it. The only meaningful law is in the chorus is not suffering the weak. And you're weak. The Fatebinder here is just gonna thin the herd a bit. He meets your eye, ain't ya? Will I? Is that what I'm going to do? Sure. Prepare yourselves. Let the blood flow, Fatebinder. He claps happily and his compatriots cheer your title. So long, Warbler. We won't miss you in the slightest. What did I do?
Come at.
You warbled one too many times, Warbler.
At me, brave.
Let's see what we can do with our new spells.
Count on it.
Am I stuck? I seem to be stuck.
I'm on it.
Can I move? I cannot move. Okay, let's see. I need to kill this one. This is burning iron.
Attention, kids! You might... Burn
Will do.
Something.
Oh, I should use this.
I'll take care of it. Consider it done.
Come and face my iron!
Okay. Do I have my damage spell back? No, I don't.
I will.
We've taken some damage. That's fine though.
I'm on it. Good work.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
I'll take it.
An absolute thing of beauty. Show me a fool who says the low dogs are all bark. And I'll set them straight. He looks back to his men. Let's get this ramp down for our esteemed colleagues of the cart. With a screeching grind of metal on metal, the ramp pivots through the lower floor. I mean, I could have climbed from the side. I wouldn't mind that.
You didn't see nothing.
I got it.
They've got this.
Curious.
Sorry, I can't.
I will take this anyway. Climb up the rope.
You didn't see nothing.
Frankly, Fatebinder, I had a bit of a nervous sneeze when you showed up, but you spilling Warbler's innards down shows me where you stand. I think you and I could establish quite the mutually beneficial relationship if you've got a mind for it. I am listening. So a couple of years back, Cairn came through and toppled this place with half an effort. He split the ground, ruined this here manor, and even cracked open the mountains while he was at it. But we didn't give a lot of thought to that cave when we first came here, because who gives a lot of thoughts to a hole in the ground, right? But two of Warbler's kids wanted to go poke around inside and never came out. We sent in another two after them, and we never saw them again either. Don't know if something's taken residence in the cave or if Cairn unleashed something from the depths, but I can't exactly start building an army to shake the tears if I've got that shit at my back, can I? So we collapsed at the entrance. An army to shake the tears? Is this story going somewhere? The idea of something coming up out that cave to eat us while we sleep has gotten no more attractive with time. That's where you come in. Get that cave open and kill whatever is lurking in there, and you can come and go through this fort as you please. Set up camp here for all I care. And if it goes well enough, maybe we find other ways to help each other out. How am I supposed to open a collapsed cave? What's to stop me from killing you and taking this place for myself? Besides me, my blades, and my crew, I guess nothing. I'm trying to be cordial here, Fatebinder. You really want things to get ugly? How am I supposed to open a collapsed cave? Don't know, that's why I need your help. Fateminder's no magic, right? I'll clear out the cave. But not for you. Since you're assisting us, feel free to take a look around the place for anything that might help. Anything my crew isn't carrying or nailed down is fair game for you to swap. His smile widens, displaying a bit too many of his crooked teeth. Good luck. I think I will kill them. The chorus collapsed the entrance to this cave, blocking it with huge slabs of heavy stone. Clearing it by hand would be the work of a span or longer. The captive outlawn's head rests between his knees, his figure motionless, save for slow breathing.
Huh.
Okay, is this a throwing dagger? It's not. Wait, what am I? So much better than the Outlaw dagger. Let's give it to Barrick.
I got it.
Climb up the rope. Let's see what's up here.
Sorry, I can't. Sorry, I can't. Can't do that.
I want to kill these. What was that? Maybe we don't have a quest to kill them, but we will kill them regardless.
No can do.
How do I attack them? Can I not attack them? Like this? Got a missive. Fatebinder, or should I address you as Governor? One wonders how often in history a garrison has been empowered to protect an area only to be broken and scattered by the very individual who granted their authority. You take as freely as you give, it seems. It certainly lends you a particular mystique. I have no doubt it will become a cornerstone of the stories told of you. I try to avoid attracting too many stories myself, but far be it for me to tell you how to pursue your objectives. I hope you soon make an effort to join us at the court in the Bastard City. I often feel that it has been too long since we last whispered of the darker corners of Terratis. You've experienced so many of them as of late. Perhaps I can provide the illumination. Okay. So I don't think this game allows me to just attack. I have to attack like this. Actually, I'm here to kill you. You are siding with them? Fuck. 2 arms, maggots. Got this low dog ass lick.
Trouble is...
Yeah. Whatever you say. Come on, there has to be a pixel where I can target all 3. Yes. I think. Oh, maybe it's missed there, all of them. I don't know.
Wait up, little shit!
What are you doing, Lantry? You have the wrong weapon sets.
At once.
Lantry's pretty hurt.
How with you in a moment.
He decided to run away. That's fine.
You got it. Don't know about you, but I feel like fighting someone. Pity you won't enjoy this as much as... This is useless. I should try something else.
Time to change weapons.
Oh, the fuck is wrong with my weapon?
Heavy armor. That's going to be sold. Let's check the stuff though. Nah, this is worse than what we have. Okay, can I talk to these now? Let's see. Oh, level up. Accuracy. And when Verse is defeated, she immediately attacks all nearby enemies. Greatly increases weapon damage while dual wielding. Hell yeah. You don't exactly work quiet, do you? I suppose that ruckus means it's all taken care of, clean and tidy. They are gone. How do you plan on getting into this cave of yours? There was always the chance we'd get stuck out here, that the mountains would move again, or Kairos forbid, Cairn would come back to finish what he started. So Wax, one of our specialists, he cooked us up an alchemical compound called Ocean's Fire. Burns as fast and hot as a ratcaster's spell. Set correctly, it'll clear the cave entrance out in an instant, but if it gets bumped wrong, say by some idiot chorus conscripts, we all meet void well charred. Give me the ocean fire, I'll see to the cave entrance. Her sigh reveals profound relief, and she accompanies it with a nod. Thank you. Be extraordinarily careful with it. You don't want to be within 20 paces when the paste meets the air. Hunker down behind some rubble up top, then lob it at the cave entrance. She reaches into one of the crates and pulls forth an unpainted clay pot. She passes it to you with extreme gentleness, and you note that its lid is sealed with a thick ring of melted wax. Oh, and don't miss.
On it.
Let's talk to this one. The man bound before you wears disfavored violet crusted with patches of dried blood, the faint blue light on a northbound scout's sigils shimmering unsteadily through a thick layer of grime. He watches you approach from under a lowered brow, his features sunken and dark. His right eye socket seems a bit darker than his left, as if he bears a near-healed bruise, and her sour scent of mingled sweat and urine mounts from him. Fatebinder, he rasps, then clears his throat. Apologies, haven't had occasion to say much today. You recognize me? Could hardly forget the Fatebinder toward Harbinger, could I? Harbinger. Even if you ran red with the chorus mob, he coughs, twisting against his bones to wipe the saddle onto his shoulder. I'm called Hyrax, son of Iperia, oath brother of Marek, currently attached to the 5th Warrior. There's something profoundly wondrous in outliving your enemies. He grins, something feral in the way his lips curls over his eye. Get these ropes off of me and I'll tell you why I'm out here. Free Hyrax, I'll take care of those bonds for you. Should we go? Let's go. You got that backwards. Tell me what I want to know and then I free you. He says nothing for a moment, scrutinizing you with narrowed eyes. Fine. Binge, not Bing. Binge. Harbinger, okay. Mighty wasn't the first Iron Guard Akalos sent to this estate. The other never reported back. We were dispatched to recover whatever was left of them, but we found precisely nothing. No gear, no evidence of a fight, nothing that seemed a sign left for the other disfavored to find. Then Rolls hit us at night by surprise with a motherless coward. We had sat watch, obviously, but one of his mages did something to Corax that kept him from calling out. It was the pain of him burning that woke me and the others, and the only reason we were able to kill the chorusman we did. He shudders and released a sigh. No one else survived. Only the General's grace saved me. We canvassed the area pretty thoroughly before Rolls showed up. Only place we'd stayed out was the cave in the back. The hole scared Rolls shitless though, so he closed it up. He looks towards the jumbled pile of stone to the north. Wish we'd gotten a chance to check in there for the first crew. Then at least I'd have something to take back to Ironhearth. There, that's what I know. Want to get me out of those ropes? Free. Free Hyrax. Thank you, Fatebinder. Hyrax straightens as you release him, then stretches, his joints cracking loudly. He scowls at his arms, which were obviously badly broken and have healed, twisted by his bones. I appreciate the aid. You know what I know, Fatebinder. I need to return to Ironhearth and report it. He looks to his arms, and get these limbs straightened out. No enjoyment in that, I promise, but at least it'll distract me from everything else. Safe travels, soldier. Farewell, Fatebinder. Seconds.
Will do. I got it.
Luminescent mushrooms dot the cavern's floor, emitting a disquieting glow without providing much in the way of illumination. This stone formation quietly hums a slowly modulating melody. Its tune reminds you of the Archon of Song. Shadows shoot before you in hulking mass of darkness. As they step closer, the pale luminescence of the cave fungi highlights blunt, bony features. Lips curl back over yellow fangs and violet gums, and sinewy muscles tighten as the beast's clawed fingers spread open. Another human, the largest of the figures, steps forward, revealing herself as a heavily muscled beast woman covered in rust-colored fur. Her yellow gaze narrows intensely upon you, nostrils flaring to drink in your scent. Does new human offer man flesh to heal Strider's pack? Triangular clads offer more bone than meat, made short meals for beast woman. I have no quarrel with you, beast woman. I'll simply be on my way. The beast woman licks her fangs, regarding you with a deadly interest. You ate the people who came before? What is woundkin? The beast woman wastes no meat, not even human meat. She scratches her belly with satisfied grin. I opened your cave for you. It seems to me that some gratitude is in order. Does human think moving stones would make Hillstrider ache with rotting desire? She chuffs, heavy dogs bobbing with her laughter. Beast woman has seen strength of many and great acts in war and hunt. Is not so easily impressed. You will let us through, or we will tear your arms from your sockets and cobble boots of your hides. She takes a step back, then dips her head lower than her shoulders. Hillstrider knows gratitude. If human cleared pile stones, then Hillstrider supposes human may pass. Her packmates step to either side, opening a path.
People hold up here in the old walls? Do they think the Bane kinder than the chorus?
Outsiders, run!
Can't do that.
The Fatebinder, how did you... welcome. Denizen domicile. Is this... People live here in the old worlds, okay? Fatebinder, good day to you. The young man greets you with a smile as distant shouts reverberate throughout the area, steadily growing in volume. As you might have observed, your presence comes as a bit of a surprise. It's an unexpected pleasure, to receive an esteemed servant of the court. He bows stiffly, revealing a row of multi-shaped quills along his back. Sage Lantry, what are you doing here?
I could ask the very same of you. Taking shelter in the old walls, that takes nerves of iron. Or wits of stone.
To squat in the old walls? It is a wonder the Bane have not rewarded their hubris with a painful death.
Well, this is unexpected. Though I'm glad to see you alive, my young friend. I'm not here to reminisce. I'm with the Fatebinder now, so I'll need to insist that you start explaining... whatever it is you're doing here.
Welcome, welcome. I'm Scribe Mal of the Willemstadel, though the title means little here. I am simply Mal. You'll forgive me if we haven't been expecting company, so, He taps a long quill against his thigh, his feather plume fluttering nervously in return as figures in the distance move in rushed motions and speak in hushed panic. What is this place? I struggle with the definition myself truthfully. We call this place the Bastard's Wound, or just the Wound for short. It's a refuge of sorts, a haven for folks displaced by war and poor decision making. Everyone that's here discovered this place by chance, but remains by choice. The decor is unorthodox, to be sure, but it does come with the benefit of extreme seclusion. Hey Lost, how are you doing today? Welcome. Not that we object to the court's presence or that of the Archons, we simply thought it best to unburden you with all the weights of governance. I know you have better things to do than check up on us. We're fine really, everything is fine. You look past the scribe, taking note of the details in this cavernous area. Giant stone walls flank the space and ascend to an open sky, seemingly shorn apart from one another. Thunderous waterfalls cascade down, nearly ringing the stone-tiled islands that comprise the settlement. Though covered by damp moss and man-made tents, the stone architecture here is unmistakably of the old walls. You're welcome, Lost. How are you doing today? How is Thief going? You started Thief. You were playing Thief yesterday? Are you enjoying that? What's all the commotion about? Visitors are always cause for alarm. Moreover, you aren't just any outsider. You're a Fatebinder. To many, it's as if two none just strolled into our homes. Your dispensation of justice could have profound ramifications for little-known and technically hidden settlements such as ours. Some of the refugees here don't know your intentions. No doubt they have little to fear, right? Why are you all here? Entry into the old walls is forbidden. You love it, it also kills you. You are back to your screaming face. Oh no. It is a good game, it's a good game. I hope you enjoy it. Of course. I can see why things might appear that way. He stammers, running his hands clumsily over the scrolls along his bandolier. He snatches one from its loop and taps at it nervously. If you look at the drawing of the area, we are, by way of several fathoms below the old walls you see rising up. So who's to say if we are in the walls or really just underground? Other than a Fatebinder, of course. I merely mean to suggest that there's some potential ambiguity as to whether we've really done anything wrong. Examine the parchment. Sketched upon the crumpled parchment is a cross-section of what appears to be old walls running through the mountainous region of Bastard's Tier. If this map is accurate, these old walls run almost entirely under the mountains. The upper reaches of the old walls are just a few stories above the valley floor. Judging from the map, the old wall slopes upward as it travels north and slopes downward as it heads north. I'm not here to condemn this settlement yet. Thank you, Fatebinder. I merely say that it's an unusual place, and its legal standing somewhat unclear. Well, it's not unclear at all. It is in the old walls, and you cannot enter old walls, as per Kyros's law, so it's pretty clear that they are trespassing, but I'm not going to condemn them. You would never knowingly violate Kyros's law, is what I mean. We appreciate your generosity, Fatebinder. I hope that you will come to appreciate the wound in time. No doubt you have many questions of us. I shall do my best to acquaint you with this outpost. Is there anything I can help you with? I have questions about the wound and its history. The analysis and creation of historical documents was one of my chief areas of focus at the Citadel, and I've had enough time to acquaint myself with the particulars of this place, so I suppose I'm the person to ask. What would you like to know? How did everyone get here? This place was discovered 3 years ago by braver and more adventurous souls than Master Lexim and I. We are relative newcomers, going on about a year at this point, when Cairn smashed Rostrom Warris's manor. His supporters fled into the cracked mountainside and discovered this place. At the time, life here with the Bane sounded better than life at war with the Archons. From there, the settlement grew in spurts. We are far off the beaten path, so visitors are rare, but the few we've gotten have made often this place home. Not every encounter with the outside has been positive. When some disfavored found us, things got ugly fast, but the bloodshed was limited and survivors joined us in the end, if a bit reluctant. What do you know about this place? Remarkable place, is it not? He stretches his arms apart, looking around for emphasis. You've no idea how old this corner of the old walls happens to me, but the tunnel leading into it came into being a few years ago. Cairn's fury was unleashed in a battle on the topside, and whatever powers he used to split under the mountains and fracture these old walls. He points upward, past the crashing waterfalls and towards the exposed sky. The divided walls flare outward, a giant mouth stretched toward the firmament. Crack the whole down old walls in half, and now sunlight and water are here for the first time since ever? Makes me wonder if there are other old walls like this that are hidden from view to those of us just walking the surface. How do you survive in this place? What do you eat? You get enough sunlight to cultivate crops on the upper levels, cabbage, nash roots, radishes, mushrooms even. The biggest challenge here is drinking water despite appearances. He leans forward while speaking, his tone energetic. It's a rather interesting phenomenon actually. Something in the old walls environment leaches into the water and corrupts it, producing a most curious disease in the afflicted. There is no fever or chills, bleeding, vomiting or what have you, but you will waste away over time as if one were starving. Padcaster Walkstaff devised a method to magically treat the water, rendering it safe to consume, and with curative properties for those already sick. The solution is a bit slow at making large amounts, but fortunately, Jaspis constructed some stone aquifers. Water poured into these aquifers will drain a few hours later and emerge purified. Between their contributions, we are able to make the wound a proper home so long as the two keep their squabbling to a minimum. Do the Bane not threaten you? He nods, absent-mindedly rubbing the dried ink between his fingers. Yes, of course, but we have a system for that. You met our greeting party in the caves, I take it. Incidentally, what happened to... He shakes his head, dismissing the thought. It doesn't matter. The point is that we have a contingent of beastmen with us, and they've adapted exceedingly well to the old walls and show little fear of the abominations. They've been perfectly eager to dig their claws into any that come our way. It's surprising that even works, by the way, but who am I to argue? At any rate, they keep the entry points to the wound clear and seem content to keep doing so. In fact, I dare say some of them have come to love hunting the Bane, and just have a death wish, and that's why they volunteer for patrol day after day. What do you do here? What don't I do? Someone has to inventory the supplies, take census, ledger trays. It's all pretty unexciting, I assure you. I happen to like playing steward. Balancing numbers is easy for me, and I have far more responsibilities than I ever did as a mere scribe at the Citadel. Aren't you a bit young for a sage? If I were a tenured sage, that may well be true, but I'm just an apprentice. Many in the guild scribe for decades before attaining rank. As the school is no more, I suppose I'll never officially be counted among the sages, but I'm making my contributions to knowledge in or my own ways. My master thinks similarly, though I think the loss of the school means more to her. I had a few more years to know the other sages, she had a few decades. Where's your master? Master Lexim is sadly not among us. She vanished into the lower levels some time ago. She wasn't herself. He furrows his brow, visibly distressed. Life here is rather complicated, and the old walls bless us with numerous mysteries. One of those is unending sleeplessness, an affliction that drove her mad. Lexime, she's alive? So she survived the Edict of Fire? Lantry's eyes widen with surprise, and you hear the clinking of vials as his entire body trembles. Friend of yours? Sage Lexime and I go way back. She joined the school a year before I did, so we more or less ran the paces together. If she's alive, why didn't she try to find me? Did you try and contact all the other sages you thought were alive? Right. So we tried not to cloud the skies with missile words that would just give the enemy something to follow. Like me, she probably tried to avoid detection, not light a signal fire. Were you two rivals or friends? Both. We were chroniclers, so there was competition of sorts, but I think I'm allowed to say we got along well enough. Not that many of my friendships survived my politics. I was in favor of surrendering the school to Kairos, hardly a popular choice. Last I know, she went into the depths of the old walls. To me, that's a death sentence, especially if she's no longer able to work her magic. I'm so sorry, I wish you had stumbled upon sooner. Maybe you could have reconnected with her. Her mind was dwindling, and I know she was fixated on making sure everything she carried out of the Willemstadel was hidden and safe. She and I hid one such cache over by the farm. The others are, I presume, deeper in the old walls. Lexime knew an old sage trick that conceals the stashes, making them fade from view unless another chronicler stands near. When her magic began fading, she made a rush to conceal things, but aside from the one stash in the farm, only she knows where the rest lay. Who is in charge? So we have Lantry for that. We should be able to find them. Who is in charge here? Unfortunately, that's a matter of debate at the moment. For a while, two men in particular led this settlement. Tidecaster Wagstaff, who has been here the longest, and Forge-bound Master Jaspers. They made it possible to survive here, but rarely see things eye to eye. Were the conditions here not so fragile, I'm certain they would not have come to blows ages ago. They would have come to blows. There was also a beast woman, Reeve Talon, really quite a remarkable creature, actually. She held this place together and kept tempers at bay until fairly recently. She was as worthy a leader as we've seen in the wounds, but she is no longer with us, so the bickering between Jaspis and Wagstaff continues. Tell me about Jaspis. Look for the broad-shouldered man with the booming voice. He is almost always taking out his frustration on some poor rock or boulder just there by his forge. He points northwest towards a plume of smoke rising above the surrounding walls. Jaspis and his two apprentices arrived some time after Wagstaff. I think we worried he'd be a true loyalist and demand we surrender to Kairos, but he's taken a shine to this place and is trying to create his own little corner of Taratus. I think he likes the seclusion and being surrounded by a variety of rock types. He built most of the bridges you see here, some cisterns to filter water. He's a one-man work crew, and he knows it, unfortunately. He has more than a few supporters, particularly since he created those purifying aquifers. The water here causes illness, and without his help, most of us wouldn't have enough clean water to drink. I'd like to know more about Wagstaff. He chuckles, his lips pressed together in a slight, knowing smile. Prickly old fellow Wagstaff, one of the last tidecasters in the tiers, I believe. His eyes widen in sudden realization. His kind were enemies to Kairos, true, but I'm certain he has no personal designs against the Overlord Fatebinder. He is not one for pleasantries or charisma of any sort, but he is a master of his crafts. He was the first to treat the toxic waters in these old walls, and to date, it's the only cure that works. The wound would be in a bad shape without him. Give him some time, and you might see beyond the gruff exterior. Just note that he prefers the solitude of his pool, so don't head over there unless you are willing to suffer his glare. A beast woman was in charge? That's a bit unusual. Indeed, but Reeve Talon is a most unusual beast. She is a lot more focused, patient, and sensible than all the other beasts I've ever encountered. Anyway, Reeve Talon was able to organize beasts and humans into effective patrols against the Bane. With her in charge of defense, casualties dropped. No Bane never slipped into the common area, and the disputes between beasts all but disappeared. At a certain point, it seemed foolish not to have her in charge. We had a few beastmen wander into our refuge, and I don't know how or why, but life here changes them. I don't know if it's the Bane, something in the water, something about the magics of this place. After a span or two living with us, most beastmen just seem to become a bit more civilized, relaxed. Maybe speak to some of our beastmen, perhaps you'll agree. What happened to Rift Talon? Rift Talon was our bulwark against not only the Bane, but death itself. She had the mystic gifts, or so we thought. Her touch brought everyone, the wounded, the sick, the dying, back from the edge, but it changed them. The curse wasn't noticeable at first, but seemingly without fail, those healed would slowly but surely stop sleeping. A minor malady at first, but a cumulative one. As days and weeks go on, they lose themselves depression, malaise, paranoia, unending unto itself. My master Lexine was treated by Rift Talon, and in her case, she lost her ability to work magic. Between this and some disputes about whether it's proper for a beast woman to lead humans resulted in a Rift Talon leaving the wound, disappearing into the depths of the old walls. Many of the sleepness followed. Hey there. DLC. Is this DLC? Did I just start the DLC? I didn't realize this was a DLC. I was just doing something. How are you, Bear? No wonder. Okay, maybe I shouldn't do this today. I don't know. The sleepness that left hasn't returned, so it's hard to be optimistic about any of this. That's an unusual power. Can't say I ever heard of a beastman mystic that does such things. Okay, the terrible stream delay reloaded got an ad. Yeah, I said that I didn't realize this was a DLC. I was just following the missives and the quests. How long is this DLC by estimates? Guesstimates. How many hours? And I asked, how are you today? How is your Sunday? That's an unusual power. Can't say I've ever heard of a beastman mystic that does such things. I regret not being a better student of beastman magics, but I concur. This is most unusual. What's stranger still, Rift Talon did not boast about being a mystic, and beasts are nothing if not boastful. I have a hypothesis. Perhaps she slew so many Bane, their sickly powers have soaked into her weird touch. 5-6 hours. 5-8 hours. Okay. He shrugs, letting out a long sigh, but it's just speculation. All I know for sure is scopes of lives were inadvertently ruined by her healing gifts, and folks here have some complicated feelings towards Rift Talon. You also read pretty quickly, you weren't reading out loud, okay. Now, very well, Fatebinder. If you haven't done so yet,
Hello?
please speak with Jaspis or Wagstaff.
Hello?
The wound doesn't speak with a single voice, but these two come the closest to such a thing. Hey Thor, welcome. How are you, Thor? Happy Sunday. I set your new greeting up. As you turn to leave, you see Landry lost in thought, rubbing his cerulean ink between his fingers and thumb. Guess one of your old friends is here. What should we expect? She's an old friend of mine, and by now you've already detected the understatement in my voice, so ask your questions. An old love interest, I presume? You presume correctly. We were deeply intimate for the better part of 15 years. The school gave up long ago trying to make rules against fraternization, and, well, we took full advantage of living in the modern era of School of Ink and Quill. When sages could do away with furtive calculation and the foolish attempts to curb the natural inclination of scholars to rot. It was her magic I loved most. She was gifted, truly gifted. She could achieve these little accents on her spells that none of us could replicate. At first I had nothing but envy and hate for her, but somewhere along the line it became adoration, and I just hoped to Kairos that if I rubbed up against her enough, maybe some of her talent would rub off onto me. No such luck. If you were so close, why didn't you flee the Citadel together? There was a time when we were inseparable. I learned much of my magic from her, and her from me. We are each other's mentor and students. It's a very special sort of bond. But it was a relationship that I followed through my own convictions. In the years before Kairos' conquest, I urged our school to surrender, and urge is an understatement. Rabidly advocated would be a more apt description. Lexime did not share my assessment of Kairos or my opinions on what must be done. I was in the dissenting minority, and most felt I was a traitor, Lexime included. But I wasn't about to back off from my belief that surrender was the right idea. Considering what came to pass, I feel justified in my stance. While I normally adore being right about things, in this particular case, my tumescent smugness maybe isn't worth the friendships it will cost me. What do you make of her condition? From the sound of it, she was afflicted with sleeplessness, and by all accounts, madness would naturally follow. But if she is down in the old halls and enfeebled, she'd be easy prey for the Bane. I assure you, whatever struck her, I won't let it happen to you. I doubt you can make that promise, but thanks all the same. If such a state afflicted me after I tired of writing without pause for days on end, I'd ask that you put me out of my misery. So you two worked on the Chronicle together. We are but two members of a team spanning generations, but yes, we both contributed to the Chronicles. Long bouts of field work and longer stretches of authoring our findings suited our temperaments. My colleagues insisted original research was the way to make a name for myself, but the accounting of everything is a cause greater than us all. Lexim saw the Chronicle as half record of things that were, and half record of how things ought to be. To her, each moment we record offers universal insights into how people will act in the future. I take the more modest stance that you can't stand in the same river twice, and the same general can't fight the same war twice, so history is of limited predictive power. It is somewhat high. You should be happy, but what do you make of these chronicle fragments she tasked us to find? My heart sinks every time I can safeguard a text against distraction. Still, there is something bothering me about these writings. Let's look around a bit more, shall we? Ask me again when I have a few pieces to compare. Okay, we are going to come back here and continue this DLC since we started it before any of the main quests. But not immediately. We had a good long introduction.
New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Betrayal in Antera.
Okay, they are not here.
New critical hits boost. Verumamo just boosted NWN2. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Titan Quest. New critical hits boost. Verumamo just boosted Kingmaker. New critical hits boost. Verumamo just boosted Dark Lands. New critical hits boost. Parrotwise just boosted Might and Magic 7. Day of the Destroyer.
Do you mean Might and Magic 8? Or do you mean For Blood and Honor? You probably mean Might and Magic 8, right? Yeah, thank you for the boost, Parrot and Vera. An uneventful day on the road is interrupted by a loud cry.
Moo, 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 moo.
An old man, dirt encrusted and wild-eyed, dressed in little more than tattered rags, emerges from the brush, charging feebly towards you with a sword held high. For Apex! His sandals catch a tree root, sending him tumbling into the dirt. His brittle blade strikes the ground first, snapping in two. He clutches his ribs and whispers a low groan, laying on the ground for an uncomfortably long time. His moans give way to rhythmic, heavy breathing, and just as you step forward to determine if the old man has fallen asleep, he picks himself up, wagging the useless blade at you. "Today is ours, Dog of Kairos." The man continues to ramble, and it soon becomes clear that he believes himself late for the first Battle of Apex. He is correct in a sense. The battle was waged over 2 years ago. Blissfully unaware of his kinsman's failure, he demands your surrender before generously offering to settle for a mere ransom. Disarm him and spare his life. Convince him that you are not an enemy and give him some rings. Swallowing your pride, you lower your weapons and explain that you are not a threat. He watches you through the narrowed eyes, expecting a ruse, and doesn't lower his blade until you fabricate the story that you are part of a crew of tearsmen marching to meet Queen Vendrin's Atlanta's mustering call. He surveys your clothing for a few moments and, not recognizing the emblems of Tuna's court, finally smiles in relief. You convince him that the Queen's support is significant and suggest that he return home and leave the fighting to the younger reinforcements already en route. He hesitates but nods in agreement. We got inspired. Greetings, Mitral. You are correct. There are spires all across Terratus. The exact distribution of these monuments fuels all sorts of debate and speculation, but two facts seem commonplace. Most spires are built near old walls. Your mountain spire is a notable exception. and nearly every culture that predates Kairos has some local myth to explain the builders of these spires. I believe the Tearsmen cite the older realms as their local name for the spire old walls architects, but nobody knows for sure. And of course, where Kairos has brought proper civilization, the origin of the spires simply isn't discussed in good company. Here's what I think you need to know. First, the spires behave as arcane lodestone. There is a constant field of magical strength around the spire. If you imagine a mystic sea resting atop our world, the spires seem to spin and churn this magic, creating a spell cast with even modest effort will materialize with powerful results. Second, and I'd say most tellingly, Kairos has laws against entering the old walls, but there are no laws against the spires. You could infer from this that means Kairos has no issue with the lay folks messing with the spires, but wishes to keep us safe from the old falls. And you could think like an overlord and know that if you place a rule against something, you make it forbidden and desirable. Now, I find it telling that Kairos forbids the old ways that leads to the spires, but does not paint the target on the spires themselves. Last but not least, as a young Fatebinder, I once had to oversee the case of a man who had built a shrine to Kairos around the base of a spire in the far southeast. I could find no evidence of falsity or slander. This shrine was a most reverent and loving tribute as I've ever seen. At one point, though, this man claimed he had evidence that Kairos was here back in the -50. He had merely uttered those words, and my senior binder swung the axe then and there. Being the new girl at the court, I said nothing, but I have long wondered why such a command should require death instead of the traditional removal of the tongue. Solicitor advice. Dear Maiothis, I appreciate the information. Thank you for sharing. Knowing what you know of my situation, what would you do? Send it. So I came back here because the research ended. I'm happy to say I've made great progress. He beams at you and exhales a welcome breath. Allow me to show you my findings. Clan's Deathbringer. The sages at your library combed through ancient scrolls searching for hints of items of power. They found a few fragments that mention a weapon wielded by an archon of old that brought death to all her enemies. This ancient weapon was known only as Deathbringer. Your sages believe that, with the right sigils inscribed while forging, you can recreate Deathbringer. Okay, research. Research another artifact. What tips and rumors do you have for me? Nothing, okay. Let's sell. That is an artifact. Okay. Nice, we have some money. So as I said, I will do the DLC before the main quest, but I will do Verse and Barrick's companion quest first, I think. Passes to Bastard's Wound. Yes, it's the name of the DLC. Okay. Hunter's Rest with his Versus quest. Let's start there, it's closer. As you approach the bronze-clad caravan guards, they look up as one, leaving dice and rings on the ground as their hands move to weapons. Who goes there? Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter. Turn back the way you came, stranger, or things will get bloody with the quickness. I see some caravan guards, but not the caravan. Why are you over here? I don't see how that's any of your business. He glanced over his shoulder towards the north and back to you. We are paid guards, we get paid to guard. We don't pick where we guard, and we don't ask why about the where. That makes sense, right? His brow knits and he looks at one of his fellows. The other guard shrugs. I understood perfectly. Of course you did, Bronze Brain. You have questions in need of answering, you speak to Crocus. Find them up the hill to the west. We are looking for Crocus. Well, he's not over here, is he? We don't have him by sight, you idiot. Shut her up before I shut her up for you, he winces. We need to speak to the person in charge. Tell us where they are and we'll leave you be. Go back the way you came. Then head north up the incline. Crocus is there at the camp. I'm as good as gone. For now.
Sorry, I can't.
New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Shadow Pun. Reburns ooh ow that's hot. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Wasteland. New critical hits boost. Thor Obliterator just boosted Torment. Tides.
Shadow Pun reburns. Nice one. Torments. Thank you for the boost, Thor.
I got it.
A tall, thin man in bronze and leather scrutinizes your approach, hand on the hilt of his blade. That's far enough, stranger. Oi, Crocus, we got company. His voice comes out low and rough, a tears-accented growl. A massive man answers the Lukat's cry, his approach marked by a pronounced swagger. Crocus rests a massive axe on one broad shoulder. His hair seems to have migrated largely from his scalp onto his chin, and the veins at his temples stand out against his deeply tanned skin. Besides Carrier here, I've got an entire squad behind me, experienced warriors all, so I'm left wondering, who the fuck are you? Shout menacingly, I'm here for Crocus. The rest of you have this one chance to live with your guts still inside you. Two of the mercenaries share a look of concern before backing away from the rest. Motherless beast shits. Twigs snap underfoot as two of Crocus' supporters turn and flee. He turns back to you, cheeks flushed with rage. Besides Carrier here, okay. To Carrier, you must be the merchant Asa and this your loud-mouthed daughter. What? Asa's back down by he's elsewhere. Carrier and Crocus exchange confused blinks. I brought a few of my people to make sure that the clearing was as clear as he claimed, which it clearly isn't. His head tilts to the side. You raiders then? We got nothing worth killing over. It ain't worth your time nor trouble to start shit with us. I'm Fatebinder Mithril, but more importantly, this is worse. And I'm about to adjudicate your head open, justice for my Fury sisters. She grins hungrily. Oh shit, 2 arms, 2 arms! The mercenary blinks rapidly as recollection sets in.
Trouble is a...
Beastman, Sentinel. Let's kill Crocus.
As you command.
Hold, hold, for the love of Kairos. He clasps his chest, blood oozing between his fingers. Hold like you held when you and your friends killed my fucking sisters, for the love of Kairos indeed. Her words escape her clenched teeth in a half-hissed breath. She slips a small knife from her boot and in a flash of bronze opens the fallen man's cheek. Hold, please wait, I'm not proud of what I did back then. I'm a changed man. I swear it by the Overlord. I've got a wife now. She's asleep right over there. He points back towards the nearby tents and bedrolls. I earn an honest living by the damn axe. I protect licensed traders. You're not proud? You've been boasting about it all over Haven. What? No, 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 you don't understand. I couldn't find work otherwise. I thought maybe I could win a few fights in the crossing to prove my mettle, but the fucking guards there jumped me as a group. So I had to tell people about the Furies. It was talk about your sisters or starve and let my wife starve. Look worse. Is this better than starving? Her boot comes down hard on his ankle, eliciting an audible snap. The sound dissipates into a scream. Overlord help me, I never wanted to hurt anyone. It was my damn job. I swore an oath to an Apex Lord because I wanted a bed and food, not because I thought Kairos would ever come to the tears. He sobs. That oath didn't just dissolve when your armies passed the gates of judgment. I helped to kill conscripted tearsmen by the gang. And yes, I helped kill your friends. His head droops, a pink froth of sweat, mucus and blood dripping from the tip of his nose. Not friends, asshole. Sisters. Sisters then. It wasn't my idea. Katorius at the location, sick bastard, wanted to cook them with his flames. Irisa, she wanted to hunt Furies. Wanted a head on a pike so she could wave at her enemies before battle. I was just there following orders. You said Katorius cooked people? I never actually saw him eat someone, but I'm sure he did. You could see it in his eyes when he looked at you, that hunger. He was a sage, so maybe that explains it. Overlord knows what those scroll fuckers do in their libraries. Certainly not cannibalism, and copulating with scrolls has been frowned upon for centuries. Okay. We took one of you alive, you know. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Her eyes widen. After you disappeared, we realized that one of your Furies was still alive. The big bald one. Katorius took her, never saw her after. He's silenced by Versa's fist. Liar! She punches him again and again. Where is Katorius now? I don't know. I swear by everything and everyone I'll tell you if I knew. He probably died in the Edict of Fire. Served him right if so. If not, well, he deserves this treatment more than me. Why can't we find Irisa? Like I said, Irisa burned with the fire of revolution. After Apex fell, the crazy bitch couldn't lay down her spear. Last I heard, she was down in the Blade Grave, joined up with those stalwart shitheels, killing disfavored in the Overlord's endless storm. Here, he fumbles with the case at his side before offering a well-soiled parchment in his blood-slick fingers. This was from her. She wanted me to come find her and take up arms again. I didn't write back. I'm changed. I love the Overlord. Praise Kairos. How do you want to play this verse? It's a delicious tragedy, I'll give you that. Let's write it a suitably bloody ending. She fingers the edge of her small bronze knife. I've sworn loyalty to Kairos. Go hunt Irisa, go kill Katorius. They're your true enemies. They are the ones who deserve your justice. Funny that he doesn't know we are actually forming a rebellion against Kairos. He tries to push himself away from Merce, but his heels skid uselessly, plowing furrows in the bloody muck. Don't worry, we will. Grasping his gore-matted beard, she jerks his chin upwards and places the knife against his exposed throat. Please. A bubble of pink mucus expands and contracts in his left nostril. Yeah, sure. Lethian's Crossing. Remain silent. Do it worse. No, remain silent. This one is for Seeking Sheath. She rams the blade into his eye, twisting it roughly and digging deeper into his skull as he screams. He bucks and spasms wildly. Uncharacteristically silent, Barrick watches with crossed arms. Thanks, Fatebinder. She proffers you a curt nod.
Irisa's next. Let's go find her.
She turns to go, but comes to a stop instead. She lets out a quiet sigh and looks back at you.
Seeking was special, you know.
Tell me about her.
Seeking was all dynamo. Short, with hair like moss on a stone and skin the color of the night sky. Laughed at everything, even insults.
She smiles wistfully.
She never stopped moving. If we camped, she paced the tents or palisades, always pushing us to get on.
She lets out a low chuckle.
Part of it was the gambling. People would stop taking her bets after a day or two. The first time she says she can put a javelin in an apple at 100 yards, a man puts rings down. The second time, he's willing to go double or nothing. The third, that's when he stops betting.
Laughed. She sounds amazing.
Kairos' crooked cock, was she?
She echoes your laugh.
Crazy thing about Seeking? It wasn't raw talent. She practiced that shit. The spear work and the javelins, practiced every hour she wasn't sleeping or on assignment. She'd thread the sky with 3 or 4 javelins and dance towards her foe with a spear longer than she was tall. She'd knock a soldier's feet out from under him and let the javelin pin him to the ground. That's her name. Her spears found their marks as if they sought them.
Go on.
Her name meant more than the spear play. Seeking always sought, always looked for new things, new experiences, new stories, new men, new bits of lore. In summer, she'd collect stinging insects, fill thin clay jars with them, and smash them against her foes. No fight was ever even for Seeking. You either got the drop, or you got dropped. Thanks. You know, for listening.
She shakes her head roughly, as if clearing the fog from it.
Let's go. This oath-breaking scumsack won't hunt herself.
Heavy armor. This is the wife. A young woman lies on a... Oh shit, Verse peers down the sleeping girl, whose tightly curled hair is strewn haphazardly about her caramel brown features. She drops to a knee, checking over Crux's captor. The girl's eyes flutter open, staring blankly, the pupils reducing her cloudy brown irises to thin rings. Father? Where's father? Her eyes close again, and her muscles remain entirely limp. Asa's daughter, what do you think? Verse lays her down gently, then stands up, looking to you. You leave her some supplies, enough to get her back to the crossing. Verse nods, and the two of you set a few seconds of water and some dry rations near the girl's prawn farm. There's fruit and grain in the cart too, and cloth to carry it, assuming she has any appetite after seeing this slaughter. Let's go, Fatebinder, I'm sick of this place. Verse shakes her head. A young woman lies on a bedroll. Various supplies are scattered around her that should help her when she awakens. Could we bury the queue, maybe? Nah. A ransacked cart seems to have been hastily hidden behind some foliage. It contains several crates filled with balls of unsoiled cloth and unspoiled food.
Sorry, I can't.
Send them at me in waves!
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
Are you afraid of death, worm? That...
On my command!
I will end
More heavy armor. Before Kairos Edict of Storms wiped it from the map, a small town known for its masterly embroidered textiles grew here. Nothing remains of it now, save its memory. What is in Thornstrand? The outer wall of Sentinel Stand blocks the inner keep from view, the focus of Kairos' edict. The sorcerer's storms here have twisted these lands beyond recognition. Is this where our next mark is? Yes, we are looking for Irisa here. The tumultuous winds of Edict of Storms reduce visibility to arm's length as you press against the headwinds into the Thornstrand. Silhouettes materialize in the swirling detritus before you, and the sound of their approach swallowed entirely by a raging gale. The shadows dissolve into haggard warriors attired in ragged leather and tarnished bronze. Diocles. One man steps forward, pulling off his helm to reveal a grime-roughened face of deep umber cross-hatched with pale scars. Hold, stranger, you don't look like one of Ash's inbred handmaidens, but you are no scion of Stalwart. So who are you? So he's from Umbrook. Inbred handmaidens? Barrick squares himself for combat. I've heard worse descriptions. Of course you have, you handmaiden of the rat. A sound like two stones grinding together emits from his helm. Good one, Baghdad. If they are finished. The bronze-armored warrior returns his gaze from your squabbling compatriots. I am Fatebinder Mithril. Mithril, the Stormcaller? I hope you have a good damn reason for showing your face in Stalwart. Weapons come to the ready from every warrior around him as he recovers his wits. We've come with questions for a warrior named Irisa. You look more prepared for murder than interrogation. Why should I let you speak to her? He looks again to his shoulders, who exchange among themselves expressions of morose recognition. If you've heard of me, I take it you've heard of how I helped Wandering Guard defend Ascensional from the Disfavored and Scarlet Curse alike. Aye, that I have. It suggests that the Overlord's pet squabble as intensely as the younger kingdoms. Unfortunately, your journey to Stalwart was in vain. Irisa has been dead for some time. Wait, what? Are you kidding me? Shit and double shit, Verse recoils. In hope of future cooperation between our forces, what would you know of me? Is there anything at all that you can tell us about Irisa? Absolutely nothing. She's dead. We are not. I suggest you pack your gear and go. He lowers his tone. Thank you for what you told us. Farewell. Wait, ancestors forgive me. He sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. Irisa kept these gloves with her. When she last left, she asked me to get them to her sister Clea. You'd be able to find her on her homestead near River's Break in Old Apex. It'll be years before I'm able to fulfill that request. A frown shadows his features. You travel the tears. If I give them to you, can I trust you on your honor to deliver the gloves to Clea? As Diocles presents the gloves, Verse's eyes widen, but she keeps her lips tightly clamped together. I'll see that she gets them. I hope that you do. Good luck and safe travels, Fatebinder. Here's hoping you will find what you seek. He passes over a leather-wrapped bundle and flashes a gesture to his compatriots, who peacefully depart. We managed to get through that without picking a fight. Verse turns from retreating soldiers, resting a hand on her hip. She gingerly rests a hand upon the bundled gloves. Fuck, I missed these. You know these gloves? They belong to one of my furies. Verse replaces the wrappings with care. So Irisa had a sister for a sister then. There's a certain poetry in it, right? Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? You need to go find this Clea. She must know something about who Irisa ran with during the war, right? And who knows, maybe she'll turn out to be someone in need of a good stabbing through the face. You know you can't avenge yourself on a dead person, right? Killing her sister won't hurt Irisa. Yeah, I know, kinda sucks, right? She frowns. Don't worry, I won't stop anyone who doesn't deserve it. Come on, screw this place. She gestures toward the road. As you turn, a gauntleted hand rests on your shoulder. A moment's binder. What's it, Barrick? I've known Verse for a few years now. She's always been excitable. This is different. She seems rabid, heedless of danger, like the worst of the chorus instead of the best. He shifts with the sound of blades grinding together. I noticed that. What I'm asking is that you keep an eye on her, for her well-being rather than just yours. The massive man rolls his shoulders with a shrug. Though if Verse were my soldier, I'd want her as collected as possible. That may never be an option. Thanks, Barrick. I'll do what I can for her. Thanks for hearing me out, Fatebinder. Barrick nods, patting your shoulder.
I got it.
Will they be annoyed if I push forward? Wait, was it a throwing dagger? No, it's not. It's not. River's Break? Yeah, that is where we have to go. But let's go here, and since we are close, let's make a little bit of progress in Barrick's quest while we are here. Though the billowing dirt and rust kicked up by the Edict of Storms, through the billowing dirt, you make out the shifting silhouettes of a small group ahead of you. Appearing lightly armed and armored, the group pulls two carts in their wake. They even noticed you through the maelstrom. Hail them. Wary of your presence, the travelers halt when you hail them and await your approach. Their emaciated faces make it clear that hunger has left them weak. One steps forward to explain that they are scavengers from Old Stalwart, hoping to trade their hold in exchange for food for their families. A glance at their goods reveals that they are carrying remnants of bronze and iron arms like the scrounge from the Blade Grave. The leader of the group, head bowed deeply in deference, asks if they may pass. Guide them. Escorting the travelers, you lead them through the ragged waste of the Blade Grave's broken border. They thank you profusely for your assistance, swearing to spread word of your fairness to others in Stalwart. Their leader shows her appreciation with a few pieces of scrap before the group continues their march away from the Edict of Storms. We've got some reputation with the Unbroken. That's nice. And we got 2 bronze ingots.
Yes.
The design of the side quests remind me of Dragon Age in this game. There are a lot of small maps that are designed that are here only to complete a single side quest. Dragon Age was like that. It would send you to a unique small map to talk to an NPC or find an item or kill someone. At least Dragon Age Origins.
Sorry, I can't.
The blistering winds of the Edict of Storms rounded the stones of these walls, dusting them in iron and bronze, yet they persist. Two is also like that. Inquisition is different. Crimson flashes among the torn terrain of the Blade Grave as a gang emerges from the landscape around you. They are hardened men and women with well-weathered skin and narrow eyes. Their piecemeal leather armor graced with knots of bronze. Fatebinder, so nice of you to finally show up. A woman steps forward, grinning at you with small, uneven teeth and wrapped tightly in the fur and leathers of a blood chanter. A tangled mass of sooty, wind-blown hair drapes her shoulders, and her large eyes scrutinize you hungrily. A beautiful scenery, no? Truly displays the indiscriminate artistry of our overlord. Am I supposed to know who you are? That's Careless Spark. Good people. I mean, as good as the chorus comes. Verse keeps her voice low, speaking for you alone. Ahoy there,
You
Verse!
are here to save us!
Hey, Blackbird, welcome. How are you today? Ahoy there, Verse. Been a while. Telling the Fatebinder about that time we found that commune out half gateway, thrust up those farm boys and... No! Also shut up. How did you know I'd be here? Think we don't keep tabs on half gates? It's on Cacophony's doorstep. Get on with it and tell me what you want. I'm aiming to have a word with your bronze boy there. She nods to Barrick. I will spare you no breath, Crimson Witch. Don't let the spiny exterior fool you. He's really a big filthy pooch when you get to know him. In that case, I can't get to know him quickly enough, she winks at Barrick. You heard Barrick, whatever you are peddling, he's not interested. Hear her out, Barrick. This could serve us. I doubt that very much, but if you insist, Fatebinder. Your friend there has abandoned the conquest of the Tears and turned coat against Kairos' anointed archons. Surely your honor demands that you abandon her in return. She gestures toward you. The stone shield says nothing, and only a faint grinding of metal against metal reveals its slight movements. I'm not asking you to kill the Fatebinder. Just return to Cacophony with me. The Archon of Secrets would have words with you. To Cacophony? You always wanted to wear red, right, Barrick? Only a fool would cross the Fatebinder for the voice of Nerat. Well, it was worth a try. I don't expect you are willing to sell the Ironclad service to us. An Archon of Secrets would be wildly, ridiculously grateful to have a personal audience with him. What does the Archon of Secrets want with Barrick? Your heavy friend survived an edict and came out stronger for it. Do you think the voices wouldn't be a mite bit curious? I think that I speak for both Barrick and myself when I tell you we'd sooner see him dead than in the hands of the voices. I thought it might come to this in the end. Let's see if you live up to your legend. She sighs and hefts her staff as her gangs moves the attack. Okay, there are a lot of them, so it is a little bit of worrying. Okay. Let's try to focus on Spark. Actually, let's try to kill the Scarlet Fury on the side. This thick red line doesn't necessarily mean all of them are targeted for some reason. I don't understand how this works. Venerate Scarlet Monastery. Probably never again. Actually, let's try to kill the small ones first. I might need to use my rest abilities in this fight. It is tough. And it makes sense to use them. Let's do it.
Not happening.
Starting with Versan Barrick ability, as well as Mithril and Lantry ability, which should slow them.
Stand together! Still got it!
Next is Barrick and Mithril Iron Storm.
You should try that again.
Okay. We have killed a lot of them. And the rest should be easier. Let's use Quicken to kill the party, just to be safe.
Still got it!
No.
This is useless.
Our
I
time
should try
together
something
has
else.
not gone to waste.
On it. Will do.
You could get a super fancy hat. You are the hat collector. That means you were in Pillars of Eternity. Enter a gang of crimson corpses made of trespassers upon the blade grave. Let us claim what brought us here. One-handed axe, let's take a look at that. Scarlet Notebook. A red spiral is carved upon the wooden cover of this papyrus notebook. The handwriting within is haphazard and inscrutable, the work of an unpracticed, poorly trained wordcaster. A few entries contain recognizable sentences, and the book appears to be a journal of a Scarlet Corps commander detailing troop movements. Times and locations are noted alongside numbers and pictures of trees, stick figures, and rocks. The author either didn't know the words for lumber and people, or just felt more comfortable with pictures than words. While much of the journal is inscrutable, the corner of every page has the day's head count for the author's brigade. While some days note dozens of losses, the brigade appears to be recruiting far faster than its members are dying or deserting. Please don't tempt you, not again, not the hats, anything but the hats. Why? You should chase your passion of hats. Removes weapon switch recovery penalty. I don't care. You got 3 level ups.
Will this do? It is nigh the size of a kite shield. You have your rock. Let us leave this place.
Something bothering you, Barrick?
I have repeatedly asked you to leave this be, yet you persist. Do you think that you act in my interest? Do you think you know better than I where my interest lies?
Barrick, I just want to help. Why are you so resistant to it?
There was no ambiguity in the Archon of Justice's ruling.
More ambiguity than you might think. The flexibility of the law is in the details.
I may never understand you clerks of the court, saying one thing and plotting another, all in the name of justice.
Peering at the ground for several seconds, Barrick says nothing, then turns his attention back to you.
This place haunts me, Fatebinder. These walls, these lands, they were hard ones, but they possessed an austere beauty. The general saw them for what they were, lands well worth fighting for. The winds that day, they swept everything aside. They tumbled tearsmen and livestock like children's playthings. The dust choked our mouths and eyes. Trees appeared as if by magic, only to be smashed into splinters against stones. And those splinters cut like knives.
He taunts you. No, let's not say that. Go on.
We were no fools. We knew what had fallen upon us, and we took cover as best our iron shields and the general's protection allowed. Yet the wind tore us away, one by one. Some silent, some screaming. Now only I remain. In this state.
His gauntlet rings against his breast, cutting off any possible response.
Take the metal to your smith, or do not. There's nothing further to be said. Let us leave.
I will take it,
I got
Smith,
it.
don't worry. Let's level people up. Some quickness, I think. Okay, that looks good. Okay, this is better. Upgrades the stance. So I kind of want this learned instructor. Empowers the Watcher's judgment to strike foes near the target with an arcane attack. Enemies have their endurance, will, and magic defense is reduced. I mean, it's pretty good, but it's just another active ability. Yeah, this is very good, isn't it? Point to a fallen ally and command them to rejoin the fight. Okay. Everyone in the party regains a portion of their maximum health when any party member kills an enemy. Oh, okay. This is very, very good, I think. I like it. Or do I choose this to make more spells? I don't know. Maybe later. Let's pick this passive one up. Dear Mitral, based on what you've told me, it seems a stretch to believe these events are mere coincidence or circumstance. Kairos' edict of execution was a setup for someone to claim Ascension Hall. To think that Kairos did not know what would happen is a massive underestimation of the Overlord's long view. You have been thrust into the arena of the mighty. Your options are retreat into obscurity, suicide, or rising to the occasion. I suggest the third option. If I were you, I would use my connections to the spires to see if they will all awaken to my presence. Every tiersman sees the spires in the horizon. If they knew you are the master of the spires, they will see you each time they look to the sunrise or sunset. Foster a reputation for power, make others fear you. This is what I've seen Kairos and every living Archon do for as long as I've lived, and there is reasons for this. There is the practical case that power and reputation insulate you from threats, but there's the lesser known element that I can't prove, but I know in my heart to be true. The fear and love of others will strengthen your magic. This last part I've inferred from my discussions with Mark. In the few times he has spoken of his gruesome work of slaying those who might rise to tread on the Overlord, he has hinted that it's easier to kill the rogue elements before they become famed and fearsome. In my lifetime, I saw Graven Ash change from an unknown militiaman to a fearsome general, and I can assure you he did not have the power to shield his warriors in those days when he was without title or reputation. The Archons will never ever discuss the origin of their power because such knowledge might be used against them, but I have known all the Archons to be obsessed with presentation of power. Your connection to the spires will all but guarantee that Archons will want to control and destroy you. It's a question of when, not if. Start thinking and acting like an Archon. As far as I'm concerned, you are an Archon. You are an Archon, I guess. The Archon of the Spires. We are quick to place labels on powers we easily spot, and his history is replete with Archons of fire and ice. It's foolish to think there must be a word for a thing before an Archon can control it. Other way around, the Archons show us what is possible, and we must step to their dance. Ask about the Archons and how they've risen to power. Dear Myothis, I appreciate the insight and I'm honored by your vote of confidence. Your missive made mention of Graven Ash and how you've known him since before he wore the title of Archon of War. Can you tell me more of what you observed of his rise to power? If I'm indeed an Archon, it's safe to say I wasn't born knowing what I can or can't do, and it stands to reason I might learn something from the stories of the other Archons. Mithril. When I asked the chat a few days ago what the max level is in this game, I was told it was between 16 and 17. Well, I've got 13 right now. Hey, QP. Okay. Yesterday you rolled a 2, today you roll a 664. What the heck, QP? What the heck?
Ooh.
What the heck? I think I should probably sleep. Nice rolls, QP. Good job. Thor, I don't know if you are here and listening, but we've got the bed. It's appeared. I don't know how it appeared. No. I should have answered to the missive first. I made a mistake. Oh well, that's fine. Mithril, this is the sort of questions that can get you killed. Very little is known about how Archons are born or come to power, and my long life has taught me that Kairos and the Archons prefer it that way. But if the young and talented remain forever in the dark, the old and mighty can rule without challenge. I heard of Ash. He will always be merely Ash to me before Kairos renamed him and gave his legion that backhanded title. As a rebel. A grimy, illiterate partisan who was winning battles while his countrymen of the northern kingdoms lost left and right. You knew you weren't crazy. I don't know why. Okay. Nice discovery. Ash was always a good leader, but he wasn't born able to mystically reach out and protect his soldiers. The earliest mention of it isn't even until the tail ends of the Northern Conquest. And if you read the journals, they don't tell us stories of grievous harm warded off by Ash's stern looks. Instead, they talk of his soldiers finding their fears and doubts lifted from them by Ash's presence. A careful reading suggests that the ability to actively protect physical harm came years later, as that bond grew and more importantly as his legend grew. The legend part is the key detail. In my understanding, an Archon's power is something of a self-fulfilling prophecy. The widespread perception of an Archon's power is the very thing that strengthens an Archon's power. So, in Ash's case, he had some early inkling of a power, the ability to assuage the burdens of his men as he took on the mantle of power that became known all around Terratis as the next Archon of War. It soon became the ability to bear the physical burdens of his men, not just their fears or doubts. Thus, my advice to you is to act like an Archon. Take power where you can find it. Foster fear, foster love. Never walk through life anonymously, but rather live in the thoughts of your followers and the anxieties of your enemies. Myothis. Inquire about Bloodmark's killings. Dear Myothis, your wisdom on the matter is greatly appreciated. You made mention of Bloodmark and his killings. During my training, Fatebinder Callio hinted that much of Bloodmark's work involves killing of threats before they blossom into genuine problems. Genuine? Genuine problems. So it's curious to hear you second that fact. So, let's say for the sake of argument, I am an Archon. Is it just a matter of time until Bloodmark is sent to kill me? Should I be making grand displays of loyalty to the court to assuage his suspicions? Mitra. The duality of man, yeah. Bronze Great Sword. Max. Let's take a look at our library. Then continue with the side quests. Hyrax robes. They found a few fragments that mentioned a few set of robes that were known to increase the magical aptitude of the wearer. These robes were only known as Hyrax robes. Your sages believe that a skilled tailor may be able to recreate these robes. Okay. Research. Okay, I cannot research another artifact. Let's research a sigil. No, let's research items. And let's go to River's Break. I also have to go to Secluded Forge. Right? Where was the smith? It was Secluded Forge, right? I mean, that's crazy. Like Bogu Bogu, yes. Okay, Bogu. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck with your tapes. You're back. Did you secure the alloy? Give it here. Give the sample here. Oh, fantastic. She accepts the alloy and placed it on her anvil. Mumbling, she traces her fingers in the air, forming a series of sigils. With rapt attention, Barrick watches the smith move about the sample, examining it from several angles. He says nothing, though when the faceplate of his helm shifts towards you, there's accusation in his eyes. A few other thoughtful sounds follow as she continues her examination. A revealing cantrip and some aimless grunting. Oh, come on, I could have managed this. This will do. This will most certainly do. She straightens, nodding vigorously. Lysantia brings her hands together, again in a single sharp clap. It's going to take me a little time to work out the rock's properties, but it's a promising start. I assume that you will be stabbing it with a hot rod iron as well? Of course not. Don't be ridiculous. Of course not. His armor grinds against itself with a growl. Pull up a stool and crate and make yourself at home. This shouldn't take too long. Hours pass. A few hours pass as Lysantia bombards the sample with the blade grave with a combination of hammering and spellwork. She heats it, submerges it in water, shapes it, reads it in lightning, and causes it to levitate in the air. Eventually she pauses, studying metal and tapping urchin. Say nothing. Is that it then? Have you completed whatever it is you're doing? Barrick clears his throat. Apologies, I'd kind of forgotten about you. The alloy absorbs and retains mystical energy, specifically in the form of magical effects. In theory, a weapon crafted of it could retain its enchantment for decades at least, maybe longer. That's one more reason to free him of that shell. And how many reasons not are you choosing to ignore? You live your entire life in service of Graven Ash and the Overlord. The added burden of this armor is ridiculous. As it should be. I don't suffer this armor because it is just, I suffer it because it is Kairos' will, and I am Kairos' servant, as you have often claimed to be. Unfortunately, separating Barrick from his armor may not be as easy as one imagines. Perhaps if I'd gotten him immediately after the edict, as this Barrick is as alloyed with his armor as the iron is with the bronze. She gestures towards the sample. Simply put, Ash's ability to shield his soldiers has spread to the armor, likely due to the edict's power. Each wound taken by soldier and armor are one, and they heal as one, with flesh and metal fusing together. She intertwines her fingers. So long as Barrick remains under the Archon of War's power, he remains in the armor. The longer he remains in the armor, the more it will become an intractable part of him. Can we remove the Aegis? Short of the death of the Graven Ash or him rescinding his patronage over Barrick, I see no way to free Barrick from the Archon's power.
Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted tactics. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Sacred. New critical hits boost. Quiescent Pandemonium just boosted Shadowrun.
Shadowrun? That's new. Thank you for the boost, QP. It's not? Oh, maybe it's not. Okay. Maybe I just forgot.
Oh, come on, you big crybaby. I'm sure there's a siege engine somewhere in need of a counterweight.
Thank you, Lysantia. Please keep searching for a better way. My pleasure, Fatebinder. If I uncover anything of value, I'll dispatch a bird immediately. Okay, it didn't work. Speak with Barak.
I was better off not knowing, Fatebinder.
Well, now you know.
That the Archon's protection, the very thing to which I owe my life, keeps me imprisoned in this shell.
He shakes his head violently, throwing sparks where his helm meets his cuirass.
Ignorance of how deeply cursed I am was the only blessing remaining me.
There's a simple way to remove the Aegis. We slay Graven Ash.
Blasphemous madness! Slay an Archon! Not any Archon, but that of war? The great general himself?
He didn't like it.
Were such a course even tenable, I would never do it. Graven Ash is like a father to me, and to every other member of the Legion. No choice exists here. This armor remains my cage, as Kairos willed. I can accept that. I hope that you can too. My Lord Binder, what can I do for you?
Okay. It is this quest completed, I am guessing. Along the road, you cross paths with a trio of Tearsmen clad in the ragged remnants of noble finery. They appear haggard, hands blemished with dirt, faces sunburnt and peeling. Their guard has been reduced to 2 men in dented bronze, each sporting mangy beards and visible exhaustion. One of the Tearsmen notes your banner and hails you. With grim stoicism, the woman explains that she, her husband, and his sister traveled from their home towards the bastard city to bend the knee to the Archon of Justice and swear eternal fealty to the Overlord's glorious rule. Unfortunately, they've been harried incessantly by highwaymen and Scarlet Chorus raiders alike and fear they may not live to see their destination. Speak with them. Your weapons remain sheathed even as you demand the refugees attend your authority as a Fatebinder of Tunon. Though the woman matches your gaze with a steady resolve, the remainder of the quintet exchange nervous glances among themselves. Question them. No, escort them. No, accept their oaths. You explain to the group that as a Fatebinder, you serve as an extension of the Adjudicator's court and enforcer of his will. You offer to accept their pledges of fealty in his absence for a nominal fee. No fee? I didn't ask for a fee. They quickly thank you for the offer, and in a brief ceremony just off the road, you legally confer on them the benefits of Kairos' peace in exchange for their oaths of service. You grant them a decree that should shield them from predation by servants of the court, but warn them that it will provide no succor from brigands. The guards seem revitalized by even this small respite, and the group resolves to continue on to the bastard city to join the court. I got 200 monies. Patience Crossing favor, okay.
I got it. Can't do that.
This is exactly what I have. Essa.
Can't do that.
The scent of baked bread and vegetable stew mingle in the air. Through the window, you can make out a modest dwelling kept with the kind of order and cleanliness one would expect of a disfavored commandant. Dry grass protrudes haphazardly from the threadbare and sun-bleached tunic hanging on this post. The glover painted on the burlap sack head glares down over a rough grass beard. It bears a passing semblance to a certain Archon of Secrets. An older woman tends to a small but verdant patch of farm. Plump gourds and vegetables of wine and root vie for soil and light with the fig tree, its branches drooping with what passes for abundance in the tears. The farmer notices your approach and takes up her shovel as if it were a spear, favoring her left arm with a wince. Careful, stranger, I'm no easy mark, and have little worth your time or blood. A few errant strands of thick grey hair, loosed from the band that tames the rest, frame her deeply lined face. She may be old enough to be my mother, but she holds herself like a warrior trained. Nice farm. Thank you for the kindness. Were shared with my husband before he died. Not much to look at, but kept family fed. The woman's lips tight. Compliments ain't answers though. I ask again, what brings you here? She jabs slightly with the shovel. We seek Clea. Clea? Clea was my youngest. Why are you asking after her? She lowers the shovel slightly, her eyes widening slightly at the name. Was? Shit, don't tell me we are too late. I'll have you keep a civil tongue in your head, girl, while you are on my land. She jabs her shovel in the verse's direction as if she could seal the Fury's mouth with it. Sorry, ma'am. Verse blinks in surprise at her own words. I am surprised even more. What happened to Clea? She narrows her eyes, her fingers tightening protectively around the shovel. First things first, call me Essa, daughter of Asperia. This is my homestead, granted me by Queen Vendry in Atlanta in honor of my service. She swings the shovel's head to encompass the small plastered house and the abutting field. That's an introduction. You got one to match? She points the shovel back towards you. I am Mitral, Fatebinder of Tuna on the Adjudicator. Essa's blue eyes widen in recognition. You are the one who ascended the mountain spire. They say you hung a banner woven of gold light from the battlements. Wouldn't have believed a word of it if I hadn't seen the glow from here. She shakes her head. To go on and defend the Wandering Guard at Ascension Hall, well, that's the kind of torch that don't go out overnight. Might be a fool's quest to show up at Overlord's Archons, but that don't mean it weren't appreciated. What do you need of me? She offers an open hand. He came seeking Clea, but that seems a doomed errand. My sweet Clea, war consigned her to the void. Her head sinks. Lost her at Vendrian's Well Citadel. I told her not to take up arms again, told her that Kairos had won good and solid, and we owed the Overlord our fealty now, but I suppose I filled her with too much patriotic claptrap as a girl. Even your intercession couldn't save her. Essa cradles herself. None of that answers why you are here. If Clea is dead, that's going to make it hard to fulfill Irisa's dying wish. Irisa, dear girl, dear, stupid, blind, foolish, arrogant girl. A sob racks her shrunken frame. How did it happen? She died in Stalwart, aiding the Unbroken against the forces of Kairos. It's my fault. I raised those girls on the romance of war, on tales of bloodying the bastard tear and pushing back Azure. How was I to know your armies would come in their lifetimes, that the gates of judgment wouldn't hold, that you'd strike into the tears with a man of stone who could step clean over a curtain wall? Even girls like mine couldn't stand against Kairos. There ain't been nothing like that northern shadow before, able to crash mountains and call earthquakes from a scrap of vellum. There ain't no fighting that, I told them. They didn't listen, damn them. Of all the damn fool things I told them, the only thing they didn't hear was what mattered. She shudders out a sigh. A mercenary named Crocus told us that Irisa hunted people for sport, that she displayed their heads on spikes. Crocus? I ain't never heard of the She pauses, recognition flickering behind her wet eyes. Bald, bearded man, skin the color of bronze and thick as a beastman? I knew him by a different name. Rightly is a bastard by my reckoning. Only thing he put much effort into was lying his way into a meal and a thong of rings. What justice is there if a man like him lives while my Irisas met the void? There's justice. It was slow and terrible. Words cracks her knuckles. Aye, there's some comfort there. You said you trained your daughters in the arts of battle? Aye, their father were a good man, but more suited to farm work than war. She looks up sharply. If you are looking for someone to blame, I'd be that person. I trained them up. Taught them the falx, the javelin, and the spear and shield. And they used that knowledge against your precious archons and their families. Hey, Essa, maybe you'd like to shut the fuck up now? Versus lower lip twitches. You use all this food yourself, or have you sold it to other people in the well? I sold some, 4 rings and without a Kairos timed license to. So you admit to violating Kairos laws in front of a chronicler. Well, young lady, this is going in the prominent record. Hey, geriatric voyeur, you ever consider shutting your flapping gums? Rose wraps her brow. I've come to a decision in this matter. What did you teach them about the Overlord? That there's never been a graver threat to all of Terratus, that Kairos represents the worst of the powers of man and or woman, that such an evil must be resisted at all costs by any means necessary. What? That directly contradicts what you said before. I changed my tune in my older, softer years, but as they growed up, I poisoned them against Kairos as thoroughly as if I'd carved it upon their hearts. Anything else you want to tell me, Essa? Naming a child for Kairos is a capital offense, ain't it? I imagine naming a pig for Kairos ain't no better. Care to meet Kairos the Overpig? He's around back. I love this woman. You see what's happening here, don't you, Binder? Her sighs, her shoulders sagging. I've come to a decision in this matter. She wants to die because she feels guilty for raising daughters in to fight in that war, and her daughters are dead, so she wants to die by my hands. That is why she is exaggerating her role. I've come to a decision in this matter. What matter? There's no matter here, Binder. Please tell me you are not going through with this. A life sentence left to her grief. That's punishment enough. Verse visibly relaxes. Hey, so Irisa, she killed one of my sisters. I always thought I needed to avenge them to make it right, because I'd failed them. But actually talking to you, it's cleared some stuff up. I guess what I'm saying is, I miss my sisters and you miss your daughters, and that's just the way of things. Asa nods numbly, turns and shuffles towards her squat farmhouse. What about Irisa? Tell me about Irisa. Verse releases... No, not Irisa, the Catorius. Verse releases a long sigh, bends down and plucks a round red tomato from a vine. Her thumb slides across its skin, then presses lightly against it, dimpling the vegetable. She tosses it from hand to hand and turns to you. That was some uncharacteristic hesitation on your part.
I didn't realize you knew me so well as to say what is and isn't like me.
She smirks, then shakes her head.
I enjoy killing, Fatebinder. Doesn't mean I think everyone deserves to die.
Irisa and Clea are dead. What does that mean for your sisters?
I'm sure Whispers would have something clever to say about frustrated ambitions.
Verse shakes her head and chuckles darkly.
You ever have a friend who almost never speaks? But then, every once in a while, she slips in the perfect word at the perfect time, and it's the only thing you remember. That was 3 Whispers. She was our wiry, flickering shadow with hair like crow's feathers. Preferred close-up work. That was her name, her 3 knives and the sound of air from a punctured lung. It's hard to remember stories about her because she never drew attention.
And yet?
Her old favorite. That I remember. She'd trick a soldier into gutting his own comrade, then open his throat while he was in shock. Beautiful move, and I saw her dance it a dozen times. Whispers knew her histories and letters, knew borders and houses and heraldry. Even knew a few sigils and kept us from bleeding out more than once.
She runs a hand over her feathers.
Whispers and me, we were more than sisters sometimes. Not often, and nothing holding. But yeah, she read a body as easy as a scroll.
Sounds nice.
Was nice.
Let's go.
Let's.
She bites into the tomato. A small bit of juice rolls down her chin. Is it done? Completed? We don't find Catorius? Versus 3 Whisper stance has been upgraded. Okay. We can do Kills and Shadows quest now.
Will do.
It's half gate, right? Actually, before we do that, my dear Fatebinder, it's a poorly kept secret that Bloodmark's job is more about killing threats before they become a problem. Official executions are really the minority of his duties. As I understand it, Kairos has long used Bloodmark as a preventable measure, since he can move about the world rather freely, and he can evade all but the most absurd powers. He is the perfect predator to send against wild talents. I'm sure few in the tiers have ever actively wondered why there have been seemingly so few Archons born this far west. I'm sure folks with the potential to be Archons have occurred in the tiers time and time again, but they are usually cut down by Mark before the world hears of them. It's likely safe to assume Blood and Mark has his eyes on you, and he has orders to use his own judgment as to when to strike. I've known the old man for ages, and I'd strongly encourage you not to try to appeal to him with overt displays of loyalty. He has no stomach for sycophants. I sincerely believe he thinks every human being is a selfish, twisted knave, and there are those who are lying about it, and those that accept what they are. No third type exists. So yes, I do think Blood and Mark will one day have to come for you. As I said, you could always hide or end your life now, but where you are headed, conflict is likely inevitable. Ask about Kairos. Kairos' wrath. Thank you for weighing in on all of this. To ask perhaps too obvious a question, if I am such an anomaly, such a threat, why hasn't the Overlord dealt with me right away? An edict or just a simple request to Blood and Mark would be no small threat. Neither seems to have happened just yet. What is your take on this? Why hasn't Kairos dealt with me? I wish I could see the status of the research from here. I cannot. I cannot, but I will go to the library. Okay. Azure Bell. It is some sort of consumable. By the way, about the training, let's try to get some training. Who was the Lord Trainer? Okay. Frost. This is the Dodge Parry trainer, if I remember correctly. Wait, this is not even a trainer. Are you a trainer? One-handed weapon for Barrack. Or worse. What do I get for worse? Max dual wield. Do I get parry? Do I get dodge? Let's get dodge. Now we can go to Halfgate. I'm going to take a short break, a few minutes bio break. And when I'm back, we are going to continue. Alright, so be right back. Am I seriously trying to mean like, dude, I have played half of the game with less than 10 health, okay? I need some health to my name. No, wait! Oh, laka lay. Laka kaka. Kakalay. Oh, Jedi. Uh-oh. Bye.
Cardinal Gianelli.
That was amazing.
I don't think he's catching up on his paperwork.
That's very odd. He never uses the factory entrance.
I think we need to follow him.
Alright. Let it be known in all history books that we won because I was amazing and I played amazingly. I was a tactical genius. And Christoph is very strong because I built the character in an amazing way, because I'm amazing. And not because cheesing or due to the bugs at all. No, sir. What gallery was that? You know what I just did? I just closed the game window, thinking it's the computer in the game. But it was actually the actual game window that I closed. Wow. Wow, Mithril.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
I think I have found one of your druids. Steadfast Orlane has returned. It is good to have him back in the circle. Here is your 300 gold ray. You are overjoyed to welcome back dear Bree. Here is your 300 gold ray. My dear friend Terrari's return was welcomed by the Grove. Here is your 300 gold ray. Nature herself is impressed with your abilities. Here is your 300 gold ray. Thank you for rescuing all of the druids. I have great hope for the spirit of the woods. Good luck.
I see you are back. Have you had any luck?
Chat, if you're in a building that's coming down like this, if you hear explosions and rocks falling, don't take the elevator. Virgil is right. I didn't expect him to say that though. Okay.
Hello, and welcome to the Pimplicar Music Challenge. Your goal is to drive over the bagpipes and
Drive over the
bagpipes.
okay.
Bring the noise!
Ready? Go!
What? I'm back. Let's continue. So this is not a small map marking like the secluded forge or all the other places we've been going. Thank you, Barrett. Good to be back. This is a bigger mark, like it's a settlement or an important quest location. But it is from a companion. So it could be something like a companion quest leading way to us recruiting beast man, maybe? I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. Let's see what this actually is. Well, lo and pissing behold, look who's here, the great Fatebinder of Tunon. Come and greet her highness. Would you have us bow and worship like dogs at your feet? She runs her finger over a ragged blade. Or do we settle this with a bit of fun? I've only just arrived and already you test my patience. Well, shit, I think I've gone and upset the mewling canker wit. No, don't hurt me, Fatebinder. I'm trembling. Can you believe this one? Strutting about this like this town isn't already ours. There's only the question of what to do about you. A slice down your face, mayhaps a dagger betwixt your shoulders as you walk away. I'm partial to either. Today is a fine day to wash the streets with coarse blood. The soldier pales and grips for the hilt of her blade, but hesitates to draw it. A joke's a joke, eh? We were just having a bit of a row. No need to be so eager to die. Right? No need to get all worked up over it. Well, too late, sister. I'm already worked up over it. After a moment of uncertainty, she breaks into a full-on retreat while shouting into the air. Quickly, misery! The Fatebinder is coming through. Ah, really? Well, I will kill all of you.
Will do.
Tails between their legs now, that is a refreshing sight. Watch your step, Fatebinder. The stone sea is rather steep drop from Halfgate's edge. Wouldn't want you to sleep off now. What can a poor trader do for you? This place sure has been wrecked. And by a Fatebinder like you, no less. No offense to you, of course, you're good justice. But if I ever get my sights on who did this, I'll give him a right piece of my mind. This still lost everything to the edict. Her homes, her people, even her name. You can't imagine what it was like to watch her quake and burn. Now that the city's death slide has settled, we only have to deal with the occasional rumbling, the tremors that come and go like sweeping summer storms. Most blame the disfavored, the Earthshakers are no help at all. The Scarlet Chorus at least wants to solve the problem. I hear the folks of Halfgate feel the disfavored are causing problems. Have you come to help then? Those mewling Earthshakers are protecting Cairn. But for the life of me, I couldn't tell you why. Wait, are we in Earthshaker territory? Is this where the main quest takes place? Where we are to recruit the Earthshakers? Maybe they like the trembling he causes every time he rattles and moans. But how are we to rebuild so long as the Archon lives? Halfgate's townsfolk sympathize with their Scarlet Chorus, is that so? Well, we don't like them, but we don't hate them neither. They've got a plan to stop the Earth's tremblings, so they say. Kill Cairn, kill the Quakes. Once the land's at rest, we can rebuild and farm again. Have anything noteworthy in stock? Afraid not. I'm plumb out of, well, everything. A bit of gabbing, all I've got to trade at the moment if you're in the market. I think that is the case. This is... Yeah, okay. This is where the main quest takes place, along with Hills and Shadows companion quests. Yeah, I should have noticed that. I don't know why I didn't. So I don't really want to do this now. I think I will visit Tunon's court. See what we see there, talk to people there. And then focus on the DLC. So let's go to Bastard City. We will come back to Halfgate in due time. This is going to be the last thing we do with all the available things we have right now. So Tunon first. I guess Sunset Spire first. The day's journey is trying owing to uneven terrain and dusty conditions. You reach a bend in the path that spy a small clearing off the side. Several small rodents skitter away as you approach. At the edge of the clearing, you see a familiar sight, leafy vines coiling around tree trunks. As before, hundreds of thin yellowish-green stems sprout from the vine, a collection of stiff bristles and elongated hairs, each with a cluster of bright orange berries. To memory, you don't notice any significant difference between these plants and the ones you encountered previously. Examine the berries. Clustered together in high driplets, the berries vary from bright orange to yellowish-orange color. The size of each individual fruit differs slightly between bristleberry and bristlebane, but it's very difficult to determine without two side by side. Rub the berry. We are going to do the same thing. Rub the berry on our skin. Better to test it with your skin rather than your stomach. You break off a cluster and mash the berries between your fingers, revealing the tiny pits inside. Working in slow circles, you rub them against your arm for a few seconds. Your skin remains free of any stinging rash, which you take as a good sign. Examine the vine's leaves. The leaves extending from the main vine are bright green and lobed, with edges resembling undulating hills. This matches an old saying you recall about berries. Leaves like hills, safe from chills. It's time to eat them. You adopt the cautious approach, filling your pouches with berries while eating only a single cluster. The fruit is sweet and tart, surprisingly juicy for its size. and the thought of immediately eating another handful is tantalizing, but you restrain yourself. This is exactly the same thing we had before. With the stream as your guide, you follow the dense forest, eventually reach the main road with little difficulty. An hour later, you feel a disconcerting tightness in your intestines, one that escalates in intensity with each step. Oh no! Oh no, but it looks safe. Wait, what? As you examine the leaves, you notice few of them have brown stains, dried and crusty. Small lines have been raked across the trunk, hosting the vines, like the from a climbing animal foraging the berries. Anyway, your gut seemingly trying to coil into knots. As a cold chill washes over your body, you recall the small rodents bounding away in the clearing. Their droppings must have contaminated the berries. An astute guess on your part, but one made far too late. Really? How was I supposed to... Really? So this sentence, several small rodents skitter away as you approach. How was I supposed to know? Come on. Beads of sweat coalesce along your brow and your intestines begin to burn. The pain is intolerable. You have barely enough time to depart the road and duck behind a tree before you empty your innards in opposite directions simultaneously, coating the nearby trees and shrubs in a violent, bloody, and seemingly unending spray. The stench alone makes you vomit again, forcing you into an unfortunate cycle of nausea, release, repeat. Oh, we got dysentery. A half hour later, you find yourself splayed out on the dirt floor, panting and heaving. The cold sweat has broken, and the pain in your abdomen has subsided for now. You drink deeply from your water skin, exhausted and trembling. You stumble back to the road, grit your teeth, and continue on towards your destination. Well, the Oregon Trail is dangerous. Exactly. I was thinking about Oregon Trail as well, very remember. Let's research more items. Oh, wait, I can research more stuff? No. I cannot. Marshberry. Archon Mitral. Ooh, he started calling me Archon. She. I think it was a she. Archon Mitral, allow me to address you by such a title before it becomes fashionable to do. I pride myself as a woman who stays ahead of the trends. Why Kairos smites some but allows others to exist is a question we all ponder. The Overlord can certainly appear arbitrary, and if I've learned anything, that's the point. Kairos is intentionally aloof and distant, both for matters of personal security and because if you had to wrangle the most powerful entities of Theratis, you'd need to keep them from getting too comfortable. To me, the most obvious answer is that Kairos knows exactly what you are doing. She probably approves of your actions and is likely working at every opportunity to create a situation wherein you are acting in your own self-interest while satisfying your ambitions as well. You have to consider one important detail. There is nowhere left in Theratis to conquer now that the tears are in the Overlord's grasp. What would the great generals even do in the time of peace? The voice of Nerat is barely tolerable when you have need of a spy master. Why keep around such a monster when you no longer have need of such a gruesome weapon? I would argue it is in Kairos' interest that the Tears be a costly invasion that claims the lives of many of the Archons as possible. Not enough meat on the Tears to keep too many sharks sated for long. Kairos ordered everyone to take Ascension Hall or die. The or die must have been an acceptable option, correct? If I had to hazard a guess, I'd say you have the unspoken backing of the Overlord. It's not like Blood and Mark can't find you whenever he wants. That is very, very smart and a good conclusion to draw. And it was in my mind as well. We must be serving Kairos' will somehow. Whatever we think we are doing. although there is one thing that I think Kairos isn't counting on, and it is us managing to somehow learn how to proclaim edicts ourselves. So if by awakening the 5 spires we get some sort, because you know the when that person who made the altar for Kairos was beheaded for saying that Kairos was there -50 at -50. I think that is because it was to hide knowledge that Kairos possibly gains her power in one of those old walls locations or around the spires. I don't exactly remember where it was. I think it was the base of a spire. So Kairos maybe wants me to awaken the spires, and maybe even wants me to learn how to proclaim edicts. I don't know. I'm not sure where this all will lead. It's certainly interesting though. I'm curious. Maybe Kairos wants me to take over her spot or something. Maybe she wants me to get strong and she will possess me and become Kairos version 2. Who knows? Like she's feeding me before dining on me. Let's talk to Bloodmark. Can we even? No. Can we talk to Lucretius? No. They are still here. Nothing new. Let's talk to Fatebinders. We speak again, so let us speak genuinely or end at length with one another. Now, of what matter would you have us discuss? The Fatebinder rubs his fingers along the edge of his jaw, regarding you with interest. Oh, okay, there's nothing new. There is one thing new with this one. Okay. Regards, Mithril. You look as if you need something. Callio tips her head to one side, glimmer of curiosity in her dark, discerning eyes. You wrote that you could illuminate the darker corners of Terratis. She glances at your cadre. In a private missive, yes, there are things I would discuss within the hearing of outside ears. Address Callio. Anything you can say to me, they can hear. I'm pretty sure I was clear on my requirements, Mithril. Address your followers. I need to speak to the Fatebinder privately. I suppose not every conversation need to be recorded. The sage shuffles away. The hulking man shrugs. As you wish. He takes up a position outside the hearing range, standing just shy of at attention. Suit yourself. She moves lightly away, footsteps soundless on the marble floor. A sly smile dimples her left cheek. I confess to no small amount of curiosity. I peek into my share of shadows, and sometimes I scrounge up a secret. What excites your interests? I'd like to discuss the Archons and their forces. Entirely understandable given the circumstances. How can I enlighten you? That's enough about the Archons. Oh, okay. I wanted to ask you about the rest of the Terratis. I've done more than a little traveling in my role as Tunon's agents. What would you like to know? What can you tell me about the lands beyond the Tears? Well, across the isthmus north of the Gates of Judgment, you'll find Northern Empire, which is large enough to be the Middle Empire to some, but there is no accounting for how borders expand over time. From the Northern Empire, there is Cardinalos to the east, the Echolands and Vermani Protectorate to the south. But I've never journeyed beyond that. Maybe sometime before I'll die, I'll see the lands far east, where Kairos was born. However, I doubt my service to Tunon will ever allow me the luxury of traveling for a few years just to see Terratis. I thought you might have an interesting take on matters arcane. And you came to me? She chuckles. Don't let the Fatebinder of lore know. He'll never forgive you. What answers do you seek? What exactly are the Bane? You are as experienced with them now as almost anyone. Nobody is certain where they come from or why. We know they are attracted to magic, but also weak to it. They tend to congregate in the old walls, but whether they go there seeking arcane power or if they come from there, that's something only the Overlord knows. I personally believe that they live there, happy as a beast in blood, until something disturbs them, like wasps in a hive. What can you tell me about the spires? You awakened the spire, looked out from its height upon the tiers below. I would think you could tell me more about them than the converse. I suppose I can tell you that they exist across the whole of the Overlord's dominion, dozens of them, jetting up from the lands and grasping at the sky. They can certainly be toppled. There are a handful of ruined spires in the Empire. Heritage has changed since they were constructed. Some spires have been swallowed by the mountains, others by the seas. There's one sticking out of water off the coast of the islands due north of here. I hope to see it someday. I'd like to pick your brain regarding lore historical. I can't claim to be a greater expert than Fatebinder Regulus, but I'll happily offer my perspective. Who do you think built the old walls? The Overlord, obviously. She grins widely, but without teeth. Then she shakes her head. Does it matter? They're gone and we're not. Sure, it would be interesting to know, and if you ever find out, I hope you'll tell me. But aren't there enough things in the here and now to concern yourself over? What have you learned about the Tears? They are a tad arid and a bit rocky, but you know that firsthand. She smiles. As for the history of the region, it's a peninsula isolated from the continental mainland both by the seas on three sides and the mountains to the north, and named for geographical strata that separates each region like a series of steps from the bastard tier in the north, the stalwart, and then the sea in the south. Those formations, in conjunction with things like the mountain ranges that cradle apex, allowed for a number of culturally similar nation-states to form after humans first moved here centuries ago. Over time, some of the larger cities broke off from their kingdoms, defending themselves against the nobility's attempts to reclaim them. For the most part, it was chaos. Every family warred against its neighbor over anything they could disagree on. Land, family, honor, superstitions, the best color, the shiniest fish. She shakes her head. Not to mention their ridiculous beliefs about magical or cultural roles of men and women. A sigh escapes her lungs as she rubs the bridge of her nose between forefinger and thumb. Have you ever made Fatebinder Myothis? She laughs. That old loon? Her eyes flicker to Tunon, then to Regulus, then finally settle back on you. Sure, she's read an edict, maybe two in her time. Left her a bit rattled, I think. She's largely retired from active service, resting on accomplishments past while ensconced in the wealth that one can accrue as an agent of the court. Guess I half assumed she died already. She was dispensing justice back in the last conquest. So she must be over 100 by now. She slips into silence, considering. Okay, that's all. Let's talk to Tuna. Wait, what?
You return as summoned, despite the weight of responsibility on your shoulders. The court appreciates your devotion to our good work. It should come as no surprise that your activities are closely monitored. As an extension of Kairos' law in the frontier, your progress is a topic of some interest. I sent you on a mission to bring order to the chaos of this civil war. Not enough time has passed for me to expect any significant progress, but I am curious about your findings all the same. I want to make sure your time outside the court's shadow is being used effectively. It sounds as if the dissident factions of the Tiers hold you in some esteem. Be wary of tightening your bonds with the southern savages. We are meant to rule these people, not walk among them. If your activities shed light on what transpired at Vendrian's Well, and the chaos of the Tiers, then we trust your judgment.
I suspect that the Tearsmen can govern themselves better than even Kairos. This is very risky. The Tearsmen are powerful enough to challenge Kairos' forces. I can learn from them. this is not that risky because Kyros's forces would be the armies. But I think a strategical silence is the way to go. This is probably risky to say. And I'm almost at 5 favor. I don't want to lose favor. I want to gain favor. Maybe if I say this, I will gain favor. It isn't my intention to work with these southern wretches a moment longer than I have to.
You do well to distance yourself from them.
He approves, but
while you share
no
their
favor.
company, you might stay in their good favor. Pacifying the tears without further loss of life is a golden prospect. You have spent some time on your own recognizance. The efforts of our military and the challenges they face should be no mystery to you. Tell me, are you any closer to determining which of the Archons is at fault for the troubles of this campaign?
I do not have sufficient information to make an informed accusation. I mean, they are both guilty. They are both guilty. Although Moises of Nerat is the more guilty party. But we will go with I do not have sufficient information.
Come now. Your decision does not bind you to an accusation at this time.
Okay.
I only wish to know if you have had success uncovering any evidence of misdeed or malfeasance. If you believe either of the Archons has acted in a manner not befitting their station, give voice to it.
There's no question, the voice of Nerat is guilty of inciting chaos.
Interesting. On what grounds do you make this claim?
The voice of Nerat wanted the Forge-bound master taken from Letian's crossing. The adjudicator weighs your statement with interest. Space between the eyes of his mask narrows, though the change is too gradual for you to follow.
Material evidence is hallowed to the court. I respect your diligence in collecting it, Fatebinder. You bring hope to my ambitions of bringing order to this divisive campaign. Be sure that you remember this and any other evidence you identify when you are called upon to present your findings in a more formal manner. I look forward to receiving your
That's
full
all.
report.
I wanted to mention all of
again
them.
at the appropriate time. If there's nothing further, you're dismissed.
I have some questions first. I changed my mind. I don't have any more questions. I wouldn't have mentioned that one if I knew I was going to mention just one. What is this? Frightened? Why am I frightened? Is it the mask? Tuna's mask? Is that like an aura that frightens me? Frightened 3? What is Frightened 3?
Can't do that.
I don't understand. I guess we focus on the DLC. I can't really make up my mind if I should focus a little bit more on the main quest and get some more spires unlocked before focusing on something else. Or if I should do the DLC side material first. It does look like it's quite long. Well, chances are we are going to find some nice items in there, so which will make the main quests, the main content easier. We talked to him. Merchant Pelagia. A Fatebinder. Gracious, did you come for... you want to speak to Master Jaspis? He's northeast of here in the forge.
Sorry. Have a look here. Sorry, I can't.
Merchant Elegy. A Fatebinder, fantastic. You should probably speak to Wagstaff to the chamber overlooking to the south. Rostrom Lank. A weary-looking man observes you through dark sunken eyes, nodding faintly as you approach. Fatebinder, greetings to you. Though unkempt and draped in this heveled rags, he bows deeply in the style of northern Tearsman nobility. You observe that his right arm is emaciated and frail, seemingly rooted in place. Rostrom Lang, son of late Rostrom Wallace. I saw you in the Bastard City shortly after Tuna's arrival. We've come a long way from then, haven't we? He chuckles mirthlessly at the memory. You'll want to speak to Wagstaff or Jaspers before you get too settled in. The former is down by the falls, the latter is in his forge up north of the hall. Okay.
Unless I'm mistaken.
What is that?
These markings suggest multiple tribes cohabitating, and in such proximity to humans. Intriguing.
Did I enter something?
That odd.
What? What is this? Oh, it's the farm entrance, I guess. While these wouldn't weather a strong gale, these tents seem stable enough to offer some privacy to the denizens of the wound. Cots, bedrolls, and woolen blankets lie within.
A forge bound in the old wall. Seems a nerve-wracking place to work.
Like the forge-bound enclave at Latin's Crossing, it seems these craftsmen have hewn and set the stones of the old walls into an admirable hearth. So 1, 2, 3 NPCs and then Jaspers. Jaspers speaks for us. He's just across the bridge to the north. Jaspers is over the bridge. He will explain. Please be merciful, Fatebinder. An outsider, you'll be wanting to speak to the master. He is east of here, past the forge. Is that a disfavored soldier? A broad-shouldered woman in disfavored raiment dangles against the nearby column, suspended by her wrists. Though still garbed in the iron breastplate of her unit, she is without helmet and appears unusually at ease in her compromised position. A nearby settler engages in frantic conversation with the disfavored. She peers down at him, listening with beautiful patience. The last lure hooked that trot just fine, but it took the whole thing downstream with it when the knot gave out. I wrapped the line several times, just like you said. You aren't fibbing me, are you, Sophia? What stays your hand, Fatebinder? We must right this injustice immediately. Remain silent. This is no time for your games of intimidation. Jasper's bronze should be strong for trouts. No way the hook broke in its mouth. You probably didn't wrap the line around itself enough times. Remember what I said. It's at least 5 twists around before you loop and tie it off to form the clinch. Just try it. It'll work. And if the fish bite, I expect you to save some of that trout for me. Hey Mason. Morning. How are you today? Ah, you would. I'll give that knot another try. It's too bad you can't just tie the damn thing for us. I'll gladly do that, but you know I'd have to cut you traitors down first. At least then I'd have all the fish to myself. You say that every time I stop by. At any rate, thanks for the advice. I'll be sure to try again with delight. Until next time, Sophia. The settler throws his head back in a hearty laugh. Good hunting then. As the settler turns away, the bound soldier takes note of your approach. Tell Sophia to find you in this cesspool of trespassers. He shakes his head. Worry not, we shall release you from this bondage at once. Wait, who the... Barrick? Is that you? No, please leave me be. I am sworn by duty to slay these fools, and sworn by honor to see to their safety. It is easier to have no choice in the matter. You'd rather stay up here? Even if you set me free, I am too hungry to fight. It's the only thing I have the mind to do. Time will come when I can free myself, and I will grab the opportunity with both hands. She clenches her pale fingers into fists. I'd salute an officer of the court, but I'm somewhat indisposed at the moment. How did you end up on that column? A few span back, after Cairn was finally declared rogue, the general wanted folks looking for what made Cairn lose his sanity, or his loyalty, depending on your outlook. My unit played escort for a team of Earthshakers as they retraced Cairn's journey through the tears. We were headed to the gates of judgment and came across a crevasse which happened to be, well, she gestures upward with her head. A middle-aged woman walks by while clutching a woven basket, giving Telesofia a wave. The disfavored soldier nods in return. Good day, Lucio. She watches the passing settler before returning her attention to you. You sure seem to be on good terms with the locals. They are rather lovely folk, despite all of them being Kairos mocking scum deserving slow deaths. She attempts a limited expression of a shrug. Where was I? You paused to investigate, only to find this nest, this hive. Trespassers living with beasts as equals, all of it an abomination. There was no choice but to put them to the sword. We fought well, but our advance fell apart when that crowd Argane threw up his arms and surrendered. When that coward, not crowd. He broke ranks and left us exposed. If I hadn't been knocked senseless, I would have executed him myself. Woke up hoisted up on this wall, and I've been here ever since. How are you still alive? Raven Ash protects. The General's Aegis can sustain us through far more trying circumstances. She maneuvers her shoulders in a dim approximation of a salute. My wrists are mangled, and I've been tired and hungry for longer than I can remember. But I'm far from that store. Settlers feed me just enough to keep me going. She glances down at her dirt-encrusted armor. I'm sure I smell worse than a beastman Dunkeep, though. Why don't the settlers just execute you? They have, in a sense. The beastwoman leader of the local pack ordered that I be strung up until dead. I guess she didn't understand Ash's Aegis, so who's laughing now? Thanks for the lurk, QP. I hope your headache passes. Headache passes. I can't speak. Nobody wants to anger the resident pain hunters, so the beasts must have their way. I've had plenty of time to get acquainted with the locals while I perish. It's almost a pity they are all doomed under Kairos. Andlock, welcome. How are you, Andlock? You must be going. The heavy odors of musk and urine loiter around these matted straw nests, making their proximity to all sleeping pans to the west all the more surprising. Greetings, stranger. You spoken to one of the big fish yet? Jaspers is in the forge up north, Wagstaff squats near the southern falls. I haven't. Tread carefully, will not rescue if human falls into water. Okay. A Fatebinder? You'll be wanting to speak to one in charge. Okay.
Bane slaying almost to an art. Paint me impressed. But what was that they come out of?
I got it.
Insipid moniker. That's a weird moniker. A woman in the letters of a scarlet fury attentively polishes a bronze blade.
I see the Tidecaster has made himself at home in these flooded halls.
So one of them is a Tidecaster, the other is a Forgebound. Let's talk to the Forgebound first. A heavily muscled man stands next to a mixed pile of broken floor tiles and smashed boulders, head bent in focus, sledgehammer gripped tightly in both hands. Without breaking his gaze, he calmly extends an arm out as you approach, signaling for you to wait. In one smooth motion, he whirls the sledgehammer in a precise arc, effortlessly splitting a large green-gray boulder in two. He smiles and lets out a pleased chuckle before turning to greet you. Ah, Fatebinder, or should I say, Governor. That explains all the ruckus I've been hearing. His voice is deep, a confident baritone that easily carries through the open air. Forgive my rudeness, masters of the craft rarely break focus if we can help it. Old habit. He smiles broadly, motioning you to come forward. Your arrival is unexpected, but my forge is always open to servants of the court. What can I do for you? Jaspers, so this is this a companion? Like, has his own name, renown, and wrath, though not loyalty and fear. Slightly different. Probably important character with his own reputation class, but not a companion. I am Jaspers, master of napping, and this settlement is called the Bastard's Wound. I expect you are looking for its leader. No doubt someone pointed you in my direction. I know you know entering Old Walls is illegal, so this little setup of yours is slightly against the law. Settlement in the Old Walls is prohibited by Kaiser's law. The legality of this place must be determined by a Fatebinder. If you lead these people, then you must answer for any crimes committed by the settlement. Okay, let's go with the first one. It's slightly against the law. That it is Fatebinder. For my part, I would never do anything to disrespect Kairos' law. He holds up his calloused hands in a deferential pose. The wound isn't a normal settlement. Before Cairn split the Old Walls asunder, I would have been in complete agreement. But with the sky visible above and the rivers at our bare feet, it would seem reasonable to assume we are no longer within the Old Walls, yes? There's another man here that understands that unfortunately holds some sway. Backstaff, a Tidecaster, possibly the last Tidecaster, from what I understand. That's not true. We could bring Ebb. He crosses his arms, his muscles tensing reflexively. He practically founded this place years ago, and truth be told, he is the one responsible for its creation, legal or not. We don't always see eye to eye, but I did trust that his decision was respectful of the Overlord's will. A dull crash interrupts the exchange. A forge helper, hands still trembling, hastily attempts to gather up the pieces of a dropped bowl. Nearby, several onlookers have gathered to observe the meeting and whisper nervously amongst themselves. Forgive them, Fatebinder. They are understandably anxious. As you know, men and women live and die by your words. These people here, all of us in fact, are wondering what the intentions are for this settlement. I work for the independence of the Tears and support Bastard's Wound. Truly? He is momentarily silent, lips drawn in a taut line, scrutinizing you intently. Seconds pass, and the muscles around his jaw slowly relax, stretching out to form broad grin. Then this is wonderful news. Few can claim the friendships of a Fatebinder. The wound could be a great asset to you in the future, Fatebinder. We've managed well enough on our own, but someone of your prestige could really help us thrive. If you've the time, I've a matter that could benefit from your expertise. You may ask, but I make no promises. We don't have the luxury of trading with the top side. It could attract the wrong kinds of attention. Instead, we craft what we need. In my case, I can make a wide variety of tools, but I can't make everything. When we were building the Forges of Latin's Crossing, I had access to some of the finest chisels, tappers, and abrasives. I carried out my travel kit with me when I found myself here in the wound. I've been able to craft a few replacements, but to my chagrin, I haven't recaptured the craftsmanship. The knapping tools needed are rather specialized, but I lose sleep knowing I can't replace anything I break. Since I've been missing, I imagine my tools were appropriated by my colleagues in Latin's Crossing. Lohara will no doubt know of their whereabouts. With my old tools, I could really stay on top of the work that's needed to keep this place running. I will speak to Lohara. I'm sure this will be a simple matter to you, Fatebinder. Thank you for the assistance. Was there something else needed? Yes, another hour of dialogue. What do you do here as one of the wounds leaders? I don't look the part, I know. Most of my guild huddle by the heat of their forges and stick to themselves. Here, I think of my... What? Most of my guild huddle by the heat of their forges and stick to themselves. Here, I think my forge more as a hearth. Everyone is invited to share in its warmth. In a practice motion, he unfastens a rag loop around his belt and wipes off trace amounts of sweat from his already spotless brow. Perhaps that's better. Obviously, I work to forge. In a place like this, that means everything. Those bridges, you see, my handiwork. The knives and weapons everyone's carrying, they came from my forge. The nails holding our containers together and keeping our shelters upright, mine again. But most importantly, I created those stone sieves to clean deep water. He pats one of the open stone receptacles, pride evident in his voice. First of its kind, and none too soon. When I came here, many were sick with the withering rot. The disease is in the water. It's a terrible way to go, but the sieves change things. How do the stone sieves work? Trade secrets, I'm afraid. He poses for dramatic effect, except for members of the court. It's really a matter of using the right combination of enchanted stones, pulverized charcoal, and a few precious stones in a precise arrangement. These materials act as sieve in these containers, so basically made a filter. He points us towards the base of one of them, drawing your attention to water dripping out as a small opening and into a collecting bowl. Anything that comes out of there is free of the disease. Now, this place isn't exactly bursting with precious stones, so I had to devise a substitute. These plant claws and teeth, when properly prepared, have the properties I need. Since they regrow over time, I've been able to collect donations from our many warriors. I do prefer using stone whenever possible. What does a master of napping do? Ah, and I shall tell you. He places a hand upon his belt and runs his finger across the many hammers, chisels, and picks draped across his waist, stopping at a simple stone hammer. Masters of napping focus on the fundamentals of all forge work. Before you can make bronze and iron, you need hot fire in a controlled space. You need the stone forge. He grips his belt firmly, puffing out his chest slightly as he speaks. Give me a few days and I can take a pile of rocks and fashion proper stone hammers and tools. Give me a few weeks and I can use those tools to build a world forge. And with that forge, I can create anything you'd ever need. So basically, you are playing a survival game. Stonework is the purest form of our craft. Civilization could be reduced to ashes, and a master of napping would be the one to reforge it. Tell me about the Tidecaster Wagstaff. You should know that Wagstaff and I aren't on the best terms. He is old and set in his ways. I've tried, believe me. I reached out, invited him to share my fire and talk like a man, but he's the sort that prefers his own company and ideas. He doesn't seem to care about people the way I do. In fact, I think he views us as irritants one must endure. He sighs loudly, shaking his head with an exasperated smile. He does help the wound, I'll grant him that, cleansing water with his magic. His methods are different than mine, of course, far slower. He thinks his contributions are more valuable since they can combat disease, a valuable tool for certain, but without the volume of water produced from my stone sieves, this settlement would die in a span. In the end, he just refuses to accept that his role has changed. He helped the wound get its bearings years ago, but being the first does not make one qualified to lead. He hates that people have responded to me and has been blinded by that. What do you know about Reef Talon? He holds a bowl of crushed rock aloft, squinting to examine its content as he speaks. So you've heard. It's unfortunate what happened to her. Reef Talon arrived a year after I did. Massive creature, one of the largest beasts I've ever seen. She never spoke of her past much, but we knew she was in flight when she stumbled upon the wound with her cubs. He pulls a fragment out of the ball, running it slowly between his fingers. Whatever she fled from, it didn't stop her from devouring the bane. She was good at it, good enough to lead the beastman. But Rift Talon had something else far more important. She could heal others with a mere touch. Didn't matter if you had been raked by bane or fell on your own sword. She could close up your wounds and send you on your way like nothing ever happened. That is no ordinary magic. How did she do this? I don't think she knew herself. She wasn't a student of her crafts, not even using Beastman mystics as a standard. What I do here, that's not an accident. It's years of controlled study and meticulous perfection. Brief Talon simply acted on instincts, and that didn't work to anyone's benefit. With a dissatisfied shake of the head, he flicks the unwanted chip into the water. Sometimes we are better off without such miracles. Those Rift Talon healed slowly became sick. It was impossible. It was impossible for them to sleep, even when exhausted, and the relentless waking drove them mad. The affliction takes a while to fully take hold, but the end result is always the same. Even worse, those bestowed with magic slowly lose their gifts. He looks towards the forge, a pained expression visible on his face. Now they are just known as the Sleepless, all of their life and vitality robbed and spent. A terrible end, Fatebinder. Rift Talon couldn't face her mistakes and has fled into the old walls like a coward. He circles around the platform, speaking as much to passers-by as with you. And to think that many here saw her as a leader. What leader runs in the face of adversity? Those of us that remain, we are the ones that continue to hold up Bastard's wounds. I toil every day to keep the fires on my forge running, and the people can see who they can truly rely upon. Nearby onlookers this is a politician, like, speaks like a politician. Nearby onlookers shout and pump their fists in support, eliciting a raised fist from the forge-bound master in return. This guy wants to be the leader too much to be a good leader, I think. How do you deal with pain? In case you haven't noticed, the beastmen with us aren't your common feral savages. Something about this place focuses them, whether they come as our workers or on their own. They all eventually become fixated on the bane. I've seen some hunched over, guarding our portals for hours. If any bane come through, they'd savage them instantly. But apart from the bane, our beastmen aren't violent. Strange, but welcome. Safe journeys, fight fine. Decide how to deal with the settlement. A man clad in frayed remnants of his Earthshaker uniform focuses intently upon dark stones held in cupped hands. His eyes move from one piece to the next. He hears your footsteps and shifts his gaze to meet yours. Fatebinder, forgive me, I didn't see you. Jaspis has been performing these exercises to attune my senses, to see the shapes hidden within the rock. Flustered, he quickly tugs on the hem of his shirt and straightens his belt. Okay, So Jaspis is a faction of people in this location who support Jaspis. It's not just him. I may not be with the disfavored anyone, but I still recognize the Fatebinder's authority. Is there something you need from me? How does an Earthshaker end up in the company of this Medley? I'm the odd man out, I know. He motions to his purple-grey garments. After Cairn had been declared a criminal, Graven Ash charged us with scouring the Archon's belongings and retracing his path. I was with the group headed to the Gates of Judgment. As we cut west across these mountains, we came upon this place. Of course, any association to Cairn didn't make me popular with the Legion. Philosophia was all too eager to remind me that if Cairn treachery were ever to come to light, all Earthshakers would like to be executed for assumed collusion. So you'll forgive me if, after stumbling upon Bastard's wound and facing insurmountable odds in battle, I decided to surrender rather than join my hateful companions in death. What do you think of Bastard's wound? I find myself at home here, even if everything about the old wall seems antithetical to life. If the bane don't kill you, the water will. Without Jaspis, this place couldn't exist. His eyes move from churning water to the massive stone walls stretching toward the sky. The old walls have always been invigorating spaces for mages of my ilk. They are like untapped fonts of magical energy, and the ancient masonry inspiring. What was life like to the people that shaped these massive halls? He shrugs, amused. You speak well of Jaspis. Jaspis is many things, teacher, husband, companion. Argane's gaze turns thoughtful. He's teaching me to connect with the stone in a deeply personal way. Earthshakers manipulate rock, but we don't feel or shape them with the intimacy of the forge bound. I'll talk to you later. With a despondent sight, the forge-bound smith unfastens the strap around one of her pauldrons and drops the metal appendage to the floor, exposing a muscular figure. She quickly traces a sigil with her ungloved hand and touches a hammer dangling from her smock, frowning as it stubbornly remains inert and unsympathetic to her magical entreaties. She glances up as you approach. Sorry, Fatebinder, my spellcraft hasn't been cooperative of late. I take it you are not here to talk about my preoccupations. Anything in particular you'd like to discuss? She offers a forced, polite smile, but can't maintain it for more than a moment. Jaspis. What do you do in the forge? I'm Jaspis's apprentice, have been so for the last few years. She scoops up a small clay pot and spins it between her fingers. Knapping wasn't originally my specialty. I apprenticed under Master Erasma back in Latin's Crossing, but a freak accident meant she'd take her secrets of the ceramic arts to the void. Jaspis had just finished his work and was returning north for more training with the guild, so I joined them. Long story short, we stumbled upon the wound and stayed, and I took on a new trade with Jaspis as my mentor. What happened earlier with the hammer? I was embarrassing myself again. Seems like my only reliable talent these days. Her cheeks grow flushed as she looks to the ground. I thought I was a competent napper, practically a journeyman in skill. Lately, even the simplest preparatory spells vex me, like that sorry display you witnessed. She raises her eyes to meet yours. Something about this place is hollowing me out from the inside. Whatever forge burns inside grows cold. Let's not speak any more of it. You are becoming one of the sleepless, aren't you? I think I am. Started when I broke my hand under the mallet. Rookie mistake. I asked Reef Talon to heal it, but things have gone sour ever since. Can't sleep, can't summon a sigil to save my life. First of all, my... She lowers her hand down to her stomach, frowning as she thinks better of saying more. What, are you pregnant? I don't know how much time I have left. I just wanted to enjoy whatever the last moments I have with Jaspis. Do you enjoy working for Jaspis? I do. Jaspis introduced me to napping, and it came easier than pottery, my first craft. If he hadn't fallen in love and married, I might have returned to the north and stayed in Kyros's good graces. She slowly nods, as if recalling a long-forgotten memory. I will take my leave. The forge-bound apprentice stares intently at the amber hide he holds aloft, pounding its surface methodically with a heavy iron mace. The light from the nearby hearth dances across his eyes. As he draws closer, the pungent odors of tanning agents thickens the air. He turns to you wearing a stoic expression. Is there a problem? You need something? What's your role in the settlement? This is my third year apprenticing under Jaspis. Between that and trying to keep the settlement running, I'm never short on work. He flicks a chunk of animal fat from his belt buckle and glances around the chamber, frowning. Whenever I can, I slip away to the surface with the woundkin for a good hunt. Caves and hollows aren't meant for the living. I get my materials from the kill. Tasks for tools, hide for sturdy clothing. The rest goes to tents, cuts, and we haven't even gotten down to the meat. The woundkin, they understand better than we do. This is the bastard's wound reputation. I suppose I'm also a napper. Jaspis has to pass down his art, right? But everyone knows my passion and skill is in tanning. How has apprenticing for Jaspis been? Difficult. Don't mistake me. I pledge to follow him and my loyalty doesn't waver. But I damn well wish we just returned to the north as planned. Instead, I'm stuck inside these old walls, surrounded by bane and branded as a traitor in Kyros's eyes. He scrapes a worn knife against a wet stone dangling from his belt. Jaspis didn't like my interest in leatherworking. I think he saw it as an insult to his craft. If I favored it so much, I should have sought apprenticeship with the master of tanning, right? I'll consider that another thing I plan to do had we return to North. Truth is, people need my skill with hides and pelts far more than my attempts at napping. Every time I clothe or feed someone, they thank Jasps. He has less and less to say about it. Now that Argane's replenising with him, I think he's content to let me dabble in tanning. Okay. Greetings, Fatebinder. I think I speak for all of the Forgebound when I thank you for your graciousness in regard to our little community. We don't normally barter our weapons and armor, but for a person such as yourself, I'll gladly make an exception. Would you care to browse our works, or was there something else I could help you with? What can you tell me about Buster's wounds? This is Jasps. I never expected to be making a home in the old walls, that's certain, but between our efforts and Master Jasp's guidance, we built of this place something like home. If you could find a better solution for the water issue. Nothing against Wagstaff, he has my admiration as a community founder, but being the first settler and being first among settlers are two wholly different things. Let's see what you have for sale. I think you'll be impressed, Fatebinder. Even with the limited resources available in the wounds, the Forgebound craft the finest creations in all of Terratis. Orange. Orange item, masterwork. Iron armor. These are heavy. They are all heavy. One-handed weapon. Praying. What is praying? Bonus damage for every missing health. Two-handed. Losses extracts. What, is this free? It's free. Missing accuracy. More penetration, more DPS. I don't really like it. Don't really like it. Okay. Fatebinder, the former nobleman, hops on his good luck to face you. Tell me about yourself and Rostrum House. I think you are well acquainted with the manor and its grounds at this point. My father's legacy and my inheritance reduced to rubble and ash. They call it the Shattered Bastion. He runs his finger across his eyes and tracing the dark circles that ring them. Rostrum House is but a memory now. Prior to Kairos' arrival, we were a successful merchant family with roots that extended from Azure's capital to Arden's coasts. My father never married, that didn't stop him from asserting control over these lands. Tearsman laws be damned. I'm all that remains of his three heirs. But what do you do here personally? Shouldn't you be leading the settlement? Is this a face worthy of leadership? He snorts, running his hands through unruly hair. No, I lack my father's ambition. I've seen where it leads. Besides, I have little to offer these folks beyond the memory of more optimistic days. He rubs a thick scar running down his arm. My father would be enraged if he saw me today, pacing the mushroom beds or leading swine to slaughter. This life may not be worth much, but it's something at least. How was Rostrum Manor destroyed? I suppose my father's optimism was to blame. Before the Overlord's forces even set foot in the Bastard's Deer, my father invited Tearsmen of all Persians into these walls to resist Kairos. Didn't matter who you were. Once the tear fell, Cairn arrived to make an example of my family. That monster sundered the whole damn mountain along with my home. My family was killed by the very walls meant to protect them. I was the luckiest, merely pinned by the stone column I clutched as the floor heaved from Cairn's onslaught. His maimed arm quivers from some unknown exertion. Eventually, a single finger extends downward and points at his right leg, heavily scarred and bent at an unnatural angle. My fighting days are over, Fatebinder, even if I hate the Overlord more than ever. That's highly unusual for your father to claim land ownership. He didn't cleave the tradition. I'm sure that passing women the land and stuffing men aboard the ships made sense when our ancestors needed cleaner lines of inheritance. Men drowned, so women wear the crown, as they say. My father never set foot in water, goes to show how you can overcome any eccentricity if your coffers are full of rings. They speak more persuasively than you or I ever could. I must be going. Merchant Elegy. Fatebinder, the woman before the cart greets you evenly. She wears her graying hair pulled back high over fouled leathers, her narrow eyes emphasizing the dirty creases above her cheeks. There is not a lot of trade in the wounds and little of that in magical goods. If you need scribbles or mixtures gleaned from our forays into the old walls, I'm the one to ask. What can you tell me about the bastard's wounds? Not a bad little place to carve out a bit of life. Better than the wartop side anyway. Flagstaff started things, and he's been a capable hand on the rudder, if that makes sense. Real father-like, as if he's got a stake in it. That over-puffed bricklayer Jaspers, on the other hand, he's just like every other shit come south with the conquest. Just looking for a way to bend the tears over and ram his poker up. She clears her throat. Gotta be that way from myself there. You know that collecting and distributing forbidden lore from the old walls is as serious a crime as settling in them, right? Nah, that's fine. I will allow it. Let's see what you have to offer. Sure thing, here's what you scrunched up. Exceptional sigil of precise action. Cerulean scales, what is this? Shock damage on hits. Shock damage on abilities and spells. I guess I'll pick the sigil up. 10? Why do you need... Why are you even selling 10 of these? Who needs 10 of these? Oh, I never looked at those items, by the way. What are these? Weeping Whispers. It is an artifact. The quick and the dead. 3 Whispers never went anywhere truly unarmed. Unarmed? I mean, it makes sense to give it 2 verse roleplay-wise. When crits, bleeds. Renown. I guess I have to just use it. A blast of baleful energy, thick with versus hatred for those who killed her sisters, erupts from the weaver, scalding those nearby and sapping their strength, even as he hastens the movements as one who bears these gloves. This affects skills with Weeping Whispers Renown. Okay. It's a bronze axe. Did I get any other artifacts that I didn't recognize? More dodge. Higher tier, but lighter shield.
Will do.
Let's continue. We will go to Wagstaff later, after everyone else. Welcome to our little refuge, Fatebinder. You are here to help us keep the wounds clear of pain. Insipid Moniker picks at a splotch of dried blood on her greaves. She wears the patchwork armor of a Scarlet Fury. Are the Bane constantly showing up like that? Welcome to our headache. The way the Bane come and go, you'd think the teleporters were beaded curtains. Lucky for us, the beast seems to love killing Bane. He'll put in more hours on sentry duty than any human, and I welcome the extra sleep. What's through that portal? That goes deeper into the untamed old walls. We send patrols out to sharpen the beast's glows and lightens the number of Bane, but you haven't exactly mapped it. How'd you get that name? Funny story that, she frowns. Here's a piece of advice they should give every new chorus conscript, but don't. Ha! Verse bells abruptly before clapping a hand over her mouth and swallowing further chuckles. Somebody made the mistake of asking the voices for a nickname, didn't she? She snickers as she shakes her head. I could have been shits for days or bleeding sores if I'd waited long enough. Even hindsight would be more appropriate. What do you do here exactly? Whatever Wagstaff wants, I guess you can call me an apprentice. I can read, which is more than most can say. It's more subtle than the red work of the chorus, but I don't mind the change of pace. So the blue is to honor Wagstaff? Exactly. Fucker iced half my gang with his spells, so now I fight for him. Those are the rules. In a twisted way, I think the voices would approve. Not that his approval is any safer than his wrath. I'll be going now.
Will do.
If you are wall smart, shop wall smart. What? If you are wall smart, shop wall smart. That's what I always say. He clears his throat. Also, this is wall smart. Welcome. Not Walmart, but Walsmart. Old Walsmart. Not to be confused with Walmart. I'm working on Cries to Drive Custom. What did you think? I'd start over from scratch. Marketing mastermind. Yeah. Well, I suppose you're the judge. I really thought I was onto something. I stocked the staple foods and potions you expect from an Azure merchant as an haven value, all in the comfort of the old walls. What can you tell me about the bastard's wound? It's fantastic, so long as the bees keep the bane at bay. Backstabb's lads and lasses have been making short work of them too, and he keeps the waters from, well, let's just say you'll want to get your water from him. Or Jaspers, I suppose. Nothing against him, but he's got a bit of the old northern blowhard to him. No offense to yourself, of course. Your blow seems entirely soft. That's not better, is it? I also don't know. Let's see what you have to offer. As you wish. We are the cheapest in the wound. What is this? Light armor nude. What? Scandalous. 20% affliction duration. Unarmored. Immunity to sundered. A popular legend of the tears ridicules Imperator Tassanax, like the mythic northern warlord who swore the invisible armor he purchased from an adventurous raider of the old walls could protect him from any and all harm. Those who suggested he had been swindled were publicly fed to sharks. While Tassanax may never have existed, his armor certainly does, probably. Isn't that a children's tale? The Naked King or something? I know it's in my local language. I don't know the original version, but I would expect it is like a common tale, right? A swindler tailor sells clothes to a king. I mean, promises clothes, doesn't deliver anything, and says acts as if they are actually there, and the king, pretends as if he sees the clothes, and everyone else around pretends as if they all see the clothes. The emperor's new clothes. Oh, okay, yeah. Okay. So this is clearly a nod to that tale. Emperor's new clothes. Anderson, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Nude. So if I buy this and I put it on my companions, can I see them nude? Is that it? Probably not. And I'm not going to try. This is not that stream chat. Merchant Nereid. Good day to you, Fatebinder. Let me be the first to tell you that all my licenses are well in order, signed and sealed this very year. He swipes a layer of perspiration from his brow and chuckles nervously. No reason at all to ransack my cart or confiscate my goods. I trade in whatever I can get my hands on these days. Care to have a look? What can you tell me about Bastard's Wound? Ah, what is there to say? Living in the depths of the old walls ain't exactly a wise man's dream, but neither is living under the constant threat of raiders. At least down here, my back gets watched by beasts. Jasper seems to have a pretty good handle on how things should be done. He's certainly more of a people person than Wagstaff, but that don't mean the Tidecaster is a bad person or nothing. Can't exactly say stay in touch with the supply lines down here, but at least I have customers with nowhere else to go. Hey Hefe, how are you doing, Hefe? Good to see you. Welcome. Let's see what you have on offer. Just this way. Remarkable sigil of strength. Let's buy it. I should sell everything I have. I'm running out of money.
I got it.
Bloom of Dawn. Tread carefully, will not risk. He doesn't speak.
Sorry, I can't.
I haven't been to the farm. That will be the next place I go. After we speak with Wagstaff. A bearded, weathered figure stands by the pool's edge, eyes closed in concentration. His face, uncharitable, weathered from years of sun and wind, is a collection of deep, intertwining creases wreathed by a brittle-looking grey mane. On one disapproving eye snaps open as you approach. I hear you have already spoken with our other advocate, Jaspis, regarding the legality of this place. I wish you had spoken with me first, but if Jaspis convinced you to show us mercy, then perhaps I owe him a day without denigrating comments. A half day, maybe. Thank you, Fatebinder. I knew the day would come that we'd be discovered, and I imagined a much bloodier scenario. In this regard, I'm happy to be made of. Life here in the wound isn't easy, and we always assumed outsiders will bring death, not help. Your leniency is the sort of surprise we needed in these difficult times. And though I never would have guessed this, your arrival may be the sign of good things to come. These people here seem guilty little more than trying to survive. I'm happy to be of service. If I may take you literally for a second, let's say I was in need of someone who can come and go from this refuge and handle some matters for me. Would you be willing? It's hard for me to leave things unattended if I were to perish. Depends on what you have in mind. There's an old rival of mine still out there, a sage named Phoebe. He twists the rope on the end of his belt, grimacing. Yes, we are from rival schools. No, this isn't just a case of an unsettled score. I'd live and let live, but she poses an actual threat to the wound. She had knowledge of my plans to journey north to trace Kieran's path in these mountains, which may expose us. She could bring a slew of harmless sages here, probably followed by a gaggle of spies. It's not worth the risk. She needs to die. His tone is matter-of-fact, almost casual. The problem is finding her. We had a mutual contact, Melita, who used to spend this time of the year in Latin's Crossing. If the two are still in touch, she'll be able to point you in the right direction. All of Bastard's wounds would be in your debt, most of all me. Can I trust in your help? How do you know her? Over a decade ago, the School of Ties and the School of Ink and Quill tried yet again to discuss peace. She represented her school. I was forced to represent our end of this fruitless mediation. It was all a farce to get to know a few of us, figure out who should be spied upon. Several span later, some of my work was discovered by the sages. Fucking worth thieves. Every last one of them. Is the sage really such a threat? She's a risk to everyone living here. The woman hates me. Having dealings with her in the past was a mistake, and I'll be damned if I let that error ruin all that what we built here. Now that her school is in ruins, she'll view my accomplishments here as research to be appropriated. And while she's at it, she'll engineer a catastrophe for the wound just to spite me. So yes, Fatebinder, I'm sure. I'm not going to kill someone before they've actually done anything. I understand the sentiments, but whether you believe it or not, that woman is a threat, and will gladly bring attention to our existence if it serves her purposes. Moreover, she is likely to expose us without even trying. She could wind up consumed by the waste of Nerat or fall out here. I found this place. Why kill someone when the secret's already out? You don't give up patching a hole in the hull just because a new one opens. Look, I seem to be asking the wrong thing of the wrong person. I'm sorry, this all sounds so monstrous. This loose end is mine so. I'll find her. Thank you. This matter has haunted me for quite a while. If my stupidity caused the wound to be uncovered, best not to think about it. You have been unlike other servants of Kairos I've encountered. We are indebted to your patience and reason. One more thing, Fatebinder. If you do kill her, be sure to gather her belongings. Very important. That's the only way I can verify you found the right sage. It would also... His words falter as he chokes with a halting smile. It would also mean a great deal to see my old scrolls back, on the off chance she still carries them. It's a petty and vain request, but if you've been robbed before, you probably know the feeling. What else do you want of me? What do you do here as one of the leaders? He shakes his head. I'm the only true leader, as I've said before, but I won't belabor the point. 3 years ago, I stumbled across these old walls and very quickly found I wasn't alone. A clutch of hungry and sick tearsmen had stumbled upon this enclave as well. I had come here to escape Kairos' forces, but it's nothing if not driven by noblesse oblige. I decided I'd weigh anchor for a bit and help out. His staff dips into the pool at his feet, sending ripples across its surface. Water was both the problem and the solution. These refugees were surrounded by it, but couldn't drink it without picking up whatever old walls-induced disease lived within it. Withering rot, we call it. Let him continue. To a Tidecaster, these are trivial matters so long as I'm here. Making a solution to purify the water is a simple matter. I make life here possible. It's a difficult burden, but I'm honored my talents are put to good use. Tell me about the Tidecasters. They are the students of the occulted Jade, Archon of Tides. She was one of the founding pioneers of the Tears, and her school has been the longest-running institution of learning in the peninsula. Don't listen to what the sages say. Why didn't you live with the others? I was one of the few to stay, and why not? This is my home. I don't care about Kairos' war or the slaughter sport of these Archons, but I also wasn't about to sail west to die of starvation on the high seas. The promised lands are a lie. The ocean goes onward, and maybe you fall off the edge, or wrap around to the east coast of Turks and land right in Kairos' lap. If I'm to die, let it happen in my father's coast and my mother's land. What have you been doing since the school's departure? I spent the first few span dealing with some unfinished business. A half-dozen sages had wronged some friends of mine, and I'll admit, vengeance occupied me for a time. When Kairos' forces came, I decided to stay far from the beaten path. I set out to the mountains to find privacy. This place was serendipity writ large. When others stumbled upon this place, it somehow shifted from Hovel to home. I did not expect or ask for the responsibility of caring for these people, but now that I wear it, the mantle is comforting. What did you do in the school before the war? Provost of Antiquities was the official title. My life's work was the curation of the school's past, the relics, the sermons of occulted Jade, the life stories of Tidecasters, elders past, that sort of work. A fellow historian. I didn't realize the Tidecasters gave a care to the historical record. I wonder how your nose would compare to the chronicles of sages. I'm sure I could fill in countless gaps in your accounting. The Tidecaster glares at Lantry with contempt. Ah yes, let the historical record note that Lantry takes the hint. Coughing nervously, the sage takes several steps back and falls silent. My personal interest has always been the fluid magics of our school. Most of the school embraces the mighty power of Gravelight. I almost can't blame them. For me, water, mist, ice, and fog have always been more immediate, more real, more worthy of understanding. Why didn't the Tidecasters stay and fight Kairos? If I may be so bold to answer your question with a question, why do you think it was? And not many folks seem to know the truth, so I'm curious what one of Kairos' soldiers believes happened. I assume they didn't want to die and felt their chances were better on the open seas given the school's skill set. You aren't that far off from the truth. At least for many of the Tidecasters, the high sea are truly home. For many, the danger of the seas was a lesser worry than war with Kairos. The truth is, our Archon lacked the will to resist. School of Tidecasters craved war, but lost heart at the notion of facing the enemy without Occulted Jade leading the charge. Enough, I don't wish to revel in the cowardice of the Tidecasters. I made my decision to stay. I'm not pretending I'm some brave hero, but at least I'm trying to hold on to some little port in the storm. How do you purify the water? It's impossible to convey the intricacies, but suffice it to say I must infuse water with grave light energy. This, combined with the trace amounts of alcohol and beastman blood, counteracts the mortifying effects of the old world's water. I see that look in your eye. Worry not, the beastmen willingly give these vital fluids when they can. It's a tiring process, but it produces clean and restorative water. Jasper's product is an amateur's imitation of and will never sustain this place in the long run. That's why I've taken on Insipid Moniker as my apprentice to safeguard this process. And unlike most, she knows just when to stay out of my way. What should I know about Jaspis? His eyes glaze over at the mention of his rival's name. Ugh, if only that rock pounder would just shut up. He loves the sound of his own voice. He grips the roping on his waist, squeezing with a clenched fist. Unfortunately, his forge is on the upper level, so his soliloquies flow down here to ensure my misery. This place has better acoustics than Academy of Tides, lucky me. He thinks because he can cleanse the water, not as well as I do, mind you, that he can pontificate at all hours of the day. I nearly drowned myself once rather than to listen to one of his tirades, but I knew the moment my body was discovered, he'd be raining another righteous speech about cowardice down upon my corpse. That wouldn't do. It doesn't sound like Jade could have halted Kyrus at once. For one, the younger realms seem to have contempt for the idea of a united resistance. Hey Proc, welcome. How are you doing today? Yeah, exactly. Why is that? Why didn't the younger realms try to unite? Instead, they always were at war with each other, and they hoped that the others would fall before them. Like they would somehow profit from them. They never tried to become a unified front. Even when the conquests, descended on them. Look, I'll say it in plain. Jaspis has a big mouth and he talks incessantly about transforming Bastard's wound into something great. But the truth is that he's just out for himself. He slams his staff into the ground, mouth quivering as he speaks. I built this place from nothing, and he thinks he can come in and claim it when the hard work has already been done? Not on my watch. I heard a beast woman here once elsewhere. He cocks an eyebrow. Ah, Rift Talon. Curious case, that one. She fought her way into these caves a year ago with her cubs. Vicious fighter, for certain. The bane of the bane, I like to say. She took charge of the tribe and had a curious way about her. The most fascinating beast I'd ever met. Oddly pensive, strangely polite, prone to bathing. Things really got unusual when, after a bloody dust-up with the bane, Rift Talon healed some other members of the brawl with her touch. I can't say heal with a straight face. Those who had their wounds tended by Rift Talon felt spectacular for a few days, but by week's ends, a whole host of new maladies overtook them. Rift Talon was a mystic. She claimed she wasn't, but I've never known a beast to downplay her strengths. But as sure as water's wet, she could mend wounds with a mere touch, so she must have had some training. Having seen what her healing did, hindsight tells me why she would be hesitant to discuss her mystic training. What sort of problems happened to those who were healed? It started subtle. Really, folks treated by Rift Talons just slept a little less each night at first, claiming they felt too hale and hearty to sit in bed. Later, they'd be exhausted for days spent waking yet unable to sleep. The old Tidecaster shifted his weight with a sigh. And after days of being sleepless, other things would start to go. Tempers, memories. First of all, a few who could work sigils lost the talent. Imagine spending an afternoon listening to Jaspis droning on about the virtues of pulverizing stone. You'd be frustrated and exhausted, somewhat murderous in intent, but for some reason you can't sleep. Night turns to day, which turns to night. We took to calling those affectedly sleepless, and warned others of what became from those cured by Rift Talon. What became of Rift Talon? A few span back, a patrol of disfavored were in the mountains searching areas struck by Kieran's magic, so they said. When they stumbled on our refuge and being disfavored, were shocked and appalled not just by our squatting in the old walls, but by the beastmen living with us. A few even deferred to Reef Talon during the parley, and seeing humans look to a beast woman was rather appalling to those iron thugs. The meeting quickly turned violent. Man leads beast, not the other way around. Such things should not require an explanation. Thank you, Barrick, for your contribution. We bested the disfavored, but Reef Talon fled during the altercation. I guess a combination of guilt from warping her fellows with magic and the feeling of shame that her presence roused the disfavored to attack us. I have no proof, but I think Reef Talon fled to save us from her. There's plenty of folk who hate her, but I for one don't think her actions were ever malicious. Protecting this place is all she cares about, and she probably realized she had to go to save us all. Regardless of her specific motivation, I'm certain she fled deeper into the old walls, not topside. Someone claims she dove into the water, another claims she accessed the teleporter. Either way, she hasn't been into the village since the disfavored arrived. If anyone can survive the depths of the old walls alone, it's Reef Talon. That said, she's been gone a while now, and I'm not sure I'd wager money on her survival today. What happened to the Sleepless? When Reef Talon fled, almost all of the Sleepless went with her. Whether they chased her out of anger or fear of being deserted, I don't know. I might find a few here in the refuge, but most of them have taken their chances in the depths to join the old walls. Aisley, a woman whose life is already marred by the tragedy of wedlock to Jaspers, was the last person healed by Reef Talon. She's still cogent. Who knows how long that'll last, poor woman. The Sleepless grow more detached from reason with each day spent waking. I half imagine most went into the old walls to find death at the talons of pain. If I lost the ability to rest, if my magic was taken from me, I'd probably do the same. That's all for now. Good. He closes his eyes and returns to his station. Yes, so I started talking to Jaspers 55 minutes ago. We have spoken to everyone. It has taken us 55 minutes. I had guessed an hour. I'm pleasantly surprised that it took 5 minutes less than that. Oh, of course there are more companions here. Companions, NPCs here though. Chard, Nashroot, Charlock, and tubers all flourish in this noisome soil, despite growing deep within the old walls. Yes, apparently this is the DLC. I didn't realize it was the DLC when I was starting, but I will do this before continuing the main quest. So you got Ocean's Fury, Lunet, Klatos, Tycho. Little looks appealing about these rubbery dung-scented mushrooms, yet the settlers of the wound care for them, as if they were the finest fruit. Speaking of NPCs, you recently got exposed against your will to TikTok NPC. Don't recommend it. What is TikTok NPC? Oh, TikTok NPC streams.
Can't do that.
I don't know what TikTok NPC streams are.
See that?
Okay, let's start with Ocean's Fury. Smooth blue fur frames this massive beast woman's flat face, her blunt snout wrinkling as she sniffs at you. Her skin, in those spots where you can see it, glistens almost pearlescent. Her upper lip curls back to expose dagger-sharp teeth. Human spell of sky mystic power, of lightning forks and howling rains. She snorts, yet looks small and frail like hairless whelp. For what does human disturb Ocean Fury's prowling vigil? Woundkin. Okay. I've seen a lot of different beastmen here. How many tribes call the Wound home? One and more than one, like human tribes, but grown stronger in difference. One and more than one? What's that mean? It's clear what it means. That they have come together as the Woundskin, but they have come from different tribes. What is not to understand? One tribe called Woundkin hunts prey in Bastard's Wound. All beast women answer to Woundkin name. All did look to Reef Talon as prima before Reef Talon left into old worlds. What tribes did they belong to before they all became Woundkin? Ocean's Fury and Reef Talon are Manta-born, first among tribes. She draws herself up proudly and trumps a closed paw against her chest. Manta-born hunt sea as swift as sharks, range long coast from stalwart to seed, rule ocean where humans bring no war. West rivers have fur like rust, range northern lands high as steer, not many days from wound, towards sunset, where humans fear tread, yep. She seems to consider the tribe West rivers best hunters in grasslands, good hunters in mountains, she chugs lightly, poor hunters in sea salt. Stone stalkers small but roam in large packs. Strong mystics know the stone song of Earthblood. Good hunters in mountains, not as good any other place. Basically, streamers pretending to be NPCs in video games, they pretend to do NPC gestures based on the money their chatters give them. The currency levels on TikTok have different emotes typed now. Interesting. And that is entertaining. I mean, I guess it could be entertaining if they are doing it right, but it could also be pretty boring since NPCs don't usually have very interesting schedules. Or are they pretending to be NPCs in MMORPGs and fooling other players? A few others stalk with Woundkin, chases clouds and gloom of dawn Katwana. Only few left. Maybe you'll post a link in the Discord. Yeah, sure. I mean, honestly, I'm not really too curious. Nothing. I'm not very curious about anything TikTok related. So if you want to share, go ahead. If not, I will probably forget it in 5 minutes. So, what was that about the tribe's differences? Her eyes narrow slightly. Each tribe knows its hunting grounds best. Manta-born best swimmers. Small stone stalkers climb quickest. Shadow hunters blend with night and stalk with cunning. Simple. What do you mean by your prowling vigil? Ocean's Fury prowls Wound Farm, hunts Bane with claws and fangs, drives away trespassers with growls and knuckles. She points out to the vast gulf on the north. Old walls split down center like lightning fork stump, Bane slip across gulf. Ocean's Fury watches all this. I'll be going now. See, you don't want to revisit that, or no, you don't have to. Not for me anyway. She snorts and nods. Howdy, Fatebinder. To be honest, I didn't expect a courtly type like you to show up in this piece hall. Would have thought you'd have better things to do than check up on a few wilting greens growing in beast shit. What can I do for you? How did you end up in the wound? I came in, what, 2 years back? With the Freeblade Marauders. Been in the wound ever since. Who or what is a Freeblade Marauder? Nothing but the finest of the many fine mercenary groups out of the Priesties. There is the Freeblades, the House of Broken Regions, a few others. Aren't the Bronze Brotherhood out of the Priesties? The Brotherhood? Those fucking fucks can go fuck themselves, especially that Raytaman. Ratterman? Whatever his fucking name is. What a huge cock. Crazy as a beast woman raised on bad shit. One of these days he'll lose his head to one of his own people. You mark my fucking words. You know what? We actually killed Raytaman, so I don't know why we cannot tell her that. What do you do around the farm? Well, used to patrol out in the ruins, keeping the entry free of any unwanted visitors with Hillstride Runner crew. About a year ago, though, my damn fool husband didn't pull out in time, and the wound found itself another mouth to feed. Of course, the worthless bastard went and got himself torn to pieces fighting Bane, so I am up here tending crops and letting my sword arm go to waste so the kid doesn't grow up an orphan. She sighs. Don't get me wrong, he's a good kid for a babe. I'm just damn glad he's out of me. Wow. Tycho's got me on vegetable duty, which suits me just fine. Don't know if it's don't know if it's some post-pregnancy bullshit or something, but those creepy glowing mushrooms make me want to lose my lunch and dinner. She glances towards Tycho. She's been hovering more than usual as of late, like she thinks I'm slacking off. Farewell.
Sorry, I can't.
Seeing you approaching, he straightens up to seem a little taller. Wasn't expecting to see a Fatebinder down here. Name's Kratos, protector of the farm. Is this disfavored? Used to be disfavored? He announced it like a title. You may have heard of me. I assure you we have not. Nope. Lantry skims through a few pages of notes. Not at all. So, you need me for something? Despite his armor, you can tell he flexes his muscles. Tell me about yourself, Kratos, protector of the farm. Sunderborn and raised, didn't have much growing up, and this sea life wasn't for me, so I took up the blade. Been a warrior ever since, run with the House of Broken Regions before we ended up here. What is the House of Broken Regions? Surprised you haven't heard of us. We are the best bloody mercenary company out of the Free Stees, and don't let those motherless Freeblade marauders tell you different. We are the only crew to have bested those stalwart bastards, not that they'd ever admit it, as our expression briefly mars his features. It's a matter of Sunder pride. This fought a bloody war for independence, and the terms of the treaty gave Sunder its independence from Stalwart in return for the public declaration that Stalwart did not lose, so much as neither side won. And that's why I and other children of Sunder smirk a little at the name Unbroke. Oh, he was actually telling the truth then. How do you protect the farm? It ain't obvious. I'm a fighter, a bloody good one too. It's almost a shame to have me up here on the farm, so far from the Howling Bane. Want me to ask Tycho to reassign you? His eyes widen. That would be kind of you, but that would leave the farm underguarded. Maybe if it gets too bad down there, sure, but the Beastman seems to have it handled claw for claw. Tycho has me looking after the mushrooms. She keeps a close eye on everything around here. Bit too close if you ask me, and she's quick to remind me when I cock something up. Used the wrong water on the mushroom once, and she up and decked me. Obviously, I would have blocked it. He chops the air with an open palm. Or dodged it. He jukes illustratively to the left. If I thought anything like that was coming. He clears his throat. Anyway, had a black eye for weeks. Not doing that again. No how, no way. I must be going. He watches you go. Bye. Funny character. Tycho. Fatebinder. She bows deeply. Welcome to the Wounds Farm, the only source of food within the old walls. Bet you never imagined anything like this down here, did you? You look like you've got some questions in need of answers. You run this farm? That I do. Ever since shortly after we arrived here. I may have been a mercenary up top, but down here I've developed into quite the farmhand. He chuckles. I turn the soil, haul off fertilizer, even sing to the plants. I'm new grown to love this farm like it's my own child. Except unlike a child, the farm feeds me. This farm feeds the whole community? Near enough. Given Earth gathers some stuff from topside on occasion, but most people get their food from here. We got a whole host of vegetables, and the mushrooms down here turned out to be tastier than anything grown in shit has any right to be. Got pigs too, for the occasional feast day. I keep everything orderly and efficient. One slip up and we are talking months on tight rations at best. These grubs can be real particular about the kind of water they like. Give them too much, too little, the wrong kind, and the next thing you know, they are limp and brown. Is it normal for plants to be so picky about their water? Well, every plant is different, but water situation down here is real touchy. Jaspers' filters work for the topside plants since it's more or less what they are used to. Those stone jugs of his get rid of whatever makes people sick while keeping in the nutrients my veggies need. Give that water to the mushrooms though, and they stop blowing. Then they shrivel up. No good for anything, no idea why. I figure the topside nutrients kill them. Backstab's water is about as pure as it gets though, and the mushrooms take to it just fine. I'll talk to you later. That is interesting. So the community needs both types of water. At least if they want to continue having both vegetables and mushrooms.
Sorry, I can't.
Well, the next order of business is going to Lantern's Crossing and doing the quests for the two leaders of this place. Fastest Wound Farm. Let's sell the stuff while we are here. So many plans. Wait, are these new items? Are new items appearing in time? No, wait, this was always here, was it? Research items. Puppet, no. Hey!
Robin 4 Days has just cheered for 11 bits. Good Sunday evening, everyone.
Good Sunday evening, Robin. Welcome. It's great to have you. Thank you so much for the 11 bits. I appreciate the channel support. How are you doing today? How is your Sunday? I hope it's relaxing. Okay. Legends Crossing. Okay, first we got Lenora. That's great because the weather was not as warm as expected. That's good, that's good. It's been mostly very hot recently. Here as well, I think most of Europe as well. Like we saw, I think around 40 degrees last week. 38 to 40. You have returned. I'm looking for some napping tools on behalf of Jaspis. Jaspis? None of us have heard from him in some time. He certainly did his part to create the forge here, but there's little else for a napper to do after setting the foundation. I'm quite certain he was ordered to return home. She grabs an iron ingot and holds it aloft. This, on the other hand, is the vanguard of my our work. Is the vanguard of our work. My tour of duty ends only when there are no more enemies for my iron to kill. You live in Germany, your American friends are always confused why we have no air conditioning at home. Okay. So where did this Jaspis end up? I'd prefer not to say. That's your right, Fatebinder. Jaspis is not under my supervision, so I ask only out of curiosity. She scowls. We are just here to meet your Dakotas anyway. Still, it's good to know that he's alive. What did you know of Jaspis? Only the superficial, sadly. He worked in stone. I'm more keen on metal, so we rarely compared notes. I knew he was arrogant, confident beyond his years and talent. Not to say he was inept, far from it. But a few years of flaking chert does not make one Kyros's gift to the forgeman. Does Jaspis have any associates still around? Once this place was built, most of the nappers were sent home. I know his supervisor was Cassandra, master of napping. He was sent home as well. She's a bit on in years, not quite fit for the long walk back. So I think she's currently enjoying a boat ride home. Did the stone knappers leave behind any of their tools? If so, where might I find them? I have no idea what inventory the stonesmiths kept with them. All of our stone workers left some time ago. A few of them meant to return north by ocean travel, which meant first traveling to the southern coastline. I'd imagine they're probably gone by now, but if you need those tools, I can't imagine they had room on the galley to take all their sledgehammers. If I were you, I'd ask around for Cassandra, or since she's likely on a boat home right now, see if the local was drafted to attend to her or haul her stuff. Some look. Maybe they inherited some of her excess belongings he couldn't take on the boat. At work, they call you the master of napping. Aside from that, I suppose in the abstract, I could have someone cast a few chisels and hammers, but if you're looking for tools made by and for some stone experts, I think South Haven is in your best bet, short of slugging it back to Port Resolution. I must be going. Okay, this is one. Melita. Okay, let's go to Melita. I remember where she is. A slender woman picks through produce in a carried sack. Her hands appear focused on finding a particular piece of fruit, but her eyes are intent on the other shoppers in the marketplace below. A woman passes by her, accidentally dropping a pouch as she goes. She bends down to retrieve it and hands it back to him. Careful, you almost lost this. He takes the pouch with a blushing smile and promptly walks away, clutching the pouch close to his side. Have I done any of the Pillars 2 DLC? I don't think so. I played Pillars 2 when it just came out. And I didn't replay it. But I don't honestly remember. Maybe I did play it a little later after it came out, and maybe it did have some DLCs, but I don't think I have played any DLCs. The woman spots your approach as the man walks away. Greetings, how may I be of service? Clever, I almost didn't see you palm those rings into that pouch. Almost. I didn't realize I had an audience. Must be a sign I'm slowing down after all these years. Don't worry, nothing underhanded, just trying to repay a debt on the quiet. Certainly someone such as yourself understands the need for discretion. Nice trick. I see pickpockets do things like that all the time. Oh, just because I can deftly snatch a ring purse doesn't mean I... A nervous smile spreads across her face. I should stop this line of reasoning while I'm ahead. She looks at you with a nervous smile. Is there something I can do for you? Just what are you here to peddle? I used to specialize in written things, but the schools are gone, so are most of my clients. These days, I mostly deal with wineskins, shoes, and lamp oil. Nothing glamorous, but what else do people need during times such as these? Melita, I presume. You must be the peddler my friend mentions. Ah, yes, that's me, but while I'm in town, Xanta will suffice. In my line of work, discretion is lesson number one. Although it seems someone else had failed in their discretion, else you wouldn't be here. I need to find Phoebe. Phoebe? Phoebe. Well, the fact that I know her, that's free. Current information costs extra. And information on friends costs extra. So this isn't the kind of question I'm comfortable answering. I can be trusted. Ask around town if you don't believe me. I can't buy grain with noble sentiments, but if a fate binder is asking, I can find it in me to be forthcoming. Peewee. Peewee sends me the occasional missive. Last I heard from her, she's doubled back toward the burning library. She's got herself the dangerous notion that she can recover scripts from her old home. Though I think she's avoiding the actual library, seeing as it's the epicenter of the devastation. She mentioned a place called Phlogiston. Phlogiston. I think she means the village that used to be called Babbling Springs before the war. out in the contested lands. And that's as much as I know about where to find her. If we can't find her there, maybe she's taken her chances at the library itself. Wagstaff sent me to find you. Did he now? I suppose he needs a reminder in our code of confidentiality. If I may ask, how and where did you run into Wagstaff? You gripe about confidentiality, then ask where he is? Come on. Come on. Come on, Melody. Come on. Come. Can't fault me for trying. That's all I need to know. Okay, 2 new locations.
Sorry, I can't.
Probably small markers for side quests. One is here. This is not a small marker. Let's start with this one. You spot a peculiar sight in the distance. A giant plateau, much like the one you strode upon, has collapsed, tilting across a large chasm as it fell and smashed into the side of another solar tower of stone and dirt. The two have fused into a single structure, with the remnants of the fallen plateau forming a narrow walkway along the chasm's edge. Hey, Camellia. How are you doing, Camellia? Happy Sunday. You are getting ready for bed? Thank you for being here, Vamo. I just shortened your name to Vamo. Thank you, Veru. It was great having you. Have a great rest. I'll see you next time, hopefully. I'm doing well. I'm sort of tired of reading too much. I have streamed Tyranny around 18 hours this week, and I think I have read for around 16 hours. So, but I'm enjoying the game still. So you played the game recently. What did you think about it? Did you enjoy it? I don't even know if it was your first playthrough though. What do you think of this game? I want to Venmo you. That's okay. Good night, Vera. Good to see you. Have a great rest. There's a lot of reading, yeah. It rivals Planescape Torments. The newly formed path isn't an easy one. Sudden ascents and uneven footing prove tiresome, while crumbling rock and loose dirt make for perilous travel. Deep shadows cast by the pillar above you blanket the path, making visibility worse than expected. Suddenly, the path in front of you ends, a 15-foot gap separating you from the walkable ground on the opposite side. You peer over the edge, but can only see a dark expanse beneath you. Above you, you see a small rocky shelf with a tree bursting from its side, deeply embedded in the dirt. You did, but you had some problem with it. Mostly people tend to talk about their life, and it's not that interesting. I guess I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Most of the NPCs talk at length about a lot of stuff that is not necessarily very interesting to what we are trying to accomplish. But I also feel like it is to create and strengthen immersion and give us a better opinion about what kind of lives the communities and or specific individuals lead, you know, to put us more in the game, to immerse us more. So it's understandable. Combat was very good, I agree. Maybe your favorite of all those kinds of games, but combat is not what you look for. Let your companions, those are fine. Oh yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm talking about all the other NPCs. Yeah, you're right though. I agree with you. It's not that interesting for sure. Use a pickaxe to carve your own path. Climb up the shelf, backtrack, find another way. Okay, let's attempt lore. Loose dirt and crumbling rock are plentiful here, a dangerous combination, but also one that many avail you now. With pickaxe in hand, you strike the side of the plateau wall, chipping away at it steadily. After a few minutes of work, you remove enough material to expose a rocky step. You place one foot upon it to test its stability, and thankfully it holds. You continue this process, lifting dirt and stone out of the way, form one step after another. It's painstaking work, but before you know it, you've safely crossed to the other side. You continue onward, working your way through the rest of the steep path. The ledge begins to tilt upward, and you slowly make your way out of the shadowed chasm and back onto the wide expanse of a mercifully conventional stone pillar. where you are able to traverse across far more forgiving terrain. We got the focused bumps. The chorus, for example, they all had a similar story. Clan came into village, took everyone, killed all my family, now I'm chorus. I feel they're missing something here.
On it.
Yeah, you got a point there. You got a point there. But you know, repetition of a story also strengthens it. It's also makes us feel stronger one way or the other about chorus, and chorus is a force to be reckoned with, right? The more we hear the same story from other people, other mouths, the more effective it kind of becomes. So it serves that purpose as well. If I had to find an excuse, if I had to be the devil's advocate.
Sorry, I can't. Can't do that.
How many named NPCs are there here? Like every single one of them is named. Contusion, Needletoe, Skinner.
Hey, over there.
Everyone has a name. You can only talk to two. I don't know. I may be able to talk to all of them. Come closer, chum. The soldier twirls his axe as he calls out to you. Let's have a good look at you. The chorus warrior scans you from head to toe, twirling his axe and puffing up his chest as he looks you over. The boss said we are only free to kill this favored, but if you've come here for a fight, I'm sure we can oblige. So what brings you to this shit stain of a village? Okay, we are going to talk to all of these people. Who is in charge here? That would be Crass Kalia. She's the one always looking like she's having a shittier time than everyone else. Look for the blood chanter on the rooftop north of here. No doubt she's contemplating whether or not our problems can be solved with, oh, I don't know, fire? I'm here for a Sage named Phoebe. You could be in luck. We've captured a few who were lurking in the area, but I didn't pay attention to their names. When you're trying to interrogate them, details like that feel so secondary. You should talk to the boss about them. Learn anything from the sages? This isn't the sort of thing I should be sharing with outsiders. Talk to Kraskalia yourself if you care so much. What's your role in the gang? Me? I'm the fun one. Kalia makes the decisions and I get to enforce them. When things are quiet, I'm the huntsmaster, since none of these jolly idiots discern deer sport from dog shit. I'll be going now, but I might return, Skinner, to skin you. A short, shifty-eyed man puffs up his chest as you approach. Didn't expect to see many visitors out there. What do you need? He scratches a hairy mole on his neck. Know anything about the captured sages? I only know we are under orders to nab them and interrogate them. Rascalia is the only one who could tell you for sure why. What's your role in the gang? Me, I'm the eyes and ears. Been pulling scout duty since we lost Shrill Tantrum to the disfavor. Shrill Tantrum? I hope we don't get to talk to them. When I'm not watching over the gang, I'm watching over this one. He points to the woman standing near him. Contusion here is mine, so hands off. She's been a little odd since the injury, but she is still in there, mostly. I must be going. A tall, wiry woman peers intently at a scrap of parchment in her hand, tracing the contours of an elaborate drawing with her finger. Like tree, but prettier. She giggles approvingly at its contents, scratching the area around a noticeable dent in her forehead. As you approach, she crumples the drawing and stuffs it in her shirt. Are you friend? Sure, why not? She grins and nods. Good, good. No need to kill you then. Not in mood for killing right now. What you want? What happened to your forehead? She taps at the forehead. A confused expression spreads across her face as she hunts around for something on her face, oblivious to the injury. What do you mean? Did I make a mess again? She hasn't any memory of the incident. I'm just lucky to still have her. What do you do in this gang? Warrior, Tugfist of the crew. Needletoe husband, Kalia boss, Skinner is little boss. Ragwort cooks, gang's family. How long have you and Needletoe been together? What you mean? Needle is made for life. Is that long? Says we are together forever. Maybe someday we'll scrape, he says. Honey, don't tell everything to the stranger. He leans in to grab her arm, blushing as he does. I told her someday we'll scrape together enough rings to afford some real food for a change. Scrape? Did you mean escape? Yes, that's what he said. She's been off since the injury. I'm lucky I still have contusion. Strangeness and all. Not going to risk that by escaping. That's nonsense. What's the parchment you're playing with? Pretty drawing. Skinner plays with sages and said Sage so happy she gave drawing as gift. She holds out the wrinkled parchment which contains a prominent sigil and many paragraphs of scholarly wisdom. The drawing looks faded. I could make a prettier copy for you. You make nice drawing for me? You produce a pen and clean parchment. As she hands you the scroll, you copy its sigil precisely, adding minor embellishments to exaggerate its features. Contusion claps excitedly as you add the flourishes. As she gazes adoringly at her new gift, you tuck the now unwanted scroll away in your pack. That's all for now. Sigil of piercing. Oh, do we have... Wait, no. What changed? Did you already gain renown? We didn't even do anything. We've just been talking to people. I suppose we did the quests. Oh no, never mind. We got it by equipping it. Okay. So how do I use it? It's an active skill. No, this is not it. I'm confused now. What is it? The quick and that is it. What does it do? 1 per rest. Recovery time. Fatigues everyone. Okay. Might be good for those crowded final fights where I spam all the per rest skills that I have. A tall, heavily scarred blood chanter stands before 3 bound and bloodied sages. She raises her palm, bright orange with an unnatural heat, and presses it to one of the captive's eyes. His agonized screams blend together with the hiss of cooking flesh, ending only after he slumps over, passed out. She hears her approach and turns around, panting slightly from exertion. Kyros's fitted merkin, a fate binder out here of all places. She winces briefly, patting a tightly wound bandage covering her ribs. I know the voice of Nerat wants your eviscerated hearts, but I have no interest in trying to collect. Not when we have work to do. I'd prefer my gang save our strength to fight the disfavored. So keep your weapons lowered, and we'll do the same. So what do you want? How'd you get that wound? I let my guard down, didn't watch my flank, got slashed in my ribs by some runt sage and his ridiculous quill knife. She grimaces as she adjusts the bandages around her midsection. Discreetly slide the knife between her ribs. How do you do that discreetly? I guess that would be the start of an attack, like a surprise attack. I need to speak with the sages. Fat chance, Fatebinder. I'll respect your rights as Tunan's lapdog up to a point. She jabs a finger at the shivering, blood-stained sage. Your title is the only thing that separates you from these traitors. Nerat will drive a spike up my ass if he learns that I let you talk to them. So no fucking way. What were the sages doing here when you found them? Nothing seems to arouse these sages more than the idea of reclaiming their precious knowledge. No doubt they meant to sneak into the burning library. Otherwise, why trash through this sad eyesore of a country? They aren't talking though. Not that these sages could ever get past our garrison unless they meant to take a different route. They may be soft, but they aren't idiots. They are up to something, and I'm going to find it. I can intimidate her easily. Or I can kill them. You know, do I even need a reason to kill the chorus at this point? Do we fight? Let's intimidate at this point. I can take out my aggression on the sages, or you have a preference? She grips her staff tightly and studies you intently. Well, shit, if you had asked so nicely in the beginning, we could have saved a lot of time. She turns and delivers a vicious kick to Phoebe's ribs. Have at her. What the fuck do I care? Fatebinder, she's all yours. Let's see if you can do better than my men. They've all had a go at Phoebe, probably to see who can get that bookworm to say anything of worth first. She rolls her eyes. I'll be going. Oh, is she going to wait here? Let's talk to this dude. The chorus warrior holds her work of grinding spices with a mortar and pestle as you approach, and the sharp, pungent smells of herbs and oil stand out over the prevailing smell of char in the village. You need something? Kalia speaks for the gang, but you probably want to have words with her instead. Tell me about the captive sages. I've scarcely had words with them, which suits me fine. She jerks her head towards Skinner. He's our torture enthusiast. Maybe speak with him. What's your role in the gang? Me, I just do what Kalia says and try not to get in the way. Since most of her louds can't smell over their own stink, the honor of cooking falls to me. She wipes her nose across her arm before returning to the work of grinding her mortar and pestle. I can't complain, it insulates me from abuse. Even Skinner knows better than the mistreated person who is preparing her. I must be going. You know what? Let's kill these chorus members. Oh no, I don't have the attack option anymore. I lost the option. Okay, Parrot. Have a great rest. Thanks for being here. I will see you soon. Probably tomorrow. Take care. Good luck sleeping and have a great rest. Okay, we cannot. That's fine. Let's talk to Phoebe. Another interrogator. Injured and restrained, the middle-aged woman manages a weak smile between swollen and blood-caked lips. Though cuts and burns run the length of her body, her quiet composure grants her a surprising measure of dignity. Apologies if I'm running short on screams. She chuckles, wincing from some unknown pain. Ah, Sage Phoebe, you are looking like you're a staying actor. Oh, for the love of... Why am I not surprised to see Overlord's most loyal fanatic on the side of my captors? Who's your friend? This is Sage Phoebe, one of our brighter members. If it pains me to say so, she's an expert in concealment magic, or at least should be expert enough to not have been caught. Do you want to tell her Wagstaff wants her dead, or shall I? If Wagstaff sent you, a bloody cough halts her attempt to speak firmly. Then there is little to discuss. What's the story with you and Wagstaff? I figured even you Northerners know how the School of Ink and Quill and the Tidecasters hate each other. Wagstaff was the enemy, then Kairos' minions showed up. I want the details, enlighten me. We were friends and rivals, then just rivals. Did you come all this way to interrogate me about such gossip? I already know the unmentionables. He spared a few details. I want your side of the story. That loose-lipped beast, rotting pig. Fucker couldn't hop on the flotilla with the rest of those briny cowards. Yes, we had a relationship as physically stimulating as it was mentally exhausting. It was a tryst that spanned decades. Our schools forbade any such pairing, and common sense did so as well, but the danger only made it more intoxicating. What did you gain from your collaboration with Wagstaff? A plethora of volatile emotions and coitus-driven reconciliation. If you'll pardon my candor. She shakes her head, wincing in pain. It's a bit strange to recall such things while festooned with bruises. Again, pardon the candor. My mistake. I'm merely assuming you two work together, as I can't imagine Wagstaff discovered all that he told me about by himself. Her eyes light up, and for a moment it seems that fatigue of repeated interrogations leaves from her face. That lousy prick, his discoveries? Together, he and I discovered something special. His understanding of occulted jade's magic and my knack for expressions. It all came together when we pooled our rings to purchase a text copied from Forgebound. But we could not have come forward with our findings, as neither would be rewarded for our discoveries, but rather punished for our collaboration. So our findings, like our trysts, had to remain a private matter. You don't seem surprised that Wagstaff sent me. We didn't part amicably, and the man holds grudges like no other. Part of me expected he'd hire some miscreants to delve our copious fustigation. Tell me, did he ask you to bring anything back with you after the deed? And I, a tow, perchance? He asked me to bring back whatever you were carrying. Then he says I suspected. He wants my writings. He's too late. Perhaps this is the upside of my... If this is the upside of all my scrolls going up in flames. This is the upside of all my scrolls going up in flames. That trenchant, mouthed water warlock can't have them. Tell me about this discovery of yours. She averts her gaze. Oh, just some refinement to existing theories of water magic, revelatory in the academician sense, meaningless to a adventuresome practical sort of like yourself. So, did you stumble upon some undiscovered accent or some new arcane power? I assure you, such matters are not beneath me. I can't help you. The writings weren't where they were supposed to be, and I couldn't rewrite it from memory. The knowledge is as good as gone. Striker, I tire of these non-answers. You smash your fist against her mouth, snapping her head backwards. Enough, no more. I'll speak if that stays your hand. Between his... by the way, that punch noise was... I felt that punch on my face. Between his understanding of fluid forms, my understanding of preservation magic, and our pilfered forge-bound text, we sort bumped into a most curious discovery. He pioneered an expression that affects the transition of metal from molten state back to solid. He called it aqueous metallurgy, though I think the name is loftier than any practical applications that came of our work. Coming forward with our research presented problems, but then the war broke out. There became larger concerns for all involved. I hid what I thought was the only copy of our work, but it was claimed by fire or stolen by a looter who got here first. And where did you stash your killings on aqueous metallurgy? It was here in this village, but someone found it before. She clears her throat. No more playing coy. It's still here. How about this? If you kill my captors and swear by Kairos that I walk out of here alive, I'll tell you where it's hidden. Consider them dead. I was looking for an excuse. Swear by Kairos that I shall leave this place alive, or you will have naught but silence from me. You're in no position to make demands. I'll help you, you help me. End of story. Then we are done. I'll come back later. I might be a corpse by the time you get back, but I'll be here. How do I... I've decided not to kill you. Dan, you are going to help me? She visibly relaxes, loosening her rigid posture. I'll free you if you give me your writings on aqueous metallurgy. I'll talk to the chorus about your release if you give me something in return. I'll free you if you give me your writings on aqueous. It was still here in this village, but some... Okay. Consider them dead. I swear by Kairos you will leave this place alive. Barry quickly turns to face you, but says nothing. An acceptable arrangement for both of us then. You'll have what you want upon your return. Okay. Oh, fine. I guess they were listening. Makes sense. Let's taunt them.
You got it.
Are you afraid of death, worm?
Why aren't you going away? Stunned? What do you mean stunned? Okay, Lantry's gone. He did go away. Come on.
Focus to me! Well, screw.
Guess we focus on this. Do this. Finish the cook off. Heal Barrack. Are you back? You are not back. Just keep attacking. Let's try to finish this off. Lantry is back.
As you command.
Need some healing for sure. You help worse. Okay, that one is down. Heal Barrack. So they do share cooldowns. They do share cooldowns, the two healing spells. I cannot cast them separately.
Let's start.
Take that!
See that? I'm not entirely useless.
I will break you.
I can do something like this.
You try a different weapon.
Yep. Come on. Are you serious?
Damn thing couldn't pierce cloth. Bleed out, you little shit.
This weapon is entirely worthless.
No loot at all? Only this? Why? I just killed a lot of Scarlet Chorus members. Where's their armor? Where are their weapons?
Can't do that.
You're back. Have you managed to secure our freedom? Untie her. The chorus are no more. The sage looks momentarily dazed. I can scarcely believe this Fatebinder, that we could ever be free of the curse, and that you would ever help us. As far as I'm concerned, they are both minor miracles. Thank you. Thank you for my life, though feel free to spread the word that I'm a corpse. Life might be easier that way. As for my writings, they are in a smashed chest to the southwest, hidden between a burnt tree and the carcass of a wagon. She slowly picks herself up, readying herself for the long march onward. Safe travels. Southwest. All right. Let's check South Haven. Sunset Spire first. Research. We researched the last item, at least for now. Speak with Cassandra. Oh, the Fatebinder. Hello and welcome to South Haven. A middle-aged man nods to you, clutching a small apple crate in one arm. A well-worn scrap of parchment pokes out of his bald fist, charcoal tally marks visible on its exposed surface. Well met, traveler. Sorry, I was counting these out for hermits, and I didn't see you coming. Welcome to South Haven. You look just like the portrait. I mean, it's a flattering likeness, though you look more regal in person. I mean, Governor Mitral, it's an honor to meet a Fatebinder of your stature. As you awkwardly bow, several apples falls out of the crate and bounce out of his hands, rolling past your feet. Sorry. He sets the container down. Is there something I can do for you? What do you do here? Me? Oh, I'm not anyone important, Fatebinder. I never took that particular trade, and I'm not a man of letters. I just help out where I can. He gestures towards the crates behind them. I count the produce for hermits. He lets me take a few fruits when I'm done. His words are interrupted by a rhythmic clanging of hammers against metal. He turns to look at the source atop a nearby roof, exposing a gap-toothed grin as he speaks. And of course, the forge-bound always need fresh water, so I'll pump it for them from time to time. I'm sure Cassandra appreciates that. I'm not familiar with South Haven, tell me about it. I'm not sure what it's really all that worthy of note. What's really all that worthy of note? He scratches his chin, inadvertently smudging it with charcoal. We've got the river and the sea nearby to live by what they bring us on the good seasons, trade for what we don't have when our luck dries up. If you are bored easily, good. I think Kairos' forces were bored too and seemed to ignore us. Some recruiters from the chorus came in years past and rounded up some folks who were in the fields. I think they took Tolid's by. Tolid? And also Korba twins, but that was the worst of it. I've heard plenty of stories from elsewhere in the tiers. 3 folks gone, while the tragedy is nothing compared to the suffering seen elsewhere. We are unfortunate, not denying that. How did this village end up staffed by Forgebound? Oh, their arrival was the biggest change we've experienced in a long time. It's been maybe 2 years. Discarded and entourage came to town and we all thought we were being invaded, but nope. Just a bunch of craftsmen looking passage out of the port south of here. When they arrived, they were ill with fever and needed to rest. Since old Leone is knocked off, we let the Forgebound use our house. We all assumed it'd be temporary, but either the ship they meant to board sank, or they had a change of plans. Span later, the Forgebound were still here and making themselves at home. Didn't hurt that the villagers here were fascinated by their crafting magics. The youngsters in the village all lined up for lessons, and the Kairos be praised, they saw fit to tutor some of them. They've been awful helpful. Spears and arrowheads for our hunters, blows for the fields, fish hooks for the rivers, even a hearth or two for the cold nights. They also help keep safe and stand watch over the town. If I were younger, I'd ask them to train me. Cassandra is almost always at work, just on the roof of the building behind me. She's a busy woman, and I'm sure she has time for you, Fatebinder. What do you know about Cassandra? She's incredible. She's no spring chick, but she can split a boulder better than any man in the village. You can tell her apprentices respect her just by the way they look at her. Everyone in the fight feels the same way. If she speaks up, we take notice. She is intimidating though. If I wanted to give her a suggestion about some stone arrowheads she fashioned, but she looked really angry when I approached her. She was yelling at one of her students, and another was on fire or something. So my timing was poor. There's lots I'd love to learn from her, but I'm too old to be taken seriously as a candidate. That's all for now. Thank you, Captaron. That was very illuminating and helpful. Especially the bit about when you tried to give her advice on stone arrowheads. Erasmus. We had Erastus, now we have Erasmus. Hi, Yassine. Hey, Woozy. Happy Sunday. How are you doing, Woozy? Heavy leather boots. Yeah, this is an upgrade.
Marmalade.
Hey. Thank you for the gifted
Me is
sub
still
to Trick
here
Me.
after 3 months, and has just resubscribed.
Thank you, Woozy. Thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. Enjoy the sub benefits, Trick Me.
Sorry, I can't.
How is your Sunday, Woozy? How are you doing? Nicodemus.
Can't do that.
And Cassandra, so 4 NPCs to talk to. A young man squints at the bottles in front of him. He picks them up, shakes them, and sets them down, dissatisfied after every examination. Was it fennel pollen? Rhubarb roots? You're doing well. You enjoyed the movie that you wanted to see for over a month. Oh, that's cool. Did you like it? I've heard quite a few stories lately when people wanted to see a new movie mostly and they were let down. I haven't really kept up with the cinema lately, so I don't know what the new movies are like, but people mostly seem to be disappointed. Is this a new movie or an old one that you always wanted to watch? He catches sight of you and stops his search. Well, hello traveler, something I can do for you? What are you looking for? My wife took fever recently, burning temples and an awful rash. She's a tough one, but I wanted to get her some medicine. I know that boiled silverthorn works well, but that's a few rings too many for me. There must be an alternate. Elderbark is what you want, almost as potent as silverthorn, but a lot more plentiful, so you can probably buy it for a song. Oh, thank you, that's very kind of you. I'm quite worried about my wife, and these herbs will really help. Is there anything I can help you with? It's the least I can do. John Wick Chapter 4. Oh, okay. Okay, I'm not sure if I watched Chapter 3. I loved Chapter 1 and 2. I don't remember if I watched 3. I didn't even know there was 4, I think. Or maybe I did and I just forgot. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I might try and watch them when I can. I really like the first 2 chapters. I have some questions about people in town. Of course, thanks to you, I can spare a moment before getting these herbs back to my wife. What would you like to know? What do you think of the Forgebound? No columns here. I was a bit nervous having them in town at first. You have to understand we fared better than most during the conquest. Kyros's war raged on elsewhere, so none of his armies marched through South Haven. But who knew if the Forgebound would attract attention to the Archons or Brotherhood raiders? They proved me wrong. Nobody attacked the village after they arrived. When Cassandra isn't training them, the Forgebound help us however they can. Don't say I'm a fan of the curfew they enforce, but it's a fair trade for their services. They're also good, yeah. Good to hear that. We are surprised the whole series was such an enjoyable experience. Proc the other day, I'm not sure if you're still here, Proc, but if you are, I remember Proc asking the other day. No, was it Proc? No, it wasn't Proc. It was Variax. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I got confused for a moment. Variax the other day asked in the chat if we can think of any series that don't really get much worse with the fourth movie. And there were a few movies mentioned, and apparently John Wick is one of them. So that's good. Tell me about this curfew. Ah, Cassandra demanded it. I guess the Forgebound dealt with raiders on their journey here and don't ever want to be caught unawares again. It's a hassle, but I'd rather them here, not like I need to be wandering around in the dark anyway. So aside from a few folk, most of us stay indoors come the evening. Cassandra's apprentices then keep an eye out for intruders after a full day's work too. Theirs is not an easy trade. Do you have any opinions about Cassandra? I've no issue with her, truth be told. I've never really spoken to her. You can hear her barking orders at her apprentices at all hours of the day. I never felt comfortable interrupting their sessions, though I know some folks like Captron help them out from time to time. Perhaps you should ask him. Tell me about Captron. Captron's been in South Haven for a long time. Everyone knows him. He's a simple man, but about as good-hearted as they come. My father grew up with him right here. Said he's always been kind. Captron doesn't have a trait to speak of other than helping others. He'd probably go out to pick herbs for me if I ask him. He likes to stay near the village and entrance to direct travelers most of the time. Since he's always assisting folks on the forge bound, he's one of the few that are allowed to wander about during evening curfew. He glances at the forge-bound workers with a knowing smile. Of course, everyone knows that he's smitten by their leader. He finds every excuse to be close to the forge-bound and every excuse to avoid speaking with Cassandra. He's an old man with a child's heart. Very well. Okay. You see a tall figure with a patchwork sash of animal pelts slung across her shoulders. The skin on her sunburnt face melts with a pair of naturally flushed, freckled cheeks. She speaks energetically to two nearby villagers animated in her depiction of a recent hunt. I had to crawl real low through the brush. Those creatures have eyes like eagles but are too deaf to hear their own farts. I got close enough to see its nose wriggling in the air. They can actually feel you coming that way, you know? But it was too late. One swift thrust later, it turned into dinner. She hears you approaching and spins around, spear held out playfully. Aha! Who goes there? Her laugh is hearty, but ends abruptly as she takes note of her appearances. Apologies, Fatebinder. I had no idea you were visiting us. Forgive the jest. I've been burdened with an overabundance of energy since childhood. One way or another, it comes out. She offers a purposefully awkward curtsy. What can I do for you? Bullet Train is also worth a watch. Highly recommend. You might enjoy it more than Jump. Is it an action movie also? It does sound like an action movie, like fast pace. I don't know where I'm getting that idea from, obviously.
New critical hits boost. Trick Me just boosted Fable.
Let's go. Trick Me boosts.
New critical hits boost. Trick Me just boosted Undertale. New critical hits boost. Trick Me just boosted Knights of Pen and Paper.
Knights of Pen and Paper. Thank you for the boost, Trick Me. Thank you, thank you. Always appreciated.
New critical hits boost. Woozy Dice just boosted The Elder Scrolls 3, Morrowind.
Morrowind. Morrowind. Woozy boosts more of Morrowind. Thank you for the Morrowind boosts, Woozy. Thank you. Can you tell me about the Forge Bound? Fine folk, as far as I'm concerned. Everyone around here is better off with them. Sandra and her students keep me supplied with fresh spear tips and arrowheads, so my life's never been easier. They spend most of their time in training, though. I think that's the real reason they are here. Pass on secrets from master to pupil in a safe place. Sandra is a hard ass in more ways than one, but her students are better off for it. They certainly make short work of any of our requests. Nails, hooks, blades, whatever you can think of. Only Outlycus didn't take too kindly to their presence, but that's because he's a half-race smith whose blades are as limp as he's in the sack. Anyway, I like them. I'm not too wild about the curfew they demanded, but Cassandra insists that it's for our safety. I haven't seen inbred or bandits while out on my hunt, so it's not like we are less safe because of it. With a toothy grin, Hyacinth offers a friendly wink as you approach. Fine day out, Faintbinder. Anything you need? What do you think of Cassandra? Ah, she's a tough nut to crack. She's been pounding steel for so long that she's forgotten how to hang up the hammer and enjoy other pursuits. I first got to know her after we got talking about hunting implements. I think she saw something in my enthusiasm for it all, and we've steadily become pals. She's a much different person after she unwinds. Not that there's anything wrong with having a tough exterior. She's a master of napping after all. You've got to maintain appearances. With a toothy grin, Hyacinth offers a friendly wink as you approach. Cassandra's gravelight tools seem unique. Any chance she'd part with them? Doubt it. All she ever goes on about is chisels, moils, flates, tempers. Who knew there was so much to know about wedges with handles? If you need tools, ask her. I bet she'll make them for you just to show off what she can do. But her tools? Seriously, those are probably the only things in this world she genuinely loves. Farewell. Farewell. A barrel-chested man surveys the areas with a stern expression, eyeing you nonchalantly. Nonchalant, right? Eyeing you nonchalantly as you approach. A large horseshoe mustache traces the top of his mouth before racing down to his chin. When he speaks, the bristles nearly mask his lips, well mattified by. What do you need? Who are you? Nicodemus Cassandra seconds. I have a few reasons under my belt, unlike those pups in the forge. He gives a sideways glance back towards the work area. I watch over things when Cassandra has better things to do, which is always. What do you need? What can you tell me about your leader? Tough but fair, Cassandra knows that teaching and napping are both acts of reduction. In the case of teaching, one chips away at ignorance. Some don't like her approach. Such fools are not fit for argument. Why are the forge bound here? Asks Cassandra. She gives the orders here. No point in me guessing at her meaning. Alright, man of few words. A small group of forge-bound stand in conference around an older gray-haired woman. Blue tattooed streaks trail down from her hairline, coming to rest upon a pair of eyebrows permanently fixed in severe expression. She grasps a hunk of jasper and strikes it several times with a sharp piece of obsidian. The motion should feel rhythmic as you work the stone, as mundane as breath. Her sinewy biceps contract to control the force from each impact, keeping the jasper remarkably still. Listen to your senses. If the shape in your mind doesn't feel inevitable, then you are wasting your strength and my time. Noticing your approach, she halts her demonstration and waves off her apprentices. We'll continue this later. Fatebinder, I am Cassandra, master of napping. The forge-bound presents are in my charge. She grants you a perfunctory nod. I know your time is limited, and South Haven too remote for this meeting to be a chance. What is it that I can do for you? How did you end up here in South Haven? As master of napping, it is my duty to build the forges that keep the others occupied. Bronze and iron are the guild's trademark, but the stone's the foundation. When Kairos' conquest began, my kin followed the armies into the tiers, and I led the efforts to build up Lethian's crossing. With our task at the crossing complete, there was naught to do after but return home. I barely made the long march south, so I decided to head towards the closest port just near here and planned to catch a boat back home. But the journey here was difficult. Brotherhood bandits ambushed us on the road. Her eyes narrow at the memory, and she rubs the left eye of her abdomen. They fancied our forge implements and thought them fair payment for use on the road. I refused, and we brained them with our hammers. She cracks her neck with a quick tilt of her head. I cracked a rib or three, and some others in the party were wounded. I cracked the rib or three. So resting in South Haven seemed wise. The locals were overly accommodating, and I started wondering if I'd even live through the sea voyage home. So I decided to set up shop and teach here. Our temporary stay became rather permanent. Do you know a man named Captron? Captron? Oh, for fuck's sake. She rolls her eyes in a sudden loss of composure. A lovesick cub if I ever seen one. He's helpful with holding the odd jobs, but enough with his endless pining. Not that he's ever experienced love, as best as I can tell. He's well past fathering age, but probably couldn't fight a vagina in a brothel. He mostly keeps his affections to himself, thankfully. He's harmless and always compliant, if you yell loudly enough. Do you fancy spineless men? Have at him. You have hair? I thought all forge-bound shaved their heads. She permits a smirk for the briefest of moments. I've shaved my head for nearly every day of my life. I think I've earned a reprieve. She lightly smacks the back of an apprentice's head as he kneels to. These idiots don't get that luxury. We have these traditions for a reason. If you waded into a forge fire all day, you'd know better than to grow a mop of wigs out of your. I thought Jaspers was the master of nap. Jaspers? Jaspers? I thought officers of the court would be better informed, Faintbinder. But I can only be one master of napping at a time. I'm not a corpse yet, despite the wishes of my apprentice, so the title remains with me. So what rank does Jaspers hold if he's not master? Why are we even talking about Jaspers? The only title he's fit to wear is Master of Arrogance. He was a dutiful enough student, but I've heard the boasts he's made to my apprentices in private. He learned quickly, I'll give him that, but he was a long way off from attaining any kind of mastery. It takes at least a decade of consistently impressive work before the guild would allow for the title of master to be bandied about. If I drop that tomorrow, there are dozens of others more qualified to inherit my title. She lets out a long sigh, her eyes narrowing at her upper lip twitches. As her upper lip twitches. What gave you this notion that Jaspers is the master of napping? Jaspers has claimed that title for himself. Motherfucker. She takes a hammer and smashes it against a nearby wall, sending fragments of it flying. The gall on that of that man. I'd cave his head in as an example were he here. She strikes the wall again for good measure. I have chisels older than him. He is far, far too young for such a rank. He of course had potential. I wouldn't instruct anyone who doesn't, but he seeks approval in people rather than in his own craft. Hardly a master's mindset. The guild will act on this. Making a false claim like that is a serious offense to our ways. As soon as I can, I'll pen a missive to my superiors. His arrogance will be disciplined. I'm here to retrieve Jasper's napping tools. Jasper's tools? What sort of nonsense is this? Good question. I'm starting to suspect I've been duped, and I'm guessing the only tools here are yours. To commemorate my 50 years with the guilds, Dania made me a tool set of the most exquisite craftsmanship. No doubt that's what Jasper has in mind. After we left Latin's Crossing, I noticed the set was incomplete, several key hammers and chisels, one of my best loops, all missing. At the time, I assumed the fault lay with me. The way to South Haven wasn't without its troubles, and I assumed I misplaced things during the shuffle. I would never have guessed that Jaspers would steal them from me, from his own master. If my knees were still good for sprinting, I'd chase down that ungrateful rake and pulverize his skeleton one bone at a time. Her rage seems to vanish with a shrug and a smile. And I suppose making tools is what I do best, not like I can't replace what was lost, but those tools were a gift. And not even I can fashion sentimentality out of that. I'm not sure how exactly I can help you with the situation, Fateminder. What makes these tools so special? Stania fashioned them as part of the series of works inspired by some pre-war study into the Tidecasters and their ways. She took it upon herself to spend a year working only with the crystals and metals the casters used in their designs. My tools were some of her best pieces, and that came from that year of experimentation. I try not to make a big deal of having tools inspired by Tearsman magic, but they are the finest I've used. I guess the idea is that some of the moonlight's energy remains trapped in the business end of the tools. All I know is that with them in hand, I can work faster and with more precision and strength. In truth, I can do just fine with lesser tools. As much as I adore the sets Dania made for me, nobody can make a handle to fit my hand quite like I do. She picks up a small hammer and twirls it in her hand. But if Jasper thinks he can claim the rest of my tools and pretend greatness, that ungrateful wretch is dead to me. If my knees were still good for sprinting, I think I read this. Speak sincerely, I misunderstood the situation. The tools are rightfully yours. Thank you, Fatebinder. She visibly relaxes, as do several of her apprentices who quickly return to their duties. I'm glad we could clear up this misunderstanding, and I'm sorry that one of my own deceived you. As his instructor, I should have spotted the flaw in his scruples. The shame is mine that he was not cleft from our ranks sooner. I must go. I'm not going to kill this woman to steal her tools for Jaspis. Although even though Jaspis is a very annoying, manipulative person, I think the people of the Bastard's Wounds need him, so I am not so sure what to do about it. Oh, okay.
Can't do that.
I don't have what I need. I don't have a magic sigil research. Is it maybe sold somewhere? Have I ever played Banner Saga? I haven't. So Banner Saga have been nominated for Critical Hits twice. One recently. And I have refused it both times. Then I was talking to a friend and he was saying that the game is clearly RPG, even though I felt like it's not. I looked into it more closely. I still don't think it is fully an RPG game. How do you feel about it? What do you think the game is more like? I feel like it is more like a tactical combat combined with storytelling elements with multiple choice paths. The story evolves due to your choices, and then there is the tactical combat element to it, but it's not really RPG, is how I feel. Also, why did you ask? I'm not sure if I would play that game as part of Critical Hits, but you know, it keeps getting mentioned here. Like this is the third time. Okay, let's go to Bastard's Wound. You round the bend in the road and come face to face with a group of warriors in bronze mail and heavy jagged helms, each seated on a rock or leaning against a tree. They look to you, slowly rising to their feet, readying axes and wells. Governor, one greets you with a mocking bow. One would think that Raitamon would have had you killed when you returned, given everything you've done to us, but he didn't, and now he's dead. The warriors lower their shoulders and bend their knees, readying to strike. Those of us left, we've no intention of repeating that same mistake. Speak to them. Your hands near your weapons, you consider your words carefully. 10,000 rings? Yeah, as if I'm going to give them 10,000. Threaten them. You laugh at the mercenaries. Do they truly take you so an easy mark? You ask. How many of them will you have to kill before they leave you? He has a point, a tall man with a mole mutters. The mercenary leader looks to him, then among his compatriots, he scowls at you. We'll let you go this time. The brothers leave you to continue your journey. You wouldn't say it's a strict RPG either. You would call it an RPG hybrid. Yeah, I also call it RPG adjacent. Because the RPG elements are more meaningful than in other games that borrow them. Yeah, it has some character progression, character stats, I've heard it's a great game. I have no doubt that it's a very good game. I'm just not sure if I would enjoy a game where its main focus is the tactical turn-based combat elements. And the story, obviously. The story is very important, and I would definitely enjoy the story. The old man regards you as you approach, Fatebinder. I have news regarding Phoebe. You have? Well, out with it then. What happened? Here's the tome of Ekin's metallurgy you were really after. You found it, excellent. Wagstaff snatches the tome with eager hands. I feared this knowledge was lost for all time. Thank you. I assume that the deed is done. I trust Phoebe is no more. She is dead as requested. The old man nods slowly, closing his eyes in thought as he lets out a long sigh. Then it is done, thank you. Fatebinder, I thought your arrival would lead us to ruin, but instead you have blessed us with your service. You have my thanks. There is more I wish to discuss, but my agents tell me you are working with Jasps. He coughs at the use of the name. Should you conclude your business with that self-serving stone savant, come speak with me, and we'll discuss the matters further. That's all for now. Good.
Sorry, I can't.
Let's see how things go with this dude. We haven't completed what he wanted us to do. Wait, you want to talk? Though she looked directly at you a moment earlier, the forge-bound's gaze now appears unfocused and soft, fixated upon nothing in particular. Your footsteps break her silent reverie. She returns to the present with a quick shake of the head. Oh, Fatebinder, sorry. I'm easily distracted these days, it seems. Anything in particular you'd like to discuss? What did you want to talk to me about? You think that something that can throw people off about Banner Saga is a level of RPG expression lies in your strategy as much as dialogue choice. Okay. But yeah, otherwise it's pretty nice, made by Mass Effect veterans, and you do import your save through the series. Oh really? Now that is very alluring to me. That is very alluring to me. I don't know, maybe I will reconsider and I will let it be nominated to the critical hits. I just don't know. I would probably enjoy it if I played. I hope I'm not troubling you over nothing. Insipid Monikers is Wagstaff's prime lackey, or apprentice, depending on your perspective. She's been heading into the old walls in the dead of night every night. I would have dismissed it all if not for the fact that she's taken Woundkin with her on occasion, none of which have returned. How did you discover this? It's pretty unique tactic series and you like to support it. Yeah. Okay. There are 3 Banner Sagas, right? 3 games. Do you like all 3? I've been really into my work lately, lost in the chisel, I guess, and finding myself up when most of the wound is asleep. Not every task needs a workbench, so I take my chart, I take my grits, I go for a stroll. I see Insipid Moniker. If it were just one night I see her do this, but I'll look into it. I realize how nosy this makes me sound, but I notice she's pretty habitual about her jaunts. Maybe wait until the proper hour or she'll see you and you'll scare her away, assuming she has something to hide. I'll come back later. Hopefully soon, yes. Each one is better than the one before. Okay, that is... You're speaking highly of a game. Of the game. That is great. Positive. Ah, Fatebinder, you returned. Was there something else you needed? I decided not to take back your tools. His smile vanishes and is quickly replaced with a mask of carefully suppressed rage. Fatebinder, that news is beyond displeasing to me. I thought the tools made for a modest request. I don't see a way for us to forge on ahead. He slams his sledgehammer into a nearby rock, pulverizing it beyond any use. If you'll excuse me, Fatebinder, the scepters have needs I must attend to.
Can't do that.
If you're going to be like that. I'm ready to track Insipid Moniker. Wait until evening.
Can't do that.
I lost my rest bonuses.
Can't do that.
Also, why am I still frightened? What is this? Is this some sort of bug?
Interesting.
And where is Insipid Moniker?
Can't do that.
Follow. Insipid Moniker enters the old walls through a teleporter in the southern end of Bastard's Wound. Find and follow her through the teleporter. Chronic anxiety, time to see a therapist. I don't know. I think that's kind of a bug.
Can't do that.
Okay. There she is.
Will do.
Path is blocked by a magical barrier of fire. Examine the barrier. The air shimmers with the heat, a border of flickering arcane fire marking an impassable barrier that prevents access to the old walls beyond. Are you serious? So we can't go? So we cannot follow? I traced her path but was blocked by a magical flaming barrier of some sort. I heard Wagstaff is teaching her magic, but no way she could, well, not by herself. Aisley cup searching pensively. Fire makes me think Blood Chanters. Maybe she liberated something from an old chorus rival, or she figured out a way to control an old wall trap, but to my limited knowledge, those traps don't use fire, but some other sort of arcane energy. If you are short on ideas, you could always speak with the prisoner, Telesofia. She sees everything from her perch, and most everyone talks to her at some point during the day, so maybe she's seen something or heard something that could point you in the right direction. You know what, I think I'm going to end here. I feel very tired. And this looks like it's going to go on, so I will be back to Tyranny next Friday, and we are going to take it from here. Continue with the DLC, but I feel exhausted, honestly. I didn't realize this game rivals Planescape Torment with the amount of text it has. Let's go see Johnny. Alright. Thank you for being here, everybody. Hope you enjoyed the stream, although it's kind of hard to tell. Honestly, the chat is very silent when I play this game, especially today. So, I don't know if you're enjoying this or not. I hope you are. Even with all the reading I am. But yeah. So, thanks so much for being here. Thanks for the bits and the gifted sub. Robin and Woozy, I appreciate it. And thanks for being here for the chats and the lurks. I will hopefully catch you in 2 days. I will play another game in 2 days. Little Big Adventure. And we'll see how it goes. I will be back to, as I said, Tyranny next Friday. Until then, take care of yourselves and be well. And goodbye for now.